Before we call this meeting to order, we will hear instructions on how the public may access Spanish interpretation.
Thank you. The following message will repeat in Spanish. We are offering live interpretation in Spanish via our Zoom platform this evening. To access our Spanish channel, press the interpretation button at the bottom of your screen, where you will see a globe icon. Choose Spanish. If you're joining via Zoom smartphone app, select your language by clicking More, or the three dots at the bottom of your screen. Select Language Interpretation and choose Spanish. Bienvenidos. Estamos ofreciendo interpretación en español en vivo y en directo durante nuestra sesión en la plataforma Zoom. Para tener acceso a interpretación, oprima el icono del globo terráqueo al pie de su pantalla y seleccione Spanish o español según su formato. Si está uniéndose vía Zoom en su teléfono inteligente, seleccione los tres puntitos al pie de su pantalla, seleccione Interpretación de idiomas y pulse Spanish o español para iniciar su canal. Muchas gracias. Thank you. Back to you.
Great, thank you. With that, we'll move on to our land acknowledgement. The City of South Lake Tahoe acknowledges the lands we occupy today are the lands and home of the Washishu, the people from here known today as the Washoe Tribe of Nevada and California, a sovereign nation. Since the beginning of time and for thousands of years before the arrival of any other people, the Washoe lived here and cared for this place, with values and intention that we can all learn from. On the behalf of the City Council, I would like to acknowledge, thank, and honor the indigenous Washoe tribal communities that are the past, present, and future stewards of the Lake Tahoe Basin. With that, we'll go ahead and move on to our call this meeting to order and move on to the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, Ms. Blankenship, can we get a roll call?
Of course. Councilmember Horgan.
Here.
Councilmember Jenkins. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Roberts.
Here.
Mayor Bass.
Here.
And do we have Councilmember Robbins via Zoom?
Here.
Perfect. Thank you. All present.
Great. With that, we'll go ahead and move on for a closed session report, Ms. Stroud.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We had one item on closed session this afternoon. It was a public employment appointment regarding the city manager, and there is no reportable action.
Great. All right, with that, we're going to be moving on to our proclamations. Before I do that, I would like to address the public around decorum here in our meetings. To please understand that we have a process here that is really for the respect of all of our people here in the public, as well as the council here to do the work of the public. And it is completely inappropriate and disrespectful to be screaming out from the public or in the audience. Please, please, please hold your comments. That's why we have public comment, for you to be able to have communication to us and discourse, but it's not to be screaming from the public. And if I have to, I will stop the meeting if we have those issues again. So please respect the process. So with that, we're going to go ahead and move on to our proclamations. The first proclamation is going to be Sexual Assault Awareness Month. And I believe Brianna Vallejo and Chelsea Thomas from Vista Rise are here. Great. Okay, that works. That is perfect. Whereas sexual assault is a pervasive issue that affects the health, safety, and well-being of the residents of South Lake Tahoe, and whereas, according to a survey completed in March of 2022, for respondents who lacked money for food or other basic needs in the past year, compared to those who did not represent this deprivation, sexual violence was 2 times more likely. And whereas, when a member of South Lake Tahoe's workforce is a survivor, it impacts our local economy through lost wages and decreased productivity, meaning their prevention of sexual violence is an investment in the stability of South Lake Tahoe's workforce. And whereas prevention programs would lead to substantial cost savings, nationwide, every prevented rape of an adult could save up to $163,800, and every prevented rape or sexual assault of a child could save up to $227,700. And whereas Vista Rise Collective, formerly Live Violence Free, provides a low barrier and survivor-led array of services including 24/7 crisis line, a confidential safe house and additional housing options, crisis support, and services including accompaniment and resource connection, and trauma-informed therapy at no cost to local survivors. Vista Rise Collective provided services to more than 30 local survivors of sexual violence in 2025. And whereas, as recent national news stories have shown, survivors sometimes wait decades to speak out to protect the image of a cause, town, or person, South Lake Tahoe needs to be a place where survivors don't have to wait 60 years to be heard. And whereas research proves that when a survivor is met with a supportive response, they are significantly more likely to access medical care, participate in the legal process, and begin their push to healing and empowerment. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of South Lake Tahoe City Council endorses the Start to Believing campaign and hereby proclaims the month of April 2026 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month. Thank you. Yes, absolutely. For sure.
Thank you so much. My name is Chelsea Thomas, and I have the honor of serving as Executive Director at Vista Rise Collective. And I just want to extend a huge thank you to the city and the community for declaring this month as Sexual Assault Awareness Month. We know that this work takes all of us, and that is that collective piece of our name and one of the reasons for our name change. So we're just incredibly grateful to the community. And yeah, thank you so much, Mayor Bass.
Thank you. Great. Thank you. All right. And now we'll move on to our second proclamation tonight, which is going to be the National Child Abuse Prevention Month. All right. And Amanda and Carilla, I think we got two. All right. Sir. All right, great. As children are our national most vulnerable members as well as our nation's most valuable resources, helping to shape the future of our country. And whereas positive childhood experiences like loving caregivers and safe, stable, and nurturing relationships can help mitigate trauma and the negative impact of adverse childhood experiences to promote the social, emotional, and developmental well-being of children. And whereas childhood trauma can have long-term psychological, emotional, and physical effects throughout an individual's lifetime and impact future generations of their family. And whereas childhood trauma, including abuse and neglect, is a serious problem affecting every community in the U.S., and finding solutions requires input and action from everyone. And whereas children who live in families with access to concrete economic and social support are less likely to experience abuse and neglect. And whereas prevention is possible because of the partnerships created between families, prevention advocates, child welfare professionals, education, health, community, and faith-based organizations, businesses, law enforcement agencies, and local, state, and national governments. And whereas we acknowledge that to solve the public health issues of abuse and neglect, we must work together to change hearts and mindsets through storytelling and sharing, center the needs of families, break down bias and barriers, and inspire action from expected and unexpected partners in prevention. And whereas we are committed to advancing equitable, responsive, and effective systems that ensure all children and families are healthy and thriving. And whereas we recognize the need to prioritize kids and invest in more prevention initiatives like home visiting and family strengthening policies, economic support, and community-based child abuse prevention programs at the national, state, and local levels. Therefore, the City of Council and the City of South Lake Tahoe hereby proclaim April 2026 as National Child Abuse Prevention Month in South Lake Tahoe and urge all citizens to recognize this month by building a narrative of hope for children and families through collaboration and the creation of an ecosystem of primary prevention that does not currently exist in this country. Thank you.
I was going to address the council. Is that okay? Yeah. Do you mind if we take a photo really fast?
Not at all. Absolutely.
Awesome. Thank you, council. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. I just want to say thank you so much for Keith Roberts for answering the phone call and pushing this motion forward. My name's Amanda. I'm on the CAPC Council, and this proclamation matters so much to us, but this proclamation doesn't protect the children. It's a start action for the child. We live in a community where children are silently suffering in silence. Victims of abuse, neglect, and trauma are too often forgotten. Our system, meant to protect them, sometimes fails. Our courts move slow, our resources run thin, and adults who should stand up sometimes sit down. I'm here to say that we cannot sit by. Justice for all children is not automatic. It's fought for, it's demanded, it's won by the community that refuses to look away. Community like ours, with leaders like you, that can make a huge difference, a difference right now. Let's take a look at our backyard. El Dorado County in 2025, CPS stated the reports of 12,112 children. Out of those reports, 1,415 children were generally neglected alone. Out of those reports, 137 cases were substantiated. The district attorney's office had received 132 referrals, and out of that, 61 was physical abuse, and 71% was sexual abuse. Our Children Advocacy Center conducted 123 forensics interviews of children who had to sit across from a complete stranger describing their worst moment of time. Right now, today, as we stand here, there is 97 open physical abuse cases and 115 open sexual assault cases in our county. These are not just district statistics, they're in our backyard. These are our children. This is our communities. This is our neighborhood. These are our schools. Our council is provided with multiple disciplinary, bringing public agencies, nonprofits, service members and providers, parents, community members, and also we do this year round. We coordinate in prevention efforts, we support policies, we fund programs, we also have parent education classes, and we have community resources, and we do intervention to help the children and help their families thrive. But we can't do it alone. Every child who is abused deserves to be heard. Every survivor deserves justice. Every family in crisis deserves real support. Not silence, not shame, and not a system that re-traumatizes the most vulnerable among us. This council had an amazing opportunity today, providing this proclamation for our council. This gives the community the visual that you see them, you believe them, and that you're gonna fight for them. So thank you for this. This helps fund programs, support the organizations on the front lines, demanding accountability from our system and the ones that serve our children the most. Because one child is harmed and no one acts, we are all responsible. So let's celebrate April for Child Awareness Month. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Great, so with that, we're going to go ahead and move on to our presentations. This is going to be a presentation by Lions International and Ms. Blankenship. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, Ms. Blankenship, and to the audience as well. Thank you so very much for giving us this opportunity to introduce ourselves to your community. My name is Terry Rubald, and I am the first Vice District Governor of District 46, which encompasses 50 clubs throughout Nevada and also 6 clubs along the Eastern Sierra Front in California. With me today also is Kevin Dredge, who is a member of the Higgins-Diggins Lions Club in Grass Valley. And together we hope to reestablish a club here in South Lake Tahoe in the State Line area. Today we want to not only introduce ourselves to you as community leaders, but we also ask for your feedback as to what you believe the areas are where we could best serve your community. Thank you. So let me begin by saying we are a worldwide organization with 1.4 million members around the world, serving in more than 200 countries. Go ahead. Though we are a worldwide organization, our focus remains on the local individual communities in which we serve. We believe that kindness matters, and that when we work together, we can achieve much greater goals. Whoops. If I could only turn the page. So our mission is to empower volunteers to improve the health and well-being of our communities and to support those in need through humanitarian services and grants that impact lives throughout the world. Our vision is to be the global leader in community and humanitarian service. So the Lions started about 109 years ago, back in 1917, when a group of businessmen in Chicago, under the leadership of Melvin Jones, decided that they wanted to serve their community. We became international in 1920 when we had the first Lions Club organized in Canada. Lions are known for their service, but we have a particular niche in vision preservation because in 1925, the famous Helen Keller came to a Lions convention and challenged the Lions to become the Knights of the Blind. And ever since then, we have given our time and resources to help the blind and to try to prevent blindness. We're also interested in providing services to youth. And one of the things that we support are Leo clubs for teenagers to teach them leadership and how to serve their communities. The first Leo's Club started in 1957. Young people, we believe, are the future of service. The Leo clubs generally have students from the age of 12, even upwards to 30, although most of them end at the age of 18. There are about 175,000 Leos throughout the world and 7,000 clubs. And as I mentioned earlier, our focus is on clubs in the community. Local clubs are solely responsible for managing their operations, their finances, their service projects, and their membership. Lions International supports their efforts, but doesn't manage them. Our foundation provides grant funding for local and global humanitarian efforts. Since its establishment in 1968, the Lions Club International Foundation has awarded more than $1.3 billion in grants, including for disaster relief, blindness prevention, youth programs, and community health care initiatives. And now we would like to reestablish a club here. The Carson City Host Lions Club in Carson City, Nevada, will be the sponsor for the new club here. And Kevin, I'm going to call upon you to talk about the former club that was here.
Thank you very much. I'd be happy to, Terry. I'd like to briefly speak about the legacy shown on this slide. The original Lions Club in South Lake Tahoe was called the Lake Tahoe South Shore Lions Club. That club served South Lake Tahoe for decades, but unfortunately closed in 2014. We know it had many wonderful projects that helped this community. Among them, the club constructed a park dedicated to the Lake Tahoe Unified School District in 1969. The monument memorializing the park is still there. That legacy shows what service can build and what can be built again. And now I'll turn it back over to Terry.
I just found it interesting also when I was Googling the South Shore Lions. that this community may not know it, but when I Googled the name of the former club, it still appears in some listings for community services. So we want to come back and make that expectation a reality. One of the things that we say often in our Lions meetings and gatherings is that where there's a need, there's a lion. Lions International has identified and supports 8 global causes. Local clubs can choose whatever they'd like to do to serve the community, but when they adopt one of the global causes as their own, they join thousands of other Lions who are passionate about those causes. And just for an example, in Carson City, we have a passion for the environment. One of our bigger projects was to collect film plastics, the wrap that's on big pallets of goods, and our local dump wouldn't accept that. So we collected and delivered 1,000 pounds of plastics to Trex in Fernley. That's a company that builds deck boards. And they melted down the plastic and used it as one of the ingredients for their boards. We also love to do vision screening projects. For the last 2 years, the school district down in Carson City has invited us to screen about 2,000 children each year. And last November, you might recall when the SNAP payments were running out, we donated $6,000 to 4 organizations in Carson City that specialize in hunger relief. We love to support the youth in our community. We have a kids' fishing day, a student speaker program for high school students, a peace poster contest for middle school students, and we provide scholarships to high school seniors. You might remember the Caldor fire in 2021. There wasn't a Lions Club in Southlake then, but the Lions throughout District 46, including Lions from Fernley, Reno, Carson City, Carson Valley, and even as far away as Las Vegas, brought thousands of pounds of goods to distribute to the evacuees from Southlake. In Carson City, we even painted the rooms of an old motel that was opened up to accept evacuees. We were able to distribute not only food and diapers and blankets, but we also distributed gas cards and food cards to help the evacuees. Most recently, we attended the Kale Community Center Health Fair this last March and provided vision screenings to participants and gave out sunglasses to help vision preservation. And one of our bigger vision preservation programs is to collect used eyeglasses, get them refurbished, and redistribute them to people in other countries who need glasses. For people here at home who need glasses, our Lions Club pays for eye exams and new glasses. And all of these are examples that the new club here in Southlake may choose to also do. And now I want to turn it back over to Kevin.
Thank you. Thank you, Terry. This photo reflects the last photo, if you don't mind backing that up. This photo reflects an early step in reconnecting Lions service with the Southlake Tahoe community. It represents being present, getting involved, and beginning the work of building relationships locally. As we move forward, our focus is to find our niche in the community by listening first and serving where there is a real need. We plan to continue surveying the needs and activities of local nonprofits and ask how we can support the work they are already doing. We will continue meeting with business people and community leaders to better understand opportunities for partnership. And we will continue listening to residents about how Lions can improve the lives of people who live here. Our goal is simple: to build trust, create partnership, and provide meaningful service that strengthens Southlake Tahoe. We empower volunteers. This is just really something great. This slide reflects our informational meeting held on April 4th at the El Dorado County Library here in Southlake Tahoe. It brought together community members, community-minded people who care about service, connection, and making a positive difference here locally. These early conversations are important because strong community organizations begin with people coming together around shared purpose. What we are building is simple, a place where volunteers can belong, serve, and support one another while helping meet local needs. We believe South Lake Tahoe has many people who want to help, and Lions offer a way to turn that willingness into action. This is how service begins, one conversation, one relationship, and one project at a time. What's next? Our next step is the organizational meeting on May 9th from 12 to 2 p.m. in the Rubicon Room at the Kale Community Center. This meeting is an open invitation for community members who would like to learn more about Lions, meet others interested in service, and explore becoming part of a new local club. It will also help us identify community priorities, future projects, and ways residents can get involved. We are excited about the opportunity to build something positive here in South Lake Tahoe together. We welcome anyone who wants to serve, connect, and make a difference locally. How can we help your community? This is the question we want to lead with as we move forward. We are here to listen first, learn where the needs are, and work alongside others who are already serving, whether the need is youth support, vision and hearing assistance, environmental projects, community wellness, disaster response, or helping families in difficult times. Lions stands ready to help where we are needed most. We believe the best service begins by asking the community what matters to them. Our goal is to become a reliable partner that helps strengthen South Lake Tahoe through volunteer service, collaboration, and care. We'd like to sincerely thank you and appreciate your time this evening and the opportunity to share our progress. The South Lake Tahoe State Line Lions Club is already underway, with founding members engaged and momentum building. We look forward to serving this community, building partnerships, and making a positive difference in the years ahead. Thank you again for your time and your leadership. Thank you.
And just to finish off, we would love to have your feedback about what you think is the most important types of projects that we could do to help your community.
Great, thank you so much. All right, any questions from council right now? No, seeing none. Mr. Robbins online, is there any questions?
Questions, no, though, are if we wanted to chat about suggestions for how they can help community, I had a thought, but I don't know if we want to do that now or later or offline.
I think we have a couple of minutes, and we'd love to hear about it.
Well, you mentioned building parks was one of the last things the preceding Lions Club had done, and one of the things the city has just begun the process of looking into are establishing parklets. These are micro-sized parks, especially in underserved neighborhoods, that can be formed out of areas that are otherwise used as drainage areas or as a retention ponds. We have several parcels that are part retention pond and then part just green space. And I know the planning or the Public Works Department had been looking into the process of building parklets for those communities on the fallow area, not the drainage area. And that might be something that would greatly benefit from nonprofit involvement.
Thank you so much for that suggestion. It's a great idea, and we will investigate and see how we can enable it.
Thank you.
All right.
Great, seeing none. Thank you so much, and we look forward to following the progress as you guys get the association formed here in South Lake.
Thank you so
Absolutely.
much.
Great. All right, thank you. With that, we're going to go ahead and move on to public communications. This is going to be the public's opportunity to speak on any topic not listed on this agenda. Comments shall be limited to 4 minutes. In accordance with the Brown Act, the City Council cannot deliberate or vote on any matter raised under public communications, but may briefly respond to statements made or questions posed. So with that, I'll go ahead and open this up to public comment here in the room. For anybody that would like to give public comment, yes, please come forward and state your name for the record.
Excuse me. Thank you very much. Can you hear me clearly? Thank you. My name is Jessamy Lasher, and with me is Catherine Miller, who is the branch manager of the South Lake Tahoe Library. And I am here speaking to you this evening as a member of the Yes on Measure B committee to fund South Lake Tahoe Library. I am speaking to you as a member and asking for your support for the resolution to pass Measure B on the June 2nd, 2026 ballot. Measure B is a renewal of funding for the South Lake Tahoe Library. It is not a new tax. Measure L, the current parcel tax, will expire in 2027. All monies generated by Measure B go directly to the South Lake Tahoe Library. The South Lake Tahoe Library currently is funded by the El Dorado County Fund, General Fund, the fund balance, which are savings, and the Myers Endowment, which has allowed the library to remain open for 6 days a week beginning in 2018, and we are able to hire an additional librarian in 2023. And the parcel tax also funds the library, which covers approximately 40 to 50% of the South Lake Tahoe Library's operating and maintenance budget. For the past 30 years, the citizens have seen fit to fund the library via a parcel tax and enjoy a multitude of programs, technology, and media. We ask that you join the Yes on Measure B committee in supporting this resolution to pass Measure B on the June 2nd ballot. Thank you. Catherine?
Great, thank you.
Just adding quickly that the measure, again, is a renewal of the existing tax. It's not a new tax. It's $25.50 with a maximum 3% increase over the next 20 years. And all funds do stay in South Lake Tahoe. If you would like additional information on the measure, you can visit yesforsltlibrary.com. And in conclusion, I just want to wish everyone a happy National Library Week.
Great, thank you. Yes, thank you. All right. Anybody else here in the room that would like to give public comment? Yes, come forward.
All right, Melissa Soderston, South Lake Tahoe. And yes, please support Measures B and Measures G, both renewals, both very important. Apparently, there were some who felt I wasn't polite enough at the last meeting. So first, I'll reintroduce myself. Hi, I'm Melissa, and I'm not really concerned with what people think of me. If my words made you uncomfortable, they should, but only because they should never need to be spoken, not because I said them. I refuse to be silent in the face of injustice or while racist rhetoric is renormalized, whether from a place of actual hate or from willful ignorance. I ask you, where has being polite brought us except to today, where people again feel quite comfortable dehumanizing others and saying all the quiet parts out loud in public forums? I will admit that I am filled with rage and frustration, so I would like to make it clear once again that my words are always my own, and when I stand at this podium, I represent no team or organization. I refuse to alter my tone for the comfort of those unaffected by reality. Keith, I would like to thank you very much for your outside-the-box thinking on how we can support long-term employees of local businesses in achieving their legal status. This was encouraging. I would, however, like to point out that it is often an unemployed spouse, the abuelitas and the tias that are the backbone of the immigration community. Childcare, homemaking, familial love, and support are all essential. No one part should be protected above the whole heart. Now, David, you don't get to talk about what's illegal when you voted for a felon. And even though you pretty much said it with your chest last time, I will assume that your comments come from ignorance and not hate, so let me enlighten you. The comments you have generalized about the immigrant community, such as illegal, criminal, even rapist and murderer, are all white nationalist talking points based in fear-mongering and the exploitation of white male guilt. I could just as easily generalize that all white male frat boys are rapists, but none of these points are supported by facts or data, including that supplied directly by the DOJ. My oldest daughter is a sheriff's deputy in a notoriously right-wing department. She works in our jails dealing with actual rapists, murderers, and felons. It is insulting that you would assume anyone is attempting to protect criminals, for you to generalize migrants as illegal, or any claims that mass deportation will somehow solve or prevent crime. Prioritizing ICE and detention centers is ludicrous when we can hardly fund local enforcement or even rape kit testing here. When the majority of those being detained have zero criminal records, and many were going through the so-called legal process, what problem is being solved? I said it to our former mayor before her resignation, and I'll say it again. If you still support the actions of this administration, if you are so vulnerable to racist propaganda, then you are not fit to serve this diverse community, as you cannot possibly make safe, unbiased decisions for every one of your constituents. It is not, as you claimed, divisive to show support for our neighbors who are afraid or being harmed. It is divisive to look the other way as hate speech proliferates local forums and children make plans for if and when their parents are kidnapped. To be silent is to be complicit. I refuse to stay polite and complacent. A response must always be issued to injustice. Do better or step aside. And if the process wants respect, then the process must first be respectful to every person. Thank you.
So yeah, if you guys could please just, we also don't clap for anybody. Again, we're trying to have an equal, forum here. So, all right, with that, any other public comment? Yes, Mr. Miller.
Hello, members of the City Council and interested public. I'm Alan Miller, a professional civil and environmental engineer. I was employed by the Lahontan Water Quality Board for 25 years, where, among many duties, I oversaw the regulatory programs for the Lake Tahoe marinas in California, writing and issuing permits, conducting inspections, reviewing monitoring reports, taking enforcement actions, and supervising staff doing the same. The subject I wanted to discuss tonight is the project to remodel and rebuild new structures on the existing Tahoe Keys Marina site. As I understand it, you have a meeting scheduled on May 14th to consider adopting a proposed initial study and a mitigated negative declaration based on a legal ad in the Tahoe Daily Tribune. I'm here to give you a preview of what I may comment on at that meeting. First, I want to inform you that the notice of intent issued by the city staff for the environmental document was flawed, fatally in my view, by allowing a public comment period of only 1 or 2 days when 30 days is required under the California Environmental Quality Act. The apparent error was repeated in the public notice in the Tahoe Daily Tribune and the notice of intent on the city's website. Thus, a hearing on the matter and adoption is legally improper. Dated April 3rd, the NOI, the Notice of Intent, says the review period for the initial study mitigated negative declaration starts on April 3rd, 2026 and ends on May 5th, 2026. Comments will be accepted on the initial study negative declaration until 5 p.m. on April 5th, 2026. That's 2 days. So there's no getting around the implication that the public gets 2 days to comment while the city gets 30, 40 days for administrative processing. The correction is simple. An environmental document must be reissued for public review with the hearing for adoption postponed accordingly. I have substantial disagreements with the conclusions in the environmental document as well, but with 2 days to comment, I was foreclosed from commenting by the time I read the newspaper ad. There would be no point in commenting since the public comment period was legally closed. I would say that this project requires an environmental impact report anyway. Due to cumulative effects, you see, no person, no agency seems to understand anything about cumulative effects with respect to the physics and biology of Lake Tahoe. No agency has studied or issued any reports on cumulative effects. There is the UC Davis Research Group and the ongoing State of the Lake reports. And really that's all that is needed to show that Lake Tahoe has been and continues to be significantly affected by development, and that many project effects, if not all, are cumulatively significant, because Lake Tahoe water quality has only deteriorated significantly since measurements began. This despite all the thousands of projects approved basin-wide with findings of no significant effects. It's all a failure to recognize Lake Tahoe restoration is less than zero, far less. The only option under the law, as I see it, requires that you'll have to do an EIR, an environmental impact report, and make findings of overriding considerations that the project, recreation and economic development, is more important than Lake Tahoe water quality, and so some significant effects must be allowed. That's the choice. Negative declaration is going to suffice. That's the gist of what I came to tell you and to encourage you to postpone the May hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. All right, Mr. Mosier.
Good evening, Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. Merry Christmas. This is the day I actually celebrate Christmas. I think Jesus was smart enough not to be born in beginning of winter. First things is the clock. If we could get, I've mentioned previously that, I've watched on television and seen Bay Area communities and meetings and stuff, and they have a big thing in front with great big numbers, so you can see how much time you have left. We have a screen right here, if it could be put up on that, or else, this is powered right here. You could put one right here to make it easier for everybody. A simple request. Also, we're going to be talking about here on the consent agenda about the affordable housing project there down by Pioneer Trail on Highway 50. And some years ago, I don't know, it's like at least 5 or 6 years ago now, right, Hotel Azure purchased the trailer park right behind them there. It's right across from the library. Tore what little was there down, got the trailers out and stuff, and there was talk that what they wanted to do was put small little portable units, bring them in or so for rentals as like VHR type rentals, Airbnb things. Well, they've never done that. And I said at the time, the city should have bought that because that was a prime spot. Yeah, this was even before Sugar Pine. Prime spot and a prime location for affordable housing. It's right off the highway, quiet. Walk to Safeway, walk to Harrison Avenue. Bus stop is right nearby, half a block away. So, maybe look into, since Azure hasn't done anything with it, something very nice and attractive, and you don't have to go 5 stories high or anything there, as an affordable housing site. I think it's the best spot in town that's available and that's vacant. So we'll look at maybe securing that for future development and future housing. Just because of its location and it's available. There's nothing there to tear down, since you tore down Motel 6 instead of renovating that. Missed out on Cedar Avenue, at the end of Cedar Avenue, off of Park Avenue there. It was a mobile home park. There just had a few travel trailers in it and 1 or 2 very old mobile homes, and somehow they managed to convert one of those little campsites into a condo, 3-story townhouse condos there that are primarily pretty much all VHRs, or can be because they're in the tourist core area. So that was a prime site at the time that could have been used for affordable housing and should have been in that area to serve the state line area in the tourist core. So you missed out on that. So I would say while this is still vacant, maybe look at the possibilities of and explore working with Hotel Azure to secure that site. Even if it's 8 or 10 years down the road to do it, if you can secure it now, do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moser. Anybody else here in the room? Yes, Mr. Messina.
John Messina speaking for myself. Ms. Soderson is continuing to bash ICE. So I want to bring up something that happened just a few weeks ago by this illegal immigrant, Archie Elver, who the ICE attempted to deport in 2015. However, he was released by the Obama administration because of support of people like Ms. Soderson. Well, a few weeks ago, he lured a 15-year-old boy, Miles Young, to his death, believing he was going to meet a girl. Instead, he was ambushed and killed in cold blood by this illegal alien who wanted to brag about the murder to his other gang member friends. These are the types of things ICE is responsible for preventing and trying to prevent. They have a very difficult job because there are 14 million illegal immigrants in this country they've got to sort through. They deserve our support, not condemnation. Yes, they're going to make mistakes. They're human, and they've made a few. But they're trying to do a very difficult job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Messina. Anybody else here in the room that would like to give public comment? Something not on the agenda tonight? Mr. Loberg.
Scott Loberg, South Lake Tahoe taxpayer. I challenged the city to, in their wisdom, they decided to take away a lot of the funding for the nonprofits from the cannabis tax. I challenged them to replace the funding, the money that the city collects, give it to the nonprofits. You think it's good enough to cut that tax? Why don't you make them whole? The other is Fire Station Building 3. It's going to be torn down when the new one's built. That seems like an incredible waste of an opportunity. Over in Myers, they're going to construct another building to do boat inspections. And they're going to have housing, and they're going to have snowplow drivers. Apparently, people want to drive snowplow in the winter, inspect boats in the summer is their premise. But anyhow, why not use that building? There's housing, there's plenty of room. If you can turn a fire truck around in there, you can do certainly a boat. Why build something else and turn the Myers roundabout into a cluster? The other is, it's pretty despicable about the cronyism in this community. PT Revolution, it's got a $500,000 contract, $300,000 guaranteed, $100,000 in 2 subsequent years, one of which was just granted to conduct business with the former mayor's business and the city. That kind of cronyism doesn't belong here. There are other businesses that could take that money and provide that same kind of service. The other is the Medi-Cal dental office from the county is renting space from the mayor's building. That kind of cronyism doesn't belong in our town. You know, you don't want to be subject to inspection. You should be engaging in those kind of activities. You should be above that. There's no need that those people need to conduct the business with the city. There are other businesses that would benefit greatly with that. It's not the only options. The other is, it's pretty shocking that the city instituted a plastic water bottle ban when all those containers that a lot of people use, the metal containers, are lined with plastic. The wine bottles are lined with plastic. And then to make matters worse, the city in its wisdom used super sacks made of plastic along Lakeview to shore up the lake and dumps and shreds plastic into the lake. It's pretty ironic that you try and solve one problem, but you look the other way when you create the other one. And I'm suggesting no on both B and G. No more revolving taxes. Calling a renewal not a new tax is ridiculous. You know, and interrupting meetings, it's one thing to have free speech. It's another to run in, oh, I'm passionate, so I'm going to interrupt the meeting, and run in and vomit their speech onto the floor and then run out and run back in like a moron. I don't care what your position is. It doesn't belong. You should not be interrupting meetings, you know, like a 3-year-old. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Loberg. Anybody else here in the room that would like to give public comment? All right, seeing none, we will go ahead and check on Zoom.
Yeah, I see that we currently have 4 hands raised. First, we have Nicole Corrado.
Hello. I would like to actually speak on the item about the bears, if that's possible.
We're not on the bear item at this time. You'll have to wait until that is called. Right now, it's on
Okay,
any topic
did
not on
you-
the agenda. So just stay tuned and raise your hand
Okay,
again.
so that's
then.
on the agenda, so, yes,
Yes.
okay, so I'll speak on the bear item.
When the bear item comes up. Right now, we're on public comment on non-agendized items, so come back
thank
later.
you.
All right, next we have Mr. Bendel.
Thank you, and good evening, City Council members and staff. For the record, Jerry Bendel, Parks and Recreation Commissioner. I want to take a moment to recognize what a great opening event it was at the new Recreation and Aquatic Center this past Saturday. The turnout, the energy, it really showed what the community can do when people come together. I want to specifically thank our city staff, and in particular, the Parks and Recreation team under the leadership of John Stark, Kelly Edwards, Emily Abernathy, and Kylie Finnegan. Events and openings like that don't happen without a lot of planning, coordination, and follow through, and it showed. It was extremely well done. I also think it's important to again step back and recognize that this wasn't just about one event. This has been years in the making with most likely every city department and staff member involved. Years of planning, commitment, and the team staying focused on delivering something so meaningful for this community. What we saw the other day was just a result of all of that long-term effort, and it's something everyone involved should be very proud of. So just a sincere thank you to all of you who played a role in getting this incredible project across the finish line. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. All right, next up we have Donnell Morse.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Danielle Morse. I live in South Lake Tahoe, and I actually wanted to speak regarding the Tahoe Bluefins swim team, and it's regarding fees and time. So is it appropriate to speak now? I know
Yes.
you're going to adopt a
ahead.
fee schedule.
Go ahead.
Okay. So my daughter Violet is on the swim team and has been on the swim team for over a year. I myself was on the swim team as a child in South Lake Tahoe. And I just want to mention to the council that it's come to my attention through our board of directors that we are facing some pretty significant changes on the swim team based on the new rec center, both the schedule and the fees. So basically, the first major impact to our student athletes is that the times when we're able to practice has been changed. We were practicing from 5 to 6:30. We're now, our only option to have our full pool was to practice from 6:30 to 8. This is a significant impact to both our children and the families that are supporting them, as 8 o'clock is very late into the evening and does not allow much time at all for children to prepare for bed and prepare themselves for the next day. So that is a big concern of all of our parent families who are supporting our athletes. And I am hopeful that after a few months or, a little bit longer of the rec center operating, that the city can consider the importance of that initial practice time for our team and that impact to our youth. And secondly, it's come to my attention that we are facing some pretty drastic fee increases. And while I understand that this is a brand new state-of-the-art facility, and I in fact campaigned for the passage of the measure that funded this facility, and I'm extremely supportive of it, I don't understand why we are losing the discount that we previously had on the pool rental fees as well as the cost of the lifeguard. The loss of the 50% discount that we previously had, which I believe now will go to a 25% discount for nonprofits, and then the requirement to now have to pay for the time for the lifeguards for every session is going to be detrimental to the future of our team. Our families are struggling to afford to even live in Tahoe, and I understand the cost of everything is rising, but I would like to ask the city to please reconsider the arrangement that we had previously, reconsider what you're offering us now and give us our original arrangement that we had. Increase in fees is expected, but the removal of that discount is going to cause us to lose family and ultimately sacrifice the jeopardy of our program. This is the only program in our community, the only swim team for our students. So that is my comment for today, and I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Okay, next up we have Astrid Malling.
Malin.
Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Good evenings, Mayor and council members. My name is Astrid Malin, and I'm also here representing the Tahoe Bluefins, the South Lake Tahoe's competitive youth swim team program. We currently serve between 20.
Comment.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
We currently serve between 20 and 40 youth athletes, numbers that fluctuate seasonally as we compete with other sports programs for the same kids in this very community. Every family we lose to scheduling conflicts or a fee increase is a kid that doesn't swim. For years, our team has held on to the same pool time slots, 5 to 6:30 p.m., consistently, reliably, and without incident. Recently, those slots were eliminated entirely, and we've been pushed into times that directly conflict with our program. The current time slot change to 6:30 p.m. to 8 p.m. for the full pool alone has caused existing members to cancel and have prevented any new member growth. We've tried to negotiate in good faith. The Parks and Recreation Department has been immovable. My understanding that the fees are set, and that's what was happening today, and that's why I'm here. And now, on top of losing our time, we're facing a fee structure that will fundamentally change what we pay. On the surface, the hourly rate only increased by $1, but the real impact is the elimination of our historical 50% pool discount and the removal of one complimentary lifeguard valued at $39 per hour, which we believe is why we received that at the old facility. Our costs have increased 85% with the current 25% nonprofit discount. We believe this discount should be honored as it was previously approved by the city and should be equally applicable to the new facility. Those two items, and this being the only local pool available to serve our local youth, are what made this program financially viable. Losing them dwarfs any nominal rate increase and makes continued operation nearly impossible. If this was an oversight in drafting the fee schedule, now is the time to correct it before South Lake Tahoe jeopardizes its only nonprofit competitive swim team. This fee schedule appears to be written for one-time rentals, a nonprofit renting the pool for a Saturday event. That's not who we are. We are 4 days a week, every week, year-round. This is categorically different, and the fee schedule should reflect it. For the longest time, we were there at the rec center when it wasn't new, and we were there consistently. We also recently launched a beginner swim program in hopes with the 3 lanes that were given to us, which we cannot run a full team on, practice on, to create a developmental foundational swimming skills for our community. That program will generate additional revenues for the city and serve as a genuine public need. The current fee structure may force us to cap enrollment on our swim team, which is a direct disservice to this community, this lake community. We are also asking the council to create a dedicated line item for community competitive swim teams, restoring the 50% discount and including one complimentary lifeguard built into the rate structure. This isn't special treatment, it's accurate treatment for what we actually are. The Tahoe Bluefins are not a weekend event. We are a year-round community institution, a USA Swimming member. Serving the youth of South Lake Tahoe, we respectfully ask for a line item that recognizes that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, next up we have Patricia Rasmussen. I'm sorry, Patricia Sussman.
Thank you. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Patricia.
Hi, my name is Patricia Sussman. I'm a resident of the city of South Lake Tahoe, and I'm also calling in regard to the Tahoe Bluefin Swim Club. Both my children have participated in the program, and my youngest daughter, who is in 4th grade, is a third-year Tahoe Bluefin swimmer, and she's actually at swim practice right now. We actually headed over to the new recreation center earlier today, which very excited to see, really proud of our community for that new space. But we went over at 5 because we've been going to swim practice at 5 p.m. for years and forgot that, this is the first week that we're swimming again as a team, that the practice had changed to 6:30. I want to add that it's my observation that the Tahoe Bluefin Swim Club provides a low-cost recreational opportunity that is truly available to everyone all children in the community because of the low barrier to entry. It's open to all youth who are interested in competitive swim, and also because the costs are affordable. I have the same concerns regarding the times Tahoe Bluefins have to swim. They changed from 5 to 6:30, and then now it's at 6:30 to 8. Does present more problems from kids who are in public school, and then the costs. I think I also would like to request that the city restore the 50% discount to this club, which is a long-serving recreational option and a benefit to the community, and include a complimentary lifeguard, which has long been a component of the city's agreement with the program. And that's a conclusion of my comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, next up we have Angie Regan.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes,
Angie.
go ahead. Hi, I'm Angie Regan. Next month is Mental Health Month. I will be here to accept with several organizations for your next meeting on May 5th. I sent a request for this proclamation, including hope that Councilmember Horgan may be able to both support and present this proclamation. I received the response that the proclamations are issued by the mayor. I won't list all the reasons it is inappropriate for Cody Bass to issue a proclamation for Mental Health Month, but it remains true for Disability Pride Month, Suicide Prevention, and Recovery Month. I've also received proclamations from someone who wasn't a mayor. I believe Cody has issued proclamations when he wasn't the mayor. I just request again publicly that Heather Horgan, a nurse, a mother, and someone who has expressed interest in aiding the mental health of our community, to present the proclamation on May 5th. I'll remind the mayor, the council, and the city of South Lake Tahoe that May is Mental Health Month, and it's time for change, support, attention, and funding to go towards mental health and well-being of our community. It was noted today that $500,000 has gone to funding our former mayor, Jason Collin, at BT Revolution, including for mental health program, which should go to mental health providers. And I'll also note that another estimated $500K of the cannabis tax was cut by our council, which also could have gone to mental health in our community and indirectly benefits our current mayor. So an estimated $1 million has gone to our past and present mayors. There's money. Let's please put it towards our community. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up we have the Tahoe Chamber.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, this is Jessica Grime. I'm actually representing myself. Sorry, I'm on the chamber Zoom. But good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Jessica Grime. I'm here to support the Tahoe Bluefins swim team. The Bluefins are a year-round program, as has been stated before, but they serve youth in both California and Nevada. It provides structure, discipline, and opportunity through the sport. Right now, as stated, there's two challenges, accessibility and affordability. First, the change in the pool schedule has created immediate barriers. Practice times that once worked have been replaced with slots that conflict with school and transportation, making it challenging for the swimmers and their families. Second, the fee structure. While the hourly rate may appear to have only slightly increased, as stated, the removal of the longstanding nonprofit discount and the loss of the complimentary lifeguard have fundamentally changed the costs of the operating program. Those two elements were not optional. They were the reason the program was able to exist. Without them, the program is no longer financially stable. This isn't about asking for something new. It's about maintaining what has historically allowed this program to exist. I do want to share a personal perspective. My daughter attends Wattell High School, and she would not be a high school athlete if it wasn't for the Tahoe Bluefins. Because of this program, I took the initiative to establish the school's first swim team. And even if she's a swim team of one, that impact of the program, the swim club, has created this opportunity for her to be recognized as an athlete. We respectfully ask the council to restore the nonprofit discount and the lifeguard inclusion. This decision will determine whether this program survives and whether these opportunities continue to exist. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. All right, lastly, we have DJ Guess.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, go ahead. All right. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Don Guess, or DJ Guess. I'm a resident of City of South Lake Tahoe. I am here tonight as a parent of 2 children who have been active members of our local swim team for a few years now. I'd like to address, as some of the other parents have already, the items that are directly impacting our youth aquatics program. The fee increase and the change to a less favorable practice time slot. Regarding the fee increase, the increase, in my opinion, really places a financial burden on many working families. Many parents in South Lake are already stretching their budgets, and the swim team is an incredible outlet for a lot of the youth in the community. And as some of the other parents have already mentioned, some families are having to make that difficult decision to potentially pull their children from the program. And it's just sad to hear that and see that if that does happen. It also creates a higher barrier for families who are already priced out. I grew up swimming myself. It's a great team sport, it's a great individual sport, and I really feel like it drives value for the families in our community. So, I think, some of the other reasons why this program matters or should matter to South Lake Tahoe, swimming teaches children water safety. It's a critical life skill, especially in a mountain community. We have lakes, rivers, streams, and I think it really helps build discipline, resilience, the ability to set and achieve personal goals. And I think in a town where we can feel isolated at times, in the off season especially, it gives our kids a consistent community activity, teammates, coaches, and a reason to show up every day. So the proposed change, I guess I'll just skip to the final piece here. I'm respectfully just asking that the council consider the full impact of both of these changes to our communities. To our community, the children, families, and I'm requesting the council really consider changing this back and vote in favor of preserving accessible, high-quality aquatics program for the youth of our community. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, next up we have Eric Pollen.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi. Yeah, good evening. Sorry, just one moment. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Eric Paul, and I'm also here tonight on behalf of the Tahoe Bluefins youth swim team and families. I want to be clear up front, though, I'm not here about my own family or daughter. This is about community accessibility. It's about whether the kids whose families can't easily absorb a fee hike or a late practice schedule still get to be part of this program. Our swim team fees have increased by 75%. South Lake Tahoe already has one of the highest costs of livings in the state: housing, groceries, utilities, and childcare. Families here are already stretched thin. Affordable community programs shouldn't be a luxury in a town like ours. They should be a priority. The 75% fee increase on youth athletics program moves us in exactly the wrong direction. And we need to be honest about what kind of community we are. We live on a lake. Our kids swim, boat, paddle, and play in and around water all summer long. Swimming competency isn't optional here. It's a safety issue. A strong, accessible youth swim program is one of the best things the city can offer. Pricing families out of it is short-sighted. The practice time has also been moved from 5 to 6:30 to 6:30 to 8 p.m. That pushes practice past dinner, past homework, and ends at 8 p.m. on a school night. For elementary and middle school swimmers, that's simply too late. I'm asking the council to work with staff to restore the original fee structure in the 5 to 6:30 time slot. Let's please keep this program accessible to every kid in South Lake Tahoe who wants to swim. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. No additional public comments, Mayor.
Great. All right, with that, we're going to go ahead and move on. We'll be moving into our consent agenda. Not an individual comment. Sure.
I think I appreciate that people come here and make comments and suggestions and observations. What I would appreciate as well, and they may appreciate, is if there are clarifications or answers that we have, that staff has, to some of the concerns that were raised, that communication be made with the parties who've come forward to try to clarify the matter. It doesn't mean that you have to agree or disagree, but if there's more information to a particular issue, I think the role of staff could be helpful to us and to you if you had that additional information. And I just think on a variety of items here that it would be useful to show you the respect by giving you additional information if we have it. It doesn't mean you have to agree, but at least you'd have the information. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's my comment.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Okay. With that,
City Commission reports.
we'll go ahead and move to our city commission reports. Any commissioners here in the room? Yes, Ms. Thomas.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Before I give our commission report, to all the people that came to speak about the bluefins, I don't know if they've communicated yet with the Parks Foundation, but in terms of fees and things like that, they might be able to offer some help there. So just as a suggestion. We are, the three of us, we form two subcommittees of the Parks and Recreation Commission, and those are the Bike Mobility and Connectivity Subcommission and the Recreation and Equitable Access Subcommittee. We had the pleasure of meeting with the police chief and Mr. Stark to discuss the shared mobility device ordinance amendments that we weren't aware of until we had our commission meeting in March, which was after the March 10th meeting. So I'm just going to read a letter that we constructed quickly so that maybe you'll consider our perspective on the ordinance. So on behalf of these subcommittees of the Parks and Recreation Commission, we appreciate the opportunity to provide input regarding the proposed amendments to the shared mobility device. The Commission's interest in this matter is grounded in our responsibility to support safe, accessible, and enjoyable recreational spaces for all users. As an appointed advisory body to the City Council, the Parks and Recreation Commission has a responsibility to provide our perspective on issues that affect the safety, accessibility, and use of the city's recreational spaces. South Lake Tahoe's multi-use paths and recreation corridors are among the city's most valued assets. However, they are increasingly experiencing congestion from a wide range of users, including pedestrians, joggers, families with strollers, traditional cyclists, e-bike riders, and of course the shared mobility devices or the scooters. The growing mix and volume of users on multi-use paths has created conditions where conflicts and the potential for collisions are increasingly likely. While SMDs are an important mobility option, which is debatable, it is acknowledged that their presence within the already constrained and heavily used corridors raises safety concerns that warrant additional management strategies. The Bike Mobility and Connectivity and the Recreation and Equitable Access subcommittees of the Commission, as I mentioned, engaged with the city staff, and then based on our observations and conversations, we had some concerns and recommendations maybe that we wanted to bring up to the council. And those are maybe a revisit or reconsideration of a cap on the devices in order to decrease potential collisions, but still offer these devices for people who want to use them. Another is maybe we know that the ordinance looks at reducing the liability of the city. However, there's still staff cost, and so maybe a cost recovery through a user-based fee, which would basically be like somebody logs on and they automatically pay $5, and that's a fee that goes to the city to help for paying for any staff time that might be used managing the scooters. So that's one other consideration. Photo enforcement, which I know was discussed, and I believe that the council was not in favor of, but maybe reconsideration of that and more discussion of how that can be used as a safety tool. And then also continued monitoring and adaptive management once changes to the ordinance have been implemented. So we thank you for your time, and we hope you will reconsider some of these things.
Great, thank you so much. Any questions from council? No? Yes, Mr. Jenkins.
I want to thank you for emphasizing the commission, the committees, the committee, subcommittee, emphasizing safety, because safety should always come first. And I too have expressed concerns about the commingling of different modes of transit. And I'm looking forward with great anticipation to what will be brought forward later in the meeting, because safety always has to come first. So I thank you for your efforts to promote that here. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to echo that because the things that you brought up were exactly what I brought up when this was presented in front of us before. As a mother who has had a double stroller and a kid on a strider and holding a hand and all of it, there's a lot to navigate. And for safety, I have been concerned about the volume. So thank you for sharing that. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Mr. Robbins, anything online?
Negatives.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Any other commissioners here in the room? All right, seeing none, we will go ahead and move on to our consent agenda. Any council members that wanted to pull an item off of the consent agenda?
Well, Mr. Mayor, we have two probably very time-consuming matters that have got a public interest on both Liberty Utilities and the Bear issues. And I would, if there's no objection, I would request that those matters be moved forward so that people don't have to sit here all night waiting to express their concerns and comments and suggestions regarding those matters.
Yes,
I concur with.
I was going to, well, we were going to go through consent, and then I was going to, because those were kind of coming up next. So, but yes, I was planning on addressing that. Why don't we go ahead and see, are there any items here on consent that council members wanted to pull in the room? I don't see any. Mr. Robbins, any items on consent agenda that you would like to pull or have questions?
No.
No. Okay. With that, we're going to go ahead and open the consent agenda up for public comment for anybody here in the room that would like to give public comment. Yes, Mr. Moser.
Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. Yes, I want to comment on item number 11, which is about the Affordable Housing and Sustainable Communities Program application for the 3908 Lake Tahoe Boulevard Affordable Housing Project. Yeah, this is, already 4 years since you decided to award it and still not a shovel in the ground. And at the time, I thought it should have been given to the St. Joseph Land Trust. They had something in the works and actual drawings and presentation of what could have been done, and I think it was a lot more attractive and probably might have been close to being done by now. Problem I have with this is adopting a resolution authorizing staff to submit a joint application with NDC Lake Tahoe for an amount not to exceed 30 million and not to exceed 20 million as a loan, but actually you say it's more likely to be 15 million for a loan and 7 million, likely 7 million plus or minus for non-housing infrastructure improvements. And it says that non-housing improvements proposed for the application include pedestrian and bike lane improvements within a 2-mile radius of 3908 Lake Tahoe Boulevard Affordable Housing Project. Yeah, I was wondering where, the 7 million or 7 to 10 million was going to be used for. You got the side, there's no sidewalk in front of there, really. It's, you allow e-bikes and e-scooters and stuff on it. So I could see doing the sidewalk in front of that. But there's, to link to this project, and to ask for that kind of money, it's not your money, it's coming from the state, somebody's paying for it. We're all paying a little bit of it, to go, 2 miles down the road. And I presume probably you'll end up using it to, some of that money to finish across the street from Linear Park to Park Avenue, when you had, for over 20 years, you had the 152,000 plus more from commodities that sat, gaining not a penny of interest, that you ended up using, Mr. Irvin ended up using over for your State Line Avenue project for a circulation study. when you had the money to complete that section, or at least at the cost now to do part of it. So, this is where, where you get money and you cry money, and everything is to save the lake. And, for safety and for this project, 2 miles down the road to complete, bike lanes or sidewalks that don't exist because the city lacks infrastructure is ridiculous. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mosier. Anybody else here in the room that would like to give public comment on the consent agenda? All right, seeing none, we will check on Zoom. Oh, Mr. Lober, excuse me. No problem.
Good evening. Scott Loberg, South Lake Tahoe taxpayer. I'll make sure you can hear me. I don't know if you can bump up the volume when some of the other speakers are speaking, but it's like, yeah, that would be preferable. Anyhow, I was looking at this and I had some concerns that up to $20 million is a big concern. The one that Mr. Mosier just spoke. Yes, sorry. All right. And then we've got number 8, a range of $9,700 to $796,300. I mean, that's a pretty wide contract range. I can see some latitude, but I mean, hundreds of thousands of dollars of latitude. I mean, that's just going to open you up to being overcharged. I don't know who's negotiating these things, but and if that's the standard practice, that's got to change. That's why taxes keep going up. Then the government's so bloated. It's because everybody wants a piece of that. And I also want to support 6 and 7 on the boating enforcement and acceptance of the grant up to $100,000. And that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Loberg. Anybody else here in the room for public comment on the consent agenda? All right, seeing none, we will go ahead and move to Zoom.
We have no hands raised on Zoom, but I will note for the record that we did receive public comment, a written public comment from Mr. Pedigo on items 10 and 11, and he did also provide public comment on both proclamations, and I did distribute that to council yesterday.
Great. Thank you, Mrs. Blankenship. All right, with that, we'll bring this back to council for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second, and we can.
Oh, I'm sorry. I need to do a voice vote because Councilmember Robbins is remote. Councilmember Robbins?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Roberts?
Yes.
Mayor Bass?
Yes.
Councilmember Horgan?
Yes.
Councilmember Jenkins?
Yes.
That motion unanimously carries. Thank you.
All right, great. With that, we're moving on. As Mr. Jenkins had brought up, I think there has been an idea that we move the public hearing items after items 16 and 17. I see no problem with that. I will say that I heard from somebody in item 14 that they are on East Coast time. So I don't know if there was maybe a look at that we do 14 and then move the other 2 items forward. It's really up to the prerogative of council, but I don't see anything that should make item 14 take a super long time. I agree that we have public here for both 16 and 17, so I think I agree with the courtesy to the public. So is that, would that
I would moving it ahead of those 2 ahead of 14 and moving 14 is a commercial activity. They can wait. I'd rather make them wait than the public.
Okay, I don't, so I'm looking.
My thought was in agreement that 14 shouldn't take long, so we do 14 and then move the other items forward.
The other ones forward, yeah, just because on
Because
East
of the
Coast
East Coast
time,
time.
it could push somebody into like 1 or 2 in the morning
Can
because
we also take
of a 3-hour break, or 3-hour, excuse me, time difference. So, okay, I think I see consensus for that. So what we'll do is we're gonna hear 14, then we're gonna go ahead and move 16, 17 in place of 15, and 15 will then become 16, or 17, excuse me. I think everybody's got the idea there. And then we can definitely take a 5-minute break, or maybe we'll make it a 7-minute break. So that will be coming back at 7 o'clock. Thank you. All right. Oops. All right, it is 7 o'clock.
That consent calendar is hard.
Yeah, right. Can they all be like that? All right, we are going to go ahead and call this meeting back to order.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I need to recuse myself from this because of some business interests in the area.
All right.
No.
This is for 14. We're doing 14. Yep. No. All right, we'll wait for Mr. Roberts to leave. All right, moving on to item 14. This is the tentative subdivision map for Zanta Phase 2 and the resort at the Village. And Mr. Hitchcock.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members. Hitchcock Planning. The item before you for consideration is a tentative subdivision map for Zanta 2 Resort at the Villages. The Zanta Resort 2 project is a condo hotel development comprising of 60 units in a 3 to 5 story building located directly behind Zanta Resort Phase 1, which abuts on Lake Tahoe Boulevard. The architectural style, design, and materials are the same as those used in the Zanta Resort. This project was originally approved by the Planning Commission back in November of 2016, when the commission took up this design review up and found it to be consistent with the original redevelopment project approval and also the environmental impact statement and subsequent addendums that were prepared for that project. This project does currently have an active permit for site work, including grading and site preparation that we believe is expected to start this year. The city did receive an application from Jacksonville Hospitality Group LLC for a tentative subdivision map with the intent to subdivide the units in airspace hotel condominiums. A tentative subdivision map is the first step in the subdivision process to determine if the subdivision is compliant with the Subdivision Map Act and as well as the city general plan. Prior to approving a final map, the applicant will be required to submit a condominium map to the California Department of Real Estate. This then gives them an opportunity to basically market and sell the units themselves. City staff has reviewed the tentative subdivision map for consistency with section 66474 of the Subdivision Map Act. Staff has found that the subdivision map is consistent with the general plan, which designates the site as a tourist accommodation center. The design of subdivision is consistent with the general plan and specific plan. As approved, the Planning Commission found the project to be consistent with the tourist quarry plan development standards as well as the citywide design standards. The site is physically suitable as an infill site, previously developed with tourist accommodation uses located within the city's tourist center. The site is physically suitable for the proposed development as a tourist, as it being located in a tourist core, which permits density up to 40 units per acre. The project calculates out right now as 37 units per acre. The design of subdivision is not likely to cause environmental damage or injury to wildlife or habitats. This is a highly disturbed site and is an infill project. Design of the subdivision is not likely to cause serious public health problems. It has been designed to mitigate air and water quality effects meet California Building Code requirements, citywide standards, and implement fire and defensible space standards. The design will also not conflict with easements acquired by the public. As provided in the tentative map, the map does delineate public utility easements, snow storage easements in the favor of the city, as well as emergency access easement for public safety departments. We did notice, send notices of public hearing to all affected property owners within 300 feet on March 31st, 2026. We did not receive any comments on this item. Staff is recommending the city council make a motion to adopt a resolution making the applicable findings and approving the tentative subdivision map for Zanta Resort 2 at the Village. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions. Mr. Lou Feldman, the representative, the applicant, is also available online for any questions. And with that, thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Hitchcock. Moving on for questions, Ms. Horgan.
Just one question. I just was wondering if it's standard for the environmental impact statement to be accepted when it's 10 years old. Is there any concerns with that? Is any adjustments that necessary to be made?
Well, so the project was found to be consistent with that original impact statement from many, many years ago. The project itself has not changed, so there's no underlying there's no new environmental impacts that were not anticipated from the original proposal itself.
And the standard hasn't changed in the last 10 to
standards
15?
have not changed.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Yes, Mr. Jenkins.
Mr. Hitchcock, you indicated that the project as proposed is consistent with the city's general plan.
General plan, that's correct, sir.
Thank you.
Great. All right, Mr. Robbins, anything questions-wise before we move into public comment?
No.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Hitchcock. All right, with that, we're going to go ahead and open this item for public comment. This is item 14, the tentative subdivision map for Zanta Phase 2. And anybody here in the room that would like to give public comment on this item? Okay, seeing none. Oh, yep, Mr. Loberg.
Here again, we've got projects that get approval, and the approval is forever. There needs to be some kind of standard that if it takes more than 1, 2 years, whatever, that additional fees are incurred. The city's losing tax revenue, TOT, whatever, during that period of time, and the properties tend to go up in value during that time, so the property owner is going to benefit, and the city just sits on the sideline with their approval in their hand and getting no benefit. No new employment, no TOT, no property tax revenues, no sales tax, nothing. And there's no additional fees. You can just have your project just sit on a shelf and wait for the value to go up. Just seems excessive. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Loberg. Anybody else here in the room that would like to give public comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to Zoom.
No hands raised on Zoom, Mayor.
Great. All right. With that, we will go ahead and bring this back to council. I'm looking for a motion.
I make a motion, Mr. Mayor, finding that the tentative subdivision, if I can say it, the tentative subdivision map is consistent with the city's general plan, the tourist core area plan, and the citywide design standards, and meets the findings required under California Subdivision Map Act. 2, that finding the tentative subdivision map will not have a significant effect on the environment as disclosed in the EIS for the redevelopment project 3 and the subsequent 2007 second addendum, and 3, approving the tentative subdivision map, the file number is stated, previously approved by the Planning Commission on November 10th, 2016, at the time the project was consistent. So let's see, is there any more here?
I'll second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second, and we will look for a roll call vote.
Okay, Councilmember Robbins?
Yes.
Mayor Bass?
Yes.
Heather Horgan?
Yes.
Sorry, Councilmember Horgan. Councilmember Jenkins?
Yes.
That motion carries.
Great. All right. With that, we are going to go ahead and be moving up item 16 to item 15. This is going to be the Liberty Utilities presentation, and this will be Ms. Hillary Roverud.
Good evening.
Wait, can we just wait 1 second while we get or Mayor Pro Tem Roberts back in the room? Real quick. And then I did put the clicker on there for you.
Thank you.
To do your slides, yeah.
All right, thank you, Mayor. All right, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I'm Hillary Roverud, interim city manager. Back in February, the city council had a discussion regarding the closure of the customer service counter for Liberty Utilities here in town. And at that meeting, the council directed the mayor to submit a letter to Liberty Utilities opposing the closure of that customer service center. At that time, council also requested that we hold a meeting with Liberty Utilities to discuss the issue prior to sending a letter to the California Public Utilities Commission. Some council members at that time also requested that Liberty representatives attend a council meeting to address questions. Since that time, we have become aware of several other issues that have arisen with relation to Liberty operations. Liberty is seeking a new energy supplier after NV Energy has notified them they will not be supplying energy after May of 2027 or upon completion of the GreenLink West transmission infrastructure project. We were also informed by the CPUC that a general rate case had been approved on March 19th, and there are questions related to how and when that will be implemented. We've also received some questions regarding the advanced metering infrastructure, also known as smart meters, that are being installed within the community. So I wanted to thank Liberty Utilities President Eric Schwartzrock for being here today to provide a presentation to the City Council on those topics. And he is also available to address questions that the council may have.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. So my name is Eric Schwarzrock. I am the president of Liberty Utilities, local here to the Sierra Tahoe area. I joined Liberty a little over a year ago. I've got a little over 20 years of experience in the electric utility space. I was very excited to join Liberty. I've lived in and around the Reno Tahoe area for over 30 years and frankly sought after this opportunity to be at Liberty for several reasons, but some of them being, for me, this is home. This is my backyard, and being able to work closely with the community and customers in and around this area was something that a small utility, which Liberty is, was very attractive to me. So that's a bit on me. Two, I'm honored. Thank you for this opportunity to come answer questions and to provide some answers and some transparency around some of the things that Liberty is doing. If we are not delivering value to our customers and our community and our employees, frankly, we're not doing a good job. Transparency is very important to me. Like I mentioned, one of the reasons I wanted to be at Liberty and work within a small community. So it's important to me going forward that we provide transparency to the community, to this council and to staff and to others that are interested in what we do and why we do those things. So with that said, I will get into the presentation. So I mentioned we are small. We serve about 50,000 customers, almost half in this South Lake Tahoe area. We go as far south as Walker-Colville and as far north as Portola. We have 60 megawatts of solar generation that we own and we built back in 2019, 2021 timeframe. The Turquoise Solar Facility in Nevada, it's just east of Reno. That's a 10 megawatt facility. Takes up about 70 acres there. It's in a good location. And then further south, you see Liberty Looning Solar Facility. That's down by Hawthorne. That's a 50 megawatt solar facility. So about 60 megawatts of solar that we own in Nevada, and that serves us first. That comes to us first through NV Energy transmission lines and then through our lines to our customers. Anything that we need on top of that or incremental to that, we have received historically through that NV Energy agreement that was mentioned. We have about 30 office employees local, about 60 local field employees, so that's about 90 employees or so is who we are. That is our local team. We are a part of a larger Liberty Utilities that serves entities all over the nation and actually internationally as well. And we get support from about 30 additional folks for, think those centralized type of shared services. So that's who we are. Most notably, and what steers and guides most of everything we do is the fact that we operate in a space that is 94% high fire threat district. So it guides much of the decision making that we do. Wanted to talk first about the walk-in centers. We did close our walk-in centers late last year. We did that in response to our customers. So our customers, when we go through our surveys that we issue quarterly with customers and feedback that we hear through our customer care centers, is there's really two notable themes. It was affordability, so it's rates, and it was customer service. It was rates and can we deliver a better customer experience to our customers. We focused on implementing a local customer service team. It's located in Arizona, Litchfield Park, Arizona. We have centralized and are centralizing those customer team members there. We believe that with our employees that we can get those employees together with trainers, with resources, with leadership. They're sitting, that person with 1 year of experience is sitting next to the person with 30 years of experience. If we can provide our employees a better experience, then they can then subsequently provide our customers a better experience. So that is part of that change that we made, and that was really about providing a better experience. It was also about cost. We were able to save costs when we centralized that type of service, but that's the sort of thing that either can help us put downward pressure on rates or allow us to take that $1 that went there and move it towards wildfire mitigation or something that may be a higher priority. So those are the two things that drove us. We have made that change. I will say, and I heard this at the council meeting a few months ago, was, well, what about those local customer care employees that we had? We worked with those employees and we collaborated with the IBEW 1245 to find reasonable solutions. So we were able to provide a suite of options to most of those employees. For example, we held back on backfills so that when we made this change, these employees could make decisions about moving into other roles. So we have customer care representatives last year that are now, for example, warehousemen or in our design team. So that's an example of some of the things we want to do for those impacted employees from the change. One thing that stood out to us was that, hey, we've got folks that use cash and want access to be able to walk in and make a payment. We wanted to be able to make that available. So we heard that over at that council meeting a few months ago. And so we are seeking more solutions. We have one current location, which is Plaza Tapatia, kind of by the middle of South Lake. Great tacos are pretty good too next door. Anyways, we look to add, for example, like CVS. There's 3 CVSs in town and 3 7-Elevens. And so we're looking to add that. There will be a cash option with no fee. There will be a debit card option with no fee. It's not in place yet. We're working our tails off to get it available. We should have had it in place prior to the change. We didn't, but we did listen, and we are working to get that and make that available to our customers. So that is hopeful soon, and when we have that, we will announce that to our customers so they're aware that those options are available and they can go use those options. Additionally, we're evaluating some other opportunities, like if a solution cannot be provided to a customer via the call-in center, is there something we can do locally to have maybe a virtual experience where you come into the office and maybe we can set you up virtually with one of our care representatives or somebody local to help address whatever that concern may be. And I'll highlight this because I heard this a few months ago as well. So now what with those two facilities? We have a facility in South Lake here, just down the street, and we have a facility in North Lake. That walk-in center that was for our customer care team, we are shifting to be a design center because we met with the development community last year, and the development community and contractors said, Eric, we don't have access to come sit down with your designers and work on a project that we have. And sometimes if we could just meet with you for 20 minutes with the designer for 20 minutes, we can probably resolve something that's otherwise through emails taking weeks. So we said, okay, well, this makes some sense. With the closure of the walk-in, we can convert that to a design center, and we've actually already begun moving our design team into those spaces. And we're hopeful that this summer we'll open those doors to the design and contractor community, or development and contractor community. Changing subjects, I believe there's 4 to cover tonight, is the change in power supply. So what's changing and why? I wanted to give some background on this. So Liberty has been in an energy supply agreement with NV Energy since Liberty bought these assets from NV Energy back in 2010-11 timeframe. Like I mentioned, Liberty built its own 10 megawatt and 50 megawatt solar supplies in Nevada, which is a great location, by the way, for solar because it doesn't get the amount of snow that we get here. 10 megawatts takes up 70 acres, for example. That's a lot of space. Less cloud coverage days. I think most know Nevada is a great space for solar, and that's where our assets are located, and that's where we first get our supply. We will continue to get that supply first. What we are seeking is that incremental supply. So actually, for about a decade, Liberty has been working to get the transmission access to reach further out. So today we can reach as far as our lines go, which is the state line. When we get transmission capacity access through NV Energy, our transmission provider, they are and will always be, we are able to reach further out to more resources. We submitted for that transmission capacity back in about 2019, and that's under FERC tariffs that the transmission provider will provide you that access if it's available. It wasn't available at that time, and it has not been available since. The lines just could not carry more power. So what us and others in the queue have been waiting for is transmission to get built. And when that transmission gets built, you get that additional capacity that then gets assigned to those in the waiting line. We are first in the waiting line, and we've been first since we submitted back in 2019. So when their big 500 kV Greenlink transmission project goes in service, right now they're saying May 2027. We'll see if it's later, but it's either then or later, whatever happens. We then get that transmission capacity access. That gives us the ability to reach further out to the market, to more options, whether it's geothermal, solar, combined cycle, whatever the options are, it allows that further reach that we have. So that is the action that we've taken. We've submitted to the commission, which is a public and transparent process, that we are now seeking to run an RFP to go to market to evaluate those options. We are guided by, we're seeking renewable. We want to achieve or overachieve the state's RPS. And then number 2, affordability. Those are the priorities that we will operate as we go through that RFP. The RFP process is to anybody and everybody out on the market. So we'll take in all options and then work transparently with interveners and with the commission to make those selections. Clearly, renewable and affordable is our goal, and that's how we will go through the solutions. We're excited about it because they need to compete for our business, frankly. They'll be entering into agreements to provide that supply to us, and we will use that supply and deliver it to our customers here. There is not a concern, and I think there was a concern that, hey, does this mean the power's shutting off? This does not mean the power's shutting off. Energy companies, utilities, large customers change energy supply frequently, often go out to the market and seek lower prices or maybe want to move from combined cycle to geothermal or something renewable. Those sort of changes happen regularly in the energy market, and this is us now making one of those changes. So again, we will receive our solar first, and then we'll select from the best options of that RFP for that incremental need above that. Uh-oh. Thank you. Okay, switching gears to the third topic, our general rate case. So we, like all utilities in the state of California and all over the US, file general rate cases. A general rate case is when a utility wants to improve this service or improve reliability or upgrade this project or increase capacity to deliver something to customers, something along those lines. You go in to the commission and you say, this is what I need to go do these things. And the commission looks at that and says, and their job is to, right, it's prudency review. And they'll look at that and say, yep, that's prudent, let's do that, but not these things. That's too much from an affordability for whatever perspective. Let's hold on those. That's generally what a rate case is about. We went in, and we've done this in the last 3-year period, and we've done it in this 3-year period, so 2025 to 2027. And I mentioned this earlier, it's all about wildfire for us. Largely, the decision-making that we make, the strategies that we implement. Earlier in the council meeting, I heard the emphasis on safety. That's what guides us in this space. So we went to the general rate case, or to the commission for a 2025 general rate case, and we did ask for investments, opportunity to reduce the risk of wildfire. That's what it's all about. So we are focused on we have great programs that we've been implementing for years, and we continue to get better and better at it. In fact, if you compare us on a maturity model from a wildfire mitigation plan perspective. And this has been done, by the way. There's an entity that does this. It includes the California utilities, Australia utility, a lot of the NV Energy in Nevada, those utilities that are pretty advanced in wildfire mitigation. Anyways, we are average or slightly above average in all 9 categories. And in 2 of the categories, we're notably better. And we're doing this as a very small utility. As I mentioned, we're notably better in vegetation management. We're one of the best at it. We promote healthy forests, and we reduce those risks from a veg management perspective, and then also our partnerships and collaboration with our public safety partners and other agencies. So we're proud of that, and we want to continue to work on that. But truly, that is what it was about. We asked when I think about that for this community and our customers, it's an investment we're all making. I don't think anybody in this room wants a wildfire in the Tahoe Basin or anywhere near it. We were all around for the Angora fire, many of us, the Caldor fire, et cetera. And so this sort of, you see in the picture there, we all remember many of those. That's what this is. It is an 11% increase in revenue requirement. And I recognize that that is challenging. Nobody wants a rate increase. But I want you to know the value that you're getting for that increase and where that increase is going. It is going to wildfire mitigation. And then I'm cautious of time, so I will go to the last item, which is our advanced metering infrastructure project. It's our smart meter project. We're very excited about this. Frankly, we're one of the last entities in California to do it. Many have done it already. Many all over the country have done it. I think one thing I wanted to highlight is that we were able to secure a federal grant for this. So this is about a $30 million project. We got a $13 million grant from the DOE. That's offsets any cost that we have to collect from customers to do the project. So that's nothing but pure either downward pressure on rates, or it's opportunities to take those dollars and steer them towards other projects like wildfire mitigation, for example. So we're excited about that federal grant. We have already installed almost 15% of the meters have already been changed. And we're looking forward to completing the project and having that. The intent is to have it done by the end of the year. It gives us visibility to every single customer, and it gives customers visibility to their energy usage. From a wildfire perspective, I know the commission has authorized this across the board for utilities, and I know the Office of Energy and Infrastructure Safety highlight the opportunities you get from that situational awareness from those smart meters. There's also conductor down detection and early fault detection that's being studied right now. That's enabled because of smart meters. So not something implemented yet, but certainly something that could be added to our plan in future years because the meters exist. We do have an opt-out option as well. Of course, we want to work with customers. I mentioned this already, but if we aren't delivering value for customers in our community and our employees and for our business, then certainly we're failing. And it is my goal to be transparent with our community and our customers about all of these sort of items and any other items we take on throughout this community and in and around the basin. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Great, thank you so much. Yeah, I think we'll have some questions here from council, so I'll go ahead and open that up. Ms. Horgan.
Have you spoken at any other communities? Is this the first community to ask for your presence?
This is the first city council that I've spoke with. I have worked with Deb Bush in Walker-Colville and met with we've done some open house down there. Met with Sue and the team in Loyalton, and also Ryan, the city manager in Portola. So we try to get out there.
Okay,
We certainly
thank you.
need to continue to get out there.
Okay, thank you for that. And then I'm kind of going to go through your presentation. Did you say the employees for customer service are in Arizona?
Our centralized customer service team is expanding in Arizona. That's correct.
So why was Arizona chosen and not residents of California or Nevada?
We already had a team there. We have several water utilities in and around that Arizona area. And so being able to build upon that team there, plus the facilities are able to accommodate that expansion.
Okay, and then in terms of the design center and customer service center, I'm just curious why it wasn't considered a dual use of this design center. You could have offered short hours for customer service and a couple hours a week or an hour a week, or is there something specific about the design center that would preclude any use for customer service?
The focus for the change, as I mentioned, affordability and customer experience, and it was really about making sure that the employees that perform that task are getting the support they need. And we knew we could do that better by putting everybody in that same room together with trainers, with other experienced individuals, with leadership, and with those tools. So having a small team of maybe 2 or 3 here, whereas having a much larger team together in one location, we believed would enable us to drive that better experience and lower those costs.
And there couldn't be training for someone in that space to additionally offer customer service, or there's no one else in that building that can offer customer service?
That's right. We within our building, both North Lake and South Lake, we are largely operations and engineering and a few other core functions like emergency management. We have a fire specialist and other team members, but we do not have our whole customer care team. That's right. Well, it's one of the shared services that we receive from the grander Liberty Utilities.
Okay, and then I'll jump to smart meters and then come back on one thing. So yes, PG&E rolled out the smart meters when I was in San Francisco 15 years ago. And I recall similar public concerns. My question to you is, one of the things I recall about the opt-out option for PG&E was that it was $10, I think it was $10 a month, but there was a reduced fee for low-income customers that were paying that opt-out. Will Liberty Utilities offer that?
Yeah, there is a fee if you opt out, and then if you are a care customer, it's half the cost.
Okay, so that's similar. And then the last question I have is, to what extent has Liberty investigated a CAISO integration and working with California?
Yeah, thank you. We did look at that. We met with CAISO. We work with a few entities that are experts in this field. Again, we're small. And they performed that sort of study and analysis, and that was one of the 9 options that we did evaluate. We met with CAISO to go through that opportunity, but simply put, physically the lines are just connected to Nevada. So to get the supply or any supply from California, we would have to build a large transmission line from this area to, west over the Sierras towards, central California. We evaluated a few substations on the western slopes of the Sierra. One of the ones that made the most sense from a location perspective is near El Dorado Hills. But to build a transmission line from El Dorado Hills area towards South Lake, you're talking hundreds of millions of dollars and quite the impact to the land to bring that line here. Now, someday that may make sense, but those sort of costs are significant, and so we focused on lines that exist today.
And actually, I just thought of one more question, and then I'll yield. Biomass, has Liberty procured any energy from the biomass space?
No, but we would love to. It has to be affordable for our customers. But if biomass was available and affordable and it checked that box, we would certainly be interested.
Great, thank you. Mr. Jenkins, questions?
Well, I appreciate you being here. Thank you. I have several questions and some comments. And many of them are reflection of comments that have been made by the public online or in other venues to other levels, TRPA and others. First, I want to say that I understand that you are looking at undergrounding, developing a financially sound and affordable way to underground facilities within the city limits, and that's something that some of us have been advocating for a long time. The emphasis being on affordable. Not only is it safe from a fire standpoint, but it's reliable. There's issues that have been raised in the public about reliability with Liberty. But in saying that, the rate to do that, I know, is very expensive per mile. So I mean, I don't know all the details, but I know it's expensive. And we have the Lake Tahoe Restoration Act. If we burn this lake down, we've restored nothing. Keeping electrical safe is, so I would hope that we are partnering in any way, shape, or form with you to partner with the feds so that we can affordably, is that a word? Affordably underground facilities and not make the ratepayer pay the burden of that cost. So am I understanding that those are things that you're pursuing now?
We seek grants, absolutely. Like I
But
said,
yeah, but don't you need in the Lake Tahoe Basin? We get money all the time. It's a question is where does it go and how does it get spent? And so it doesn't like me either. That we have a collaborative process because we're a high hazard fire area. That we get the more grants to keep the burden off the ratepayer, particularly those low income, low moderate income, well, everybody, and for businesses that are stressing about it because some of us have heard. And I have a few questions, so forgive me.
well, first, I do agree.
Okay.
I do agree. In fact, the DOE grant that we got for the AMI project, we had a few letters of support. One of those was from the South Lake.
Well,
Tahoe City.
I thank the people who were listening. I think it's important too. I come from a PG&E area in the Bay Area. We had the best communication relationship between the cities and in the Bay Area and in the Central Valley with them. And I would hope that in the future that we have the kind of communication that you're giving us tonight, that's a consistent process, because that's so really important for the public to know what's going on. And, you know, the CPUC's up there, and people have their own opinions about that organization. But so I think it's really important that there be that public contact, and you're assuring us that that's going to take place. There's been concerns expressed by people who are not stupid, and not that you would suggest that they are, but that smart meters maybe aren't as smart as one would think, and that they might even be a fire hazard in some instances. And I'm wondering what kind of reassurances, what kind of studies, what independent review have been done to assure that those meters themselves are not in a high hazard fire area prone to some fire safety issues. I understand our fire chief is looking at that through CAL FIRE, because there are cities in California, a number of them, that prohibit the use of smart meters, I understand. And so are they safe? Have that been validated?
Do you believe they are safe? We would not have proceeded if we did not believe they were safe.
Sir? I'm sorry.
Oh, yes, we absolutely believe they are safe. We would not have proceeded with a project that we didn't think was safe. That is our number one goal. We talked about that. And frankly, if there are concerns, we want to hear about them. We've done our research. We did not identify concerns. We identified opportunity that we're excited about bringing to the community. But certainly if there's concerns out there, we'd love to read about it. And that informs us. The more information we have, the better decisions we can make.
Well, I think your engagement will help you hear what we hear and what we read when we read letters to TRPA, the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, of people who have concerns with this issue, who then send it to us. When did people in this organization know of these changes? What kind of communication took place between Liberty and the city of South Lake Tahoe, and why did you not engage in a longer franchise agreement with us so we could be assured that, and you have assured us to start your talk, that we're not going to lose energy, but what were, from your perspective, why don't we have a longer franchise agreement with Liberty to assure us that we have electricity, a sufficient supply and affordable supply of electricity?
Yeah, so two things. Energy supply is different than a franchise agreement, but we are looking forward to working with the city on updating a franchise agreement, absolutely. So number one. Number two, we began working with NV Energy in early 2025 on extending the current agreement and evaluating when that agreement would ultimately terminate and we would shift towards the marketplace.
When this new supply of energy is substituted in, I guess would be maybe is a good term, substituted in energy here, what impact do you anticipate, without having a crystal ball, but on ratepayers? Is the supply going to be more expensive, less expensive, or the same? Because I'm sure you hear all the time rates are high, not just here, but all over California. But so what is the impact of this change on rates to the ratepayer?
We do not know impact yet, but the goal is, again, renewable and affordable. So that will be heavily factored into our decision-making and that ultimate approval with the CPUC on whatever selections we make.
Last question that came up. Sorry, thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Mayor. If people choose not to have a meter, I guess they have that choice. Then you're going to charge them, according to what I saw, $50. In fact, there was one person who wrote this up, and I'm not sure they wanted their name mentioned, but there's $50 because why?
It's for the meter reader to drive out to read the meter. Okay. So picture that, if you have a community and a meter reader does not need to drive to that community to read those meters except for one customer, That's what that fee is going to, is for paying for that. Without that fee, then everyone else is subsidizing that cost because of that opt-out. So that's why you see fees like that at utilities like ours.
Last question.
Yep.
Before you began installing meters throughout the community, and as you said, a number of them have already been installed. Did you talk to the development services people? Did you get permits? Did you consult with them about this process, or look at the safety issues that others have raised? Was any of that done, or did you just go in and do it? I mean, I'm just doing that for clarity, not to be rude or anything to you.
Yeah, both. So absolutely, we did a lot of our own internal research. Again, we're one of 26 Liberty utilities, of which many others have smart meters. We also evaluated the other utilities in and around the region. And as well, we talked with other members and entities and partners locally about. Frankly, we got a lot of support. It was a little bit of what took so long. Why now? Why not 10 years ago? Was a lot of the feedback that we got. I know folks. So one thing you get with smart meters is a better outage map, right? Without the smart meters, if you have an outage in a neighborhood, you don't know exactly which house is out until the troubleshooter arrives on scene.
So it's a safety thing. What you're saying is, with a smart meter, if the power's out in that neighborhood, you can identify then immediately soon so that's the advantage, you would say.
One of the advantages.
Okay.
There are many advantages. Now that troubleshooter can be dispatched exactly to that location. Before they get there, they know it's exactly those 5 homes, and that outage map can be reflected. That's also some of the feedback we've got from customers, is our outage map needs to improve. You frankly can't improve an outage map until you have the smart meters. With smart meters, the outage map now is much more accurate. Yeah. Absolutely.
Great. Mr. Roberts.
Yes, let me try to be brief, try to be blunt, though. Thank you for the very thorough presentation. I am impressed with your knowledge and how well you have data right at your fingertips. But it appears to me most of these projects that you're working on and great, great asset to you, seems like you're running a great business from your position as the leader of that business over there. But you're making all these different changes that you're saying are cost saving and all that. But myself and what I'm hearing is I'm not seeing any cost savings. My bill over the last couple of years, same usage, just keeps going up. I hear things that a gentleman had a house, they're 100 yards apart, one's in Nevada, one's in California, and the bill is twice the amount. So I'm just wondering if you can, comment on it, why it's 14 cents in Nevada and 35 in California, for example.
Yeah. Certainly, electric rates in California are challenging. We absolutely recognize that. Currently, we're the second lowest. We have the second lowest rates of the IOUs in California. And after our general rate case and rate change, will be the third lowest. It is certainly challenging. But why have I mentioned all these things, that like grants and whatnot to lower cost? It's to offset the increasing investments that we're making from a wildfire perspective. So that is where the majority of that investment is going. That's the way I look at it, is that's the investment we're all making. So yes, it costs more. Yes, that you see that each month in the bill, but where it's going is very important things. From a grid hardening perspective, we are going through this community and the communities that we serve, and we're undergrounding. We just did Cave Rock over here in South Lake late last year. We've installed covered conductor around all of Fallen Leaf Lake. The service to and around all of that lake is now modern, fire hardened and covered conductor. We continue to change out and advance our fusing, our relaying. We change out old poles. If you've ever driven around the neighborhood and you see a pole and you go, that looks pretty old. We've done almost 2,000 pole changeouts in just the last 2 years. It's significant. We have 23,000 poles, and we've done 2,000 in just the last 2 years. That's some of the grid advancement that we're making. Further, we have weather stations throughout our entire service territory. We do weekly fuel sampling. We know the moisture within the vegetation within the community. We have wildfire cameras. We partner with Alert West with AI detection. If it sees smoke, it alerts public safety partners. We use those 39 weather stations to guide everything that we do. We have an advanced protection network throughout the entire system. This is actually really neat, so I'll expand on it. But as fire weather conditions increase, we can go from normal mode to what we call fire season mode in seconds. And we can do it by one little section on any feeder. So we can pick one neighborhood in South Lake or near Fallen Leaf Lake and say, the fire weather is increasing there. We need to go from normal mode to fire season mode. We can do that within seconds. When we need to go to extreme fire season mode because conditions continue to worsen, we can do that as well. And then ultimately, if we have to get to a public shutoff, we're fully equipped to do that. We operate under FEMA's ICS structure. We have full incident management training, and I believe we're one of the best emergency responders in the region, and we work very collaboratively with our public safety partners. We have another tabletop exercise actually next month and a full operational exercise in June. Additionally, our inspection programs are incredible. We are often referred to as the entity with the best management program in the nation, which makes sense because our goal in this region is to have one of the smartest forests on the planet. And so we work with federal lands, we work with state land. We have our Resilience Corridor project that we've implemented for a few years where we actually get and we donate to the National Forest Foundation, and they work with the National Forest to do additional clearing, not just at our transmission lines or distribution lines, but also into the forest to promote that. And we work with the TRPA and those other agencies to do that work. We do slash and clearing. We partnered just recently, for example, with Truckee Fire. Over 350 acres, I think, was done in the Glenshire community. And we, of course, did that at the same time and did acreage in and around our facilities. We inspect our transmission and distribution services every 5 years with detail. This is a person standing there, an expert lineman that goes through every inch of that facility every 5 years. And then additionally, they patrol it every single year. So every single asset has a lineman that is looking at that asset every single year. And I can go on and on about our programs. The best way to say it is that maturity model. Again, we're average or slightly above average with some of the best in the world, and notably we're better in 2 of the categories. And for a small company, it's impressive.
You're a small company, part of a big company.
We are.
Yeah.
And that big company, though, to put it into perspective, that big Liberty Utilities is roughly the same size of just NV Energy. Is same size as roughly just NV Energy. So we're a small company that's a part of a medium-sized company.
Great. Thank you. And that's it, Mr. Roberts. All right, Mr. Robbins online, questions?
Yes, can you guys hear me well?
Yes.
So one of my primary concerns it's dark here, so there's not much to see of me. One of my primary concerns with NV Energy here in South Lake, or is it with Liberty Utilities here in South Lake Tahoe, is energy reliability. We've had already this year a number of power outages on sunny days that just weren't, particularly storm days, and I'm concerned that there does not seem to be a concrete plan in place for undergrounding utilities against, wind hazards and downed trees and that sort of thing, given that that is both a fire hazard and also a delivery reliability problem. Every time we have a significant power outage, that costs every restaurant in town a huge amount of money in not just lost business, but in lost goods and services and inventory that has to be, refrigerated. And then, you know, a lot of businesses are putting in backup generators, which again is a cost they have to bear in order to deal with unreliable utility delivery. And all of this is coming at the same time that our rates are going up at the same time. So I want to know, what is Liberty's plan, if there is one, for undergrounding utilities here in these high wind, high fire conditions, given how unreliable the power has been in the last few years?
Yeah, absolutely. So one, we have at our general rate case, we submit a plan that is a 3-year plan that includes all of that mitigation work. Further, with the Office of Energy and Infrastructure Safety, we have a roughly 700-page wildfire mitigation plan that details all of those projects. We've got a risk model that is maturing and getting better and better. That risk modeling is what takes a look at traditional hardening, so just traditional overhead distribution circuit. Do you just rebuild that with new and modern assets? That comes at one cost. You can look at a covered conductor project, like I mentioned, around Fallen Leaf Lake. That comes at an incrementally higher cost, but lower risk over time. And then that cost for the undergrounding and ultimately the risk that reduction that it brings. We look at every single project where it is. We run it through our risk modeling. And what we do is we say how much risk is being reduced over 50 years, assuming the life of the assets is 50 years, and then at that cost, and what is the risk spend efficiency for the project? And we aim to select those that have the best risk spend efficiency, and that's how we select whether it's traditional hardening, covered conductor, or undergrounding. All 3 solutions we often implement.
So again, the question was, what plan exists, if any, to underground power lines here in South Lake Tahoe?
That would be our wildfire mitigation plan, and it dictates the mileage in which we are undergrounding in the local community.
And what is that for South Lake Tahoe?
I don't remember the exact location where we are undergrounding in 2026. We just did Cave Rock in South Lake in 2025. We're doing 7.2 miles. I know this is not your question, but I can remember it. 7.2 miles at least of covered conductor in and around the area.
So in and around the area includes the entire South Shore region from Cave Rock in, so not the city, not the city specifically, correct?
The covered conductor, think Sorensen's Tap, up 89 and out over the summit. It's the feeder that runs up and over and down that Highway 89. That is one of the areas that is getting notable covered conductor this year.
So the lines coming in, when you say on 89, this is at Echo Pass, you mean?
The other direction towards Markleyville.
Towards Markleyville. Oh, okay.
Yep.
All right. So there's no plan in the next season for undergrounding in the city of South Lake Tahoe proper.
Again, we could take a look at wildfire mitigation plan. Happy to come back and share additional detail. I apologize, I can't remember the details of each specific project, but certainly we're doing projects all over the basin and just outside of the basin.
Could you and could staff please be sure to coordinate and follow up and get a complete list of all undergrounding projects for the South Shore Basin for the next time period that's been scheduled, and share that with the council, since you don't have that data handy? I guess it's a question for both staff and Liberty, if coordinate to get that information. I haven't heard. If there was an answer, I couldn't hear it.
Do you have that information that you'd be able to send to us at a later time?
Absolutely.
Yeah, could I comment that along with Mr. Robbins' question of undergrounding, we get Rule 20 money in California, and the question and I wonder sometimes where the money goes and how it's used is in, and I would hope that there's some collaborative relationship about putting undergrounding where it's most needed from a reliability standpoint and from a risk management within a reliability and a fire prevention standpoint. And that it's not just where it's not on just on Venice, not to pick on Venice Boulevard or where I live on Whitney, but it's not. But that you look at that there's some collaborative conversation about where should that Rule 20 money best. That's money to help you underground that the state collects as part of your rates.
Yeah.
So I assume that there's going to be conversation and that we're putting the money in where we get the most bang for the buck. Is that fair?
Absolutely. And we can tell you every single feeder, the asset risk with that feeder based on the inspection information. We can tell you if there's potential rot inside the wood. We can tell you the condition of the insulators, the conductor, the cross arm, any guy wires, any grounding. All of that asset information goes into our risk model. Additionally, we can tell you we partner with another entity called Techno Silva. It evaluates fire spread and fire ignition potential and the amount of structures and consequence that can stem from any sort of fire. All of that sort of information, including PSPS risk, the extreme fire season mode risk, all that filters into that risk modeling. So we know that the assets that we are improving are absolutely the right assets to be improving it. In fact, our vision is that we can be the best in California. We are often held to the same standards that the large IOUs are held to. They have teams of 30 that do risk modeling. We might have a team of 1, but we have the same standards. The advantage that we have is that we have 46 feeders. A large IOU might have 4,000 feeders. We have a single individual that absolutely can know every inch of that feeder. In fact, we have several at the company that know the community and they know the assets inside and out. And when you marry that complex risk modeling, right, the data-informed decision-making with experts that truly know the system inside and out, that's why we believe we can be one of the best when it comes to actually putting the best dollar at the best location. And I want to highlight on undergrounding. Undergrounding often is not the answer when it comes to our evaluations. The main reason for that is the amount of granite that's in the ground in the basin. So those costs for undergrounding are often 3 to 5 times what overhead work is. But when you look at the amount of cost for trenching in a granite-filled area, it can be as high as 10 to 12 times the cost. So it often doesn't pencil. But when it does, we certainly select it.
Great, thank you. Mr. Robbins, any other questions that you had?
Very few of our neighborhood roads are undergrounded by granite, as evidenced by just how many potholes they have. They are built on sill and sand, and most of the South Shore area, most of the plain area of South Lake Tahoe is soft sill. It's sand and weak rock. It's not like digging and trenching in Manhattan. So that may be true in certain spots, like in the Cave Rock area where you're on the shoreline there, right at the edge of the mountains, but that's certainly not the case for most of the South Lake Tahoe area and the South Shore, the flat areas of the South Shore. So I'm not sure how that would really meaningfully factor in. My concern here is that, you know, in the last 10 years that I coming up on, I guess, 11, 12 years now that I think I've been here, I don't think I've seen any significant amount of undergrounding of electrical utilities. And I don't think I've ever seen a year with fewer than half a dozen power outages. It's really phenomenal just how unreliable power delivery is here in an area that's not that remote, not by modern standards anyway. So I'd very much like to see what the plans are for hardening and reliability, not just wildfire mitigation, because that can often mean things like, you know, trimming back trees, which are good, but, you know, you get the next high wind and the next, you know, the trees grow over the next season and they'll just fall on the lines again. And that seems to be the pattern that we've been putting up with here, despite higher utility prices. So I look forward to seeing that data, but, you know, I just haven't seen anything really being done along those lines. And every time it's come up with Liberty, the concern is that, you know, they don't want to pay for it, despite the fact that our rates are going up so high. So you know, if we're mitigating for wildfire risk, I don't understand why more undergrounding hasn't been a consequence of that. So I'd like to see that in your delivered materials.
Great.
Will do.
All right, thank you. If that's it, I have a couple questions. I would ask you to elaborate a little bit more on the idea that, you know, even if you don't get to this new transmission deal with a new provider of NV Energy, that where the lights are not going to turn out, right? That you're kind of mandated by CPUC to figure out the way to get us power, and even if the, you know, agreement doesn't come within the time NV Energy, I believe they're still mandated to provide it. It will just almost be on like a month-to-month contract with you guys, but just to guarantee the public that our lights are not going to turn out regardless of what happens in this negotiation.
Yeah, that's correct. So there are mandates to serve, and electricity will be provided.
And Ms. Horgan, did you have another question?
Yeah, I just had one question because it was pointed out by Councilmember Roberts that the fee for opting out is $52.96 a month. And you mentioned that that was to cover the cost of someone who needs to come out and get the meter. But my concern is, I guess that would make sense if it was 1 or 2 meters. But if a large number of members in our community decide to opt out, is there a possibility that that fee could be reduced by the fact that there would already be somebody up checking a number of meters rather than $50 for every individual? It seems like something that could be offset if we do have a lot of members in our community that would like that service.
Yeah, that absolutely. So any cost that we have through rates is reviewed and guided by the CPUC. So if for some reason that cost doesn't make sense at the next review, it would be lowered.
All right. Well, with that, we're going to go ahead and open this for public comment. Thank you for being here. And we are going to go ahead and open this item now for public comment. This is item 16, the Liberties Utilities presentation. With that, we'll go ahead and open this in the room. Mr. Loberg.
Scott Loberg, South Lake Tahoe taxpayer. I'm concerned, what's going to happen to the meter readers when they're no longer necessary? Are they going to be absorbed into the company? Are they going to be retrained? Or are they just going to be cut loose? The other thing is, it was mentioned about the AMI project, Advanced Metering Infrastructure, that it improves outage response and communication in the bullet point, but it was mentioned that it's going to be studied. So is it going to be studied, or is it actually going to improve that, the outage maps, et cetera, and the response time? It's very confusing whether it's going to be studied or it's actually going to make an impact. The other is, have you looked at Lodi? In Lodi, in October of 2013, they opened a 200 megawatt natural gas plant. And it's with the Northern California Power Agency. It's a 13-member nonprofit joint powers authority out of Roseville. One of the members is BART, and there's some members in Lodi, et cetera. But a city twice the size of us can do that without the tourist visitation that we have. Surely we can do something similar. Maybe Liberty can do it in Nevada with less regulations and just bring it over here. The plant there in Lodi is considered the cleanest in California, and perhaps even the cleanest in the nation. So that might be something to explore. No, it's a natural gas. Yeah, as far as biomass, from the forest cleaning, maybe that could be used in the biomass in conjunction with the lumber mill down at the bottom by Carson City that the Board of Supervisors doesn't seem to know what exists. But a $13 million grant is great, but if the cost is $30 million, somebody's got to come up with the rest of the money. for putting in these smart meters. And that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Loberg. Anybody else here in the room? Yes, Mr. Messina.
Hey, John Messina speaking for myself. And I don't see any point in putting in these smart meters at all, because you can't get to their outage map when the power goes out anyhow, because you have to find the account number before you can see it. I mean, this is ridiculous. Why don't they just make the thing public so everybody can just log on and see where the power outages are? The other thing is, we've never had a chance to inspect these new meters or have them evaluated. That should be done before the first one was put in. I'd like to know exactly what they're capable of doing, how they transmit the data to the utility, and we should have that. I mean, the hackers have probably already got it, so it's not a big secret. Are they going to be able to turn my power off in the middle of the night if they feel like? What kind of games are they going to be able to play with these new meters? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Messina. Anybody else here in the room? Yes, Mr. Exline.
Good evening, council members. Nick Exline. I'm here on behalf of the South Tahoe Public Utility District as a board director, and thank you so much for your time today. I'm really excited to be here. The first thing I'd like to announce is April 29th, we have a ribbon cutting, if you haven't seen, for STPUD's 1 megawatt solar facility that were really kicked on just before the new year, but we wanted to celebrate in style and wanted to celebrate on Earth Day, so you're all invited. And so really want to get into it because there's a lot of things I want to cover. So I want to provide a little context in terms of rates and then how you manage rates at a utility company and my issues with Liberty. But I want to provide a little context. When we started with the 1 megawatt solar facility at STPUD, we were scheduled to save about $1.25 million. Now that's over $8 million. Same solar facility. And so you can see in that very short period of time, the rate increases and the significant impact that is having on our poor community. We've seen rate increases of 30, 40%. One thing I know incredibly well is, the process that goes into setting rates for a utility company, in particular a utility company in the Tahoe Basin. We're being told it's about fire. I could tell you exactly where I was sitting in the Mackey Science Building in 2000, when all this was discussed. So the investment in wildfire preparedness, hardening, should have began 25 years ago, but nothing was done. Things were deferred. Things were kicked down the road. Things were passed on so that we could increase things to the rate we are now. A utility company, barring an act of God, should never increase their rates 30 or 40% without just rampant mismanagement. And I think that's really important that we discuss that and we know that as a community. As we're looking to a new relationship with Liberty Utilities and in a community, I think we have a lot of opportunity. As I just mentioned, our 1 mega solar plant in STPUD is going to save over $8 million in 25 years. If we were able, just at our wastewater treatment plant, to do a behind-the-meter solar install, we could raise that to $24 million. If we include the Luther Pass pump station, which we spend $1 million a year on, we would save in that same 25-year period of time, something about $50 million. So what we really want to do is work as a community. As STPUD, I'm leading this charge. We want to evaluate the tariff that exists with Liberty Utilities. We don't think it's fair for the community. We don't think it's fair for the ratepayers, and it's definitely not fair for STPUD. We want to do that to have behind-the-meter systems, and with the time I have left available to you, I'd like to continue this conversation. Because ultimately, Liberty keeps referring to their investing. You're investing. This is your money. We're paying them every single month to invest money into our community. When you flush the toilet, that water that goes out, that's your pipe, because it's the South Tahoe Public Utility District. And so as we engage with our interactions with Liberty, we need to, one, discuss rates, how it's been managed, why it's being done, give ourselves the opportunity to invest and save ourselves locally. And then three, we as a community want to own these assets. We don't want to subsidize and pay for wealth generation of people that don't live in the basin. And the last thing I would say is, when I ran for office in 2016.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys.
Ms. Sotterston.
All right, Melissa Sotterston, South Lake Tahoe. I'm very fortunate that I had a chance to speak with the gentleman from Liberty at Earth Day. He's a wonderful person. I really like him personally. However, this presentation was incredibly disappointing. I came in here thinking I was going to go pretty light on them, and this was really disheartening. We continue to vilify wildfire, which is a natural part of our forests, which is what our forests more than anything need. So we're going back to fire suppression. That's great. You want to do that? We can start with the drop lines from our homes. That is one of the greatest ignition points right here in our town. If you walk through town, they like to talk about how there's linemen that know every inch of these lines out here. Then how come there are tree branches growing through nearly every single utility line in town? And they're not small tree branches that grew over the winter. These are big gnarled things that have been sitting there for probably decades. Those are simple places that we could start. I too am incredibly concerned about the smart meters. There have been numerous studies done that they do not turn off during off hours like our old ones do, that they are running constantly, that they are constantly hooked up to the grid, that they are constantly charging you some low level of power, which is, as we all know, any increase in our rates is huge for us. The prices that we're paying are exorbitant, and I know for a fact that my panel and my wiring in my home are not up to standard for their new smart meters. There is no way that these older homes are up to standard for new technology. And I want to know who is going through and testing all of our outdoor panels and making sure that our fuses are standard for these smart meters. It's a huge concern. The fire is a concern. We know that any additional things on the outside of our homes are adding to our fire danger. And hearing that we're burying lines in Cave Rock and Glenbrook, which I know for a fact that Glenbrook, and I know that this gentleman has been at the utility meetings on Kingsbury Grade for their utility district as well, they paid for a good portion of that cost themselves because they're a very wealthy community, and we cannot do that here. We watch these utility companies make record profits year after year after year. They're spending exorbitant and exponential amounts on helicopters to remove trees from well out in the forest, and not doing a damn thing here in town. So I would just like to see our tree branches trimmed on the utility lines that you refuse to bury, at the very least. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sotterston. Anybody else here in the room that would like to give public comment on this item? Yes.
Hi, my name is Molly Ramanino. I'm here representing Tahoe Climate Change Action Network. I will just quickly say, before I go into a long tangent and get cut off, that this is a really good opportunity for us to start exploring public utility options. I think it doesn't really need to be explained or dived into how unsatisfactory our partnership with Liberty Utility has been. We've been slapped in the face over and over again, and now is a really important time to start exploring community choice aggregates, partnering with Pioneer, or at least putting budget and focus and finances to other public utility options. That being said, Liberty, you say you are operating as a small utility, but that's just so you can hide behind a regulatory wall and operate unregulated, and you can charge us rates that are, again, maybe you say for wildfires, but they are wildfires that you cause. We will pay you for your wildfire, while we also pay state taxes for the wildfire fund that we do not have access to because Liberty Utility hides as a small utility. So our rates, Keith, are high because we are paying for their destruction. We are also paying state taxes for the general wildfire fund, again, that we do not have access to, that we would have access to if we were a public utility. Same with climate programs that the state has for communities like the South Lake Tahoe, but again, we do not have access to those climate programs that we are paying into because we partner with Liberty Utility. It's unhinged rate increases, again, mostly because of wholesale market manipulation that they can do, because they operate in a regulatory gray area within the CPUC. Liberty intends to procure energy from places like Utah through the Green Link transmission line, maybe. They say renewable, but we've know from evidence that we've tried to partner with them for our renewable goals ourselves for the last 5 years. The STPUD solar plant was capped at 1 megawatt because Liberty Utilities hides behind the net metering rulemaking, Law 21. Again, this doesn't have to happen. We can have larger than 1 megawatt of solar available to our community here. We know that renewable energy is possible at rates equal or cheaper than what we are paying now, again, because Liberty Utilities operates outside of the CPUC regulatory requirements that large utilities are required to adhere to. I think this is I think we should take next steps towards reliable, affordable, and locally controlled energy, not with Liberty.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. All right. Anybody else here in the room that would like to give public comment on this item? Yes, just state your name if you could for the record.
Luke Scheidler, South Lake Tahoe resident and smart metering professional for the past 15 years. I also distributed energy resource management professional, and I also support local clean energy options like Nick and Molly brought up, but it is very hard to run a utility cleanly and affordably, especially in an environment such as we operate in. I thought Liberty did a great job presenting what they are doing, including investing in smart metering, and I just wanted to speak for a moment about some of the things that these new smart meters are doing, that they are investing in. One, to the safety issue that was brought up about old service panels and things. These meters actually monitor the temperature within the meter, and if there's any increase in temperature from a hot socket or a loose connection, they will immediately communicate that back. They can also detect high impedance, so any sort of little fault or short in there that is causing a faulty connection, and they can very accurately identify where that connection is, if it's in the service panel, if it's in the service drop, if it's upstream in the transformer. Lots of really good things that those meters do from a safety perspective so that we're not starting fires locally. They also do vegetation contact detection, transformer load management, so we're not overloading our transformers, and potentially, faulting at those transformers, causing sparks, more safety issues. They also have big advantages for people wanting to adopt EVs, but not wanting to upgrade their service panels. So 100 amp service panel, get a level 2 EV charger, you need to upgrade that service panel. It's a $10,000 expense sometimes. Sometimes you have to upgrade that transformer. It's a $50,000 expense. The meters themselves can autonomously connect to EV chargers and throttle those EV chargers up and down to avoid investment in a service panel or a transformer upgrade. It's really an enormous value proposition. Let's see, what else? The comment about the meters using extra energy and customers being charged for that. They do use a small amount of energy, but that is not on the metered side of the load, so customers aren't getting charged for that. Last thing I'll say is a lot of people are interested in local ownership and local distributed energy resources. I am too. I would just encourage Liberty, when they go out for RFP looking for new resources, that they do evaluate the resources that we could deploy locally. These meters also have a lot of functions around distributed energy resource management and doing more with less. So they could really do a good job of making use of local generated resources.
Thank you so much. Great. Anybody else here in the room? Mr. Friedrich.
Good evening, Mayor Bass, City Council, staff, John Friedrich. Liberty Energy request for proposals to replace NVE states that proposals for renewable energy are encouraged and may receive a higher rating upon bid evaluation, yet there's no prompt in the draft RFP to prioritize delivery of renewable energy, and the evaluation criteria have not yet been made public. I would say that needs to be made explicit, with higher values assigned to parties that put forward the highest percentage of clean energy from real new clean energy sources like solar farms and wind turbines, and not paper renewable energy credits. The transition from NVE to a third-party energy provider is tied to operation, as Eric and others have stated, to the Greenlink transmission line, which is really a great opportunity to access more clean, renewable, low-cost energy sources. Using clean energy to power our homes, businesses, and cars is not only the right thing to do, it's the cheapest form of energy. After all, the sun and wind are provided abundantly for free every day. Since these are intermittent sources, Liberty should pair procurement of solar and wind with time of use policies that incentivize use of electricity when the sun is shining and the wind is blowing. As Luke hinted at earlier, Liberty should also pursue renewable energy and battery storage projects within our distribution system to produce, store, and dispatch clean energy locally. This will provide system resiliency when we lose service from transmission lines during fire or other events, transmission lines that come over fire-prone mountains from Nevada. The City Council in 2021 adopted a more ambitious 100% renewable electricity by 2030 resolution. Since then, the city has evaluated options for meeting that goal, whether through Liberty, a CCA, or a municipal utility. The city, in the comment letter, a draft comment letter from Mayor Bass to the CPUC, should add a line or two, I would suggest, about the city's expectations for clean energy and resiliency to meet the city's 100% renewable requirement, provide backup sources of power if if wildfire or other causes disrupt transmission lines, and to provide potential rate relief by prioritizing low-cost clean energy combined with strategic time of use rates and battery storage. This is a chance for Liberty to demonstrate to the city it's the right partner to meet these goals. Thank you.
Anybody else here in the room? Yes, Mr. Mosier.
Good evening, Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. First of all, I'd like to say that, we're an island here. We suffer from island mentality from time to time, but also, there are a lot of restrictions. We're not surrounded by 1,000 miles of ocean, but the mountains, 10,000-foot peaks, and weather. But, I think myself, that I think Liberty does a pretty good job, and we should be grateful if somebody does want to serve us. We've kind of had issues with cable service, providers leave, and we have Spectrum. People can complain about Spectrum or so, but beyond that, there's not too many choices. Like I said, when you're an island, we have dead limbs on trees coming down all the time. Healthy limbs break down from heavy snow and ice on lines. And on the equipment. We have 100-mile-an-hour winds over the ridges here have to contend with for the lines coming over the mountain to service. Undergrounding, people talk about, well, try digging over here. Even where you don't have granite, you have tree roots because there's trees everywhere that add to the problems. And we also look to, like on Johnson Boulevard, want to wait to underground the utilities there till we do a complete streets and coordinate it with that. So, that's part of the problem also. You got to remember, we started as a city here with almost zero infrastructure, and we're having to go from scratch. This was just, summer cabins and whatnot. So there's a complete lack of, still a big lack of infrastructure to deal with, and it needs to be upgraded. I would look at, also having them maybe Liberty look into more wind generation. There are wind turbines that aren't just the ones that are problems for birds, since we have eagles here and stuff you have to be aware of. But we have, like I said, 100-mile-an-hour winds, heavily buying wind credits from Colorado, like we don't have any wind here. So, I would look at, putting up some wind generation as well as more solar. Again, it's hard to put solar on a lot of homes because of the fact that trees block the sun. A lot of us are just, maybe get an hour or two of direct sun a day on our homes. But there is opportunities in some open areas, but also with wind along the shoreline or places that are up the mountain a bit that are exposed to put in some wind generation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mosier. Anybody else here in the room that would like to give public comment on this item? All right, seeing none, we'll go to Zoom.
Yeah, right now we have 4 hands raised. Our first speaker is Danielle Hughes.
Good evening. My name is Danielle Hughes, and I am here on behalf of Tahoe Spark. I want to be clear, don't be misled by the narrative that Liberty Utilities is a small utility. When you actually look at the history, the structure, and the financials, this is a complex multi-state system with layers of procurement and profit margins that are not transparent to this community. This is not normal. It's not normal for a region like ours to rely on a single 5-year wholesale agreement to keep our power stable and reliable. It's common for practice for other utilities to have multi procurement opportunities. It's not just looking at one short-term agreement. That's why we are here, is because they did not plan. We are currently already contracting out to Utah, to Wasatch. They are moving their facilities, as you know, and they discussed. They've closed their South Shore and their North Shore offices after ratepayers have paid what are often referred to as golden assets in the business. We paid high-cost assets to redevelop those facilities. Then they shut them down while we face long-term uncertainty and rising costs. This is a crisis at this point. We need basic services, but it's about policy and it's about performance. Liberty has not performed. They continue to not perform. I have numerous emails from different contractors, small businesses, essential services across the region that have not been responded to. It's not just weeks, as Liberty says. It's literally years in some cases. This is not acceptable for a utility responsible for public safety and economic stability. Even what they say, they are telling you a sales pitch right now. On wildfire mitigation, their wildfire mitigation plan was not approved. It would take 100 years to implement. There are significant concerns with that. UNR has not been paid for the fire cameras that they stated that they're doing until recently. So those partnerships that we have been charged for are not there, even though we are paying for them. Historically, Liberty has operated some of the highest authorized returns of any utility until we intervened. This should tell you everything about the level of oversight that has been missing for years. It is time to hold the state of California accountable for oversight of this utility and to make sure that we are included in climate policies. And it is your opportunity now to provide that input and look at alternatives such as CCAs or utility public service.
Thank you, Ms. Hughes. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have David Gabriel.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is David Gabriel. I'm an electrical engineer. Let's be clear about who we are dealing with tonight. This is not a local business. Liberty Utilities is a subsidiary of Algonquin Power, a Canadian multinational energy conglomerate with a nearly $5 billion market cap. Right now, this multi-billion-dollar corporation is polluting our grid and attempting to bypass California law. We have a choice. We should form a community choice aggregation, or CCA. Liberty claims to be a partner in our climate goals, but the data says otherwise. Their carbon emissions are 68% higher than the California utility average. 64% of their power is unspecified from dirty fossil fuels. Now they're trying to lock us into 5 more years of this dirty power, through a rushed and illegitimate process. The expiration of the NV Energy contract in 2027 is not an unforeseeable emergency. Liberty has known about it for years. They're using an advice letter to do this, which blatantly violates CPUC General Order 96B. By pushing this fake emergency, Liberty is violating the legal prudent manager standard. They are dodging state environmental planning mandates under SB 350, and they are violating Public Utilities Code Section 451, which mandates just and reasonable rates. Instead of accountability, Liberty is using strong-arm tactics. Let's talk specifically about the 2020 Mountain View fire. Liberty's infrastructure was implicated in burning 20,000 acres and destroying nearly 100 homes in Mona County. Now they are actively trying to pass their settlement and legal defense costs onto us through rate hikes. Liberty incurred $180 million in costs to defend and resolve third-party claims from the Mountain View fires. They're passing that cost on to us. Now Liberty's asking us to pay for their negligence and legal fees. Liberty believes that they have a right to a guaranteed profit. Their own negligence caused these fires, and they have no right to force and rushed process to bypass the California laws. City Council members, it is your duty to stand up to this bullying. You cannot allow Liberty to use regulatory loopholes to ram through a 5-year contract that hurts our wallets and our environment. You must formally protest this illegitimate process. More importantly, let's recognize this moment for what it is, our exit strategy. We do not need to be held hostage by Liberty. We can form a CCA and secure our own clean power, lower our rates, and keep control. Liberty is a middleman that adds no value. We simply do not need them anymore. It is time to act like it. They want us to pay more so they can do less. It really is that simple. They own the meter, we pay for it. Let's take this moment and dump Liberty Utilities. I yield.
Thank you very much. All right, next up we have Heather Cade Bauer.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Heather Cade Bauer. I'm a resident of the city of South Lake Tahoe. We have lived in our home for 25 years, and as others have mentioned, utility rates have gone out of control. We have had our Liberty rates triple over the past 5 years. To Ms. Totterson's point, I have reported a tree hitting a pole outside of our house during high winds for at least 15 years, and Liberty has done nothing. With that said, I would like to address Liberty Utilities' recent rollout of smart meters across our city. I know the council may draft a protest letter to the CPUC regarding Liberty's rate increases and the closure of the local service center. I'm urging you to expand that protest to include the severe fire safety risks and the opt-out fees associated with these new smart meters. We live in a high fire danger area. Every piece of equipment attached to our homes in the Tahoe Basin must be scrutinized. Liberty claims these meters improve situational awareness, but they often ignore the physical vulnerability of the device itself, while honestly trying to increase their profit margin by not having to employ meter readers. Unlike analog meters, these electronic smart meters typically lack internal surge arresters and circuit breakers. When a utility surge occurs, these meters can become an open portal for high voltage to enter our homes. Many of our homes are older, with older electrical sockets, and the high frequency pulse of the smart meters could cause opportunities for catastrophic failure. Our community cannot afford a meter initiated fire. Why is Liberty forcing this technology onto our older housing stock? Then there's the opt-out fee. Currently, Liberty is charging over $50 a month to opt out from a smart meter being installed. For many of our citizens, this is not a choice. It is a penalty. We are essentially being told that if we want to avoid a potential fire hazard or protect our data privacy, we must pay over $600 a year. As a renter and ratepayer, I was never notified of the option to opt out, and a smart meter was installed with little notice. One day, a guy showed up on my door and said he was doing something to our meter. I have 2 specific requests. If you do draft a letter, demand a fee-free opt-out. No resident of South Lake Tahoe should be charged a monthly fee to maintain the safety and privacy of their home. And then there should be an independent safety review. Demand that Liberty and their contractor halt installations until a third-party fire safety audit is conducted. We struggle with the threat of wildfires in our area and should not have to worry about a fire starting on the side of our homes because of a smart upgrade we didn't ask for. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak tonight.
Thank you. Okay, next up we have Eric Asbury.
Hello, City Council and staff. Eric Asbury for the record. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you. I'd like to discuss Liberty Utilities' plan to install smart meters on each electrical service connection in the city and Tahoe Basin as a whole, totaling more than 51,000 residences. I'm grateful that the city of South Lake Tahoe is providing an initial round for public input on this matter, considering Liberty seeks to avoid public input by putting out their advanced to digital meter notice and advancing to replace them without an opportunity for the public input on government forums. Liberty Utilities is employing a legal contracting sleight of hand called implied consent with its public notice that is it moving forward ahead to replace all existing analog meters in the Tahoe region with dangerous smart meter technology. TRPA has a clear legal and public trust duty under the compact to review smart meter replacement activities, and it should be an emphasis with the city to formally request TRPA to act for the protection of the region, which the city alone can't protect itself from against increased fire risks and health risks outside of its boundaries. Lacking regulatory action or intent by TRPA to compel a Liberty application for review and approval, I suggest a motion for a moratorium on smart meters in the city. As a side note, many cities in California have already banned smart meters, and I encourage the city of South Lake Tahoe to do the same, and further suggest TRPA should ban digital smart meters of all kinds in the region pending further public notice. Smart meter technology poses a huge health risk and fire risk for humans, animals, and the environment we live in due to the dangerous levels of microwave energy radiation that adversely affects the environment and everything living surrounding the area, which also includes failures that are not limited to sparking, arcing, explosions, and fires. Smart meter failure rates are cited at 5% annually, which accounts to roughly 2,500 smart meter failures per year for a project this size. When failures occur, the power lines generally must be de-energized to fight any resulting fire and prevent electrocutions, which requires a crew in the field and often results in significant delays and a blown or burned out meter that can't de-energize the system, as well as having all private in-home activities involving energy use monitored and tracked 24/7 so that Liberty can sell or provide to others the data obtained from you and yours with their intrusive and dangerous smart meter technology, including government agencies, cyber criminals, and hackers, all without one's knowledge.
Thank you, Mr.
consent.
Asbury. Your time is up. Thank you. Lastly, we have Mr. Alan Miller.
Thank you. I am opposed to the smart meters and concurring with the prior speakers who have also opposed smart meter installation. I think it's just the wrong technology for our basin, given that 94% of Liberty's service area is in high hazard fire area, and we all know that. We don't have any credible evacuation plans. And so what is Liberty prepared to deal with 500 fires a year? Even if we have a 1% failure rate on these things? I don't think so. They've left the basin. They closed their office as far as I can tell with regard to maintenance and upkeep of the lines, and they moved to Nevada. And so, I think that the speakers have already covered a number of the issues, but there's just so many reasons to oppose these smart meters in our area that I really do encourage the city to take action urgently here before more smart meters are installed, and appeal to TRPA, the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, as I have, that these are potentially significant and dangerous impacts that we're being exposed to, and TRPA has a clear authority and legal duty to at least review the plans to install 50,000 smart meters. We're talking about 50,000 smart meters. I know it's small potatoes when you look in terms of California or other places that have installed these, but we don't need them. And I just have to say, frankly, I think we're being set up to be the next Lahaina, the next Paradise, and these smart meters are going to play into that. The presentation mentioned nothing about increased fire threats from the meters, and won't. And they claim that they're, doing all this fire mitigation, but it isn't going to help. None of that's going to matter if they're sparking meters on the side of our houses and every structure in the basin. It's just outrageous to me. And, the other thing I think is like I said, a lot of these houses in our basin here are just very old wiring. I've seen so many funky setups. I've replaced my own panels. It's just a setup for us to burn with these power surges that occur from the outages, and that we're explained that these new meters are just cheap, throwaway type technology expected to last a few years and then be replaced. It's all to invade our privacy.
All right, thank you, Mr. Miller. Thank you, Mr. Miller. Your time is up. Thank you. I will note for the record that we did receive written public comment from Pedigo, Schultz, Miller, and the TCCAN, Ms. Armanino. And that's it.
Great. All right. So with that, we'll go ahead and bring this back to council. So we are looking for a motion here for the letter and direction on the letter for the submittal to the California Public Utility Commission. So I'll go ahead and bring that back to council to talk about the direction for that.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Jenkins.
It sounds like from the testimony, and this is, I really appreciate the comments that are being made by community members in this regard. It sounds like that there's a couple of players, or more than a couple players in this. One, there's a CPUC. I'll leave out commentary about and then there's TRPA. As we keep being told that land use matters in the basin, that we are preempted. That's what we're told, that we're preempted in land use matters by the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, the federal preemption issue. So maybe unlike other areas in the state or nation, if there's going to be a letter sent about safety, about this question about should there be a moratorium until a safety analysis is done, whether smart meters themselves are safe, I guess I've just said it twice. Is it the proper technology? Maybe those should be included in a letter, and it should not only go to the CPUC, but go to TRPA, because I've seen a petition that some of the speakers have submitted, and I'm waiting. I haven't seen the answers. I've seen it submitted to TRPA, but I've seen no answers. And either they have jurisdiction or they don't. I'm still many times confused either who has jurisdiction, or is it just when we choose that they have jurisdiction or not. But I think I think the issues that have been said here need to be reviewed not only by the CPUC but by TRPA before there's further implementation of this smart meter technology. So.
All right. Well, our Mr. Roberts had his statement.
Okay, I just want to make a comment before the motion, and I'll be interested to hear what you have for a motion. I am just glad that the Pioneer Community Energy Board of Directors has been contacted by the City of South Lake Tahoe and are interested in investigating working with us as a CCA. And I just want to, from the general rate case, want to share the dissent of Commissioner Darcy Hawk, who said that she dissented with the general rate case, which was decided in March, as it improperly valued the rights of the shareholder over the consumer interest, which is what we've heard a lot about in this chamber tonight, about the interest of Liberty Utilities and who their priorities are. It's to the shareholders, and I didn't want to not mention that that is like the elephant in the room here. They should be considering the consumers over the shareholders, and in this case, I think they are not.
Ms. Horgan, Mr. Roberts.
Yeah, I think the letter should include putting a moratorium on the smart meters. A quick look on AI, several municipalities have removed tens of thousands of meters because of a small handful of fires, and I think we should be in that same boat where, I mean, how many fires can we afford where it's not, it doesn't make sense for us, and I think that number is very low. 1 or 2 fires, and I think we should not be considering them. I don't think it's worth the risk, at least until the safety of the units has been improved. Also, I think the CPU. As a restaurant owner, I got to buy new ovens and stuff. Sure, I could raise the price of my hamburger to cover that, but I would probably be challenging for my consumers. I would risk losing my customers. Obviously, Liberty Energy, it doesn't have that challenge. I think the CPUC, when they do their audit of their increased prices and what their cost to create the energy is, and does it make sense to increase these things, it should not encompass them maintaining their infrastructure, them maintaining a functioning business model. That's all part of running a business. So I mean, it's kind of, we're kind of held hostage by that, and I think the CPUC is in a position to help mitigate that. And I think that should be in the letter as well.
Councilmember Robbins does have his hand raised.
Great. Okay, Mr. Robbins.
Yes, can you all hear me well?
Yes.
So I want to expand on a point that Councilmember Horgan made, which is that ultimately, at the end of the day, Liberty Utilities is a for-profit corporation with its primary responsibility to the shareholders, not to its customers. And what's more concerning is that unlike, as Mayor Pro Tem Roberts mentioned, unlike a restaurant that's selling burgers, there's no competition for them. There's no real alternative to Liberty here for a customer to choose instead. And if the reality is that in the time that I've been on council and all the time that I've lived here in Tahoe, I've not seen any improvement whatsoever in electric reliability from Liberty Utilities. We still get power outages all the time, and there seems to be no meaningful, concrete plan to underground and improve reliability of our transmission infrastructure. And I certainly agree with many of the commenters and the past directions from the council to investigate a CCA. But a CCA only controls the purchasing of power generation. It doesn't really have a meaningful impact on the transmission reliability and delivery of that power, which would still be managed by Liberty in this case. We would make improvements to the power mix and how green that power is, and that's good. That's definitely an improvement. But I think the time has come at this point, given just how Liberty has continued to be unreliable, has continued to kind of just not be a good partner in this community, to return to a topic that we investigated initially 3.5 years ago, and that is becoming a municipal or establishing a municipally owned utility like Truckee has. So this is not an alien concept. Tahoe Truckee has the Truckee Donner Power Utility, which is owned by their own community. If you noticed on the chart of Liberty's service area, there was a big notch out where Truckee is, and that's because Truckee, the community there, owns their own power delivery utility. That is, they own their own lines, they own their own crews, employ their own crews. And so, they have a power utility, much like we have a publicly owned water utility or other similar infrastructure that's not a private for-profit corporation that's going to ultimately, at the end of the day, put shareholders ahead of customers. And in a situation where you have a monopoly seller, it really isn't a good place for having a for-profit provider. Because at the end of the day, there is no alternative to liberty in our community. And so I would suggest that in addition to the letter, that we continue to move forward with establishing a CCA, which seems to have fallen on the back burner, but that we also direct staff to reinitiate the work to become a municipally owned utility. That was something that we had begun with some communications with SDPUD to do that as a joint venture. The main concern 3 years ago was that could result in rate increases. But what's happened in the last 3 years is massive rate increases with no improvements in reliability. So I just don't think we're looking at this aggressively enough. And ultimately, I don't think it's likely that we'll see Liberty really take this issue seriously unless they feel the heat realistically of them being replaced by a publicly owned customer-owned utility that can control not just the supply, but also the delivery. We need to be making real moves here for electrification of our transportation infrastructure, electrification of our heating with heat pumps. And you can't do that when the electric system is unreliable, and you can't do that when the electric system is not really making a real effort to purchase green power. The CCA takes care or has a big input on the sourcing of electricity, but a municipally owned utility does both. It's the sourcing and the delivery, and we need green sourcing and reliable delivery. We need both things for our community. And at the end of the day, this is a huge problem for small businesses, which we talk about endlessly. I know a municipally owned utility is a huge lift. It's a lot of legwork on staff. It would have to be, we'd have to get outside help. But at the end of the day, every time the power goes out, that's a day's worth of revenue for a restaurant that has to close and reorder all the stuff if their food gets spoiled. That's days lost for local businesses here. So if we're going to be serious about this, my suggestion is that the motion include direction to staff to accelerate the work on the CCA and bring back real options for municipally owned utilities, or for a local municipally owned utility. Just like.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to help focus this on the item that's on the agenda, because our action today is to pass a motion providing direction on the draft comment letter to the CPUC. So some of the actions that Councilmember Robbins is suggesting, if council wants to take them up, I would suggest to bring them back at a future meeting. They're going to need another staff report and some more discussion. But in the meantime, if there's any edits that council wants to make to the letter, I think that's fair game for tonight.
Right, okay. Thank you, Ms. Stroud. Yeah, so what's been agendized is just the direction on the letter, so we've got to keep it to that. And if you would like to ask for a second for these other things at the end of the meeting, Mr. Robbins, that is your prerogative.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, when this item that Liberty was coming before us was proposed, I specifically, and probably still have the email, I wanted to have us in a position to advocate to whomever was appropriate to evaluate the issues that the community was raising. The issue, as framed, is very narrow. If there are community groups that have said that TRPA should have a role in this because of its authority, when is that going to be addressed? And again, I specifically ask and this issue that Mr. Robbins raises is complicated and it needs a fiscal analysis. But I was hoping that the item would be framed in such a way that we're not boxed in as a council to respond to what the community's concerns are. And that's what I feel has happened on this once again. So I'm not happy about that, because I want us to be in a position to be responsive to what we're being told by our public. And I don't think that the CPUC, I don't have a lot of necessarily faith in them. And if TRPA has a role, we need to know that. And not wait another 2 weeks or another 4 weeks or whatever that is. Apparently, you've been discussing this for years. I haven't seen. I'm not sure what the product has been. So I would hope that we're in a position that this becomes a corollary of what we are talking about. Is this? And I don't like issues framed that box us in to only one choice. To me, that is. Well, I'll just leave it at that.
So, thank you, Mr. Jenkins. So the thing about it is, I think we've got to, if we want to take those type of issues into consideration, they do have to be, put on an agenda, noticed with information. So I'm not saying that we shouldn't do that. I just think we need to, at the end of this, give that direction so that, again, it's noticed on the agenda, right?
I think staff has to be sensitive. I'm sorry. But staff has to be sensitive to what the issues that they've all seen over the last, since this issue has been brought up, and that we should be in a position to act, not just sit there and say, well, we'll do it later, because that's apparently what's happened over a series of years. It's, well, let's just wait till later. No, I want to wait till now and say these are corollary issues that are related to liberty, utility, and smart meters and safety. I want to know about safety now. I want to know who has the authority. And if you can't do that, then we need people who can give us that ability to act as a legislative body and not just not just a puppet of one idea. And I don't mean to sound like a smart. I would say ass, but that would be inappropriate. I think I know a little bit about what I'm talking about as far as what jobs of giving the council flexibility to act on related matters as it relates to it, and not putting us in a damn box.
Okay, so let's bring this back to what other direction we would like to put into this letter to the CPUC. We have talked about what's currently, what the direction was before. Are there other things that we would like to add into the letter within the purview of what the CPUC can deal with? And just to give context, yes, this years ago has come up, I want to say 4 to 5 years ago, when we were talking about the franchise agreement. We didn't have a commitment at the time for the renewable energy mandates that the city was putting on from Liberty, and that's why we didn't go into another long-term franchise agreement. That also did begin us down the road of exploring a CCA. That's why we're in the position with Pioneer that we are now, which really puts us steps ahead of where we would be. So there's been some good movement that we were there. We did explore public utilities and that coming in-house to the city. There's a huge amount of cost associated with that. And I think that those are all things, again, that aren't agendized tonight. So we shouldn't go too far down that road. But if we want to consider that, let's just bring it back. But let's try to get back on what we're trying to approve in this motion.
I would support a letter to the CPUC as long as we raise the questions that have been raised to us here tonight, and copy the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency on the letter asking, does the CPU, if we could include the components of smart meter closure of the facility, smart meter safety, whether TRPA has a role in this, and I would, in the letter that's on the agenda to the CPUC, that we include these things and then copy TRPA. I would be happy then with that kind of a motion that is more inclusive. But the safety issue is very important, as I think their people in the community have spoken about, including Mr. Asbury, who's an electrician, Mr. Miller, and others who have been here. So is that what? So we write it to the CPUC, but we'd also copy and reference these issues to TRP as a copy to TRPA. Is that okay? And I'm sorry if I get excited about issues.
I'll look to my other fellow council members. Mr. Roberts.
I would like to suggest a motion making changes to the letter to the CPUC asking for a moratorium on smart meters, and what that looks like, and if we can ask for TRPA's help in that from a safety perspective. Also, to have a thorough review of their rate policies and their rate audit that does not include general business infrastructure, but only applies to improvements and opportunities to provide a better product.
I'll second that motion.
All right,
Is that clear enough?
great. We have a motion and a second, and we can vote, Miss.
You okay with that?
Is
Ms.
that
Rover?
okay, direction? Excuse me.
Yeah, I'd also like to provide a motion or a request direction to bring back the utility, to request staff bring back agenda item for a municipally owned utility, as well as a report on the current status of our CCA efforts sooner rather than later. And I'd like to request that now rather than wait for APC at the end of the night.
Well, since it's not agendized, I think you've got to request it at APC. So, but just, I'll make sure that I come back to you during APC to request that. And Ms. Roverud.
Sure. One point of clarification that might help, perhaps the Liberty representatives could provide this. I'd like to confirm that the CPUC has already approved the installation of the smart meters in our community. I think that's an important point to verify if we are going to include that as a concern to the CPUC. There are other communities that have pursued moratoriums and bans on smart meters. They have received correspondence from the CPUC that that is not within their jurisdiction to do so. So I would expect that we may get similar response from the CPUC. So if that's going to be their position and they've already approved the smart meters, then I think the focus would be a request to Liberty, who has control over the timing and method of the rollout of their smart meters, to work with us to evaluate the concerns that have been brought up before they proceed further.
That's outside the scope of the letter, though. That would happen after the letter.
Yeah, I think though.
Right, but I think it would influence the wording of the letter to the CPUC.
I don't think we have, I think the city should tell the CPUC, who regulates these people, at least as one component, the things that we're concerned about. And if we want a moratorium, ask. You know, it says, seek and ye shall find, ask and it shall be given. Let's make our position clear, and let's not diminish it by what we think they may do. This is a unique environment here, and safety is important to us. And it's not just, we're not just in Millbrae, we're in Tahoe, and there's a complicated governance structure that maybe the CPUC is not really aware of. I'd like us to go forward and ask the questions that we think need to be asked, and if they want to say no, then we'll decide what further action we may want to take or not take in regard to those answers. And again, copying TRPA, who still, to my knowledge, hasn't responded to the petition that went to them from community members about the safety issue.
I would like to see if we could be educated on the safety of the smart meters, and maybe CPUC has access to research or data to reassure the community, including myself. So it wasn't something that I had really known to be worried about. And if there is evidence in either direction in terms of fire safety to allay our fears or to spark them, pun intended, then I think that we should ask for that information.
Great. So that wasn't the motion. So we do have a motion and a second. Now, Ms. Roverud, are you okay with where our motion stands if this is to pass?
Yeah, I guess I'd like to ask the council whether you're comfortable if I work directly with the mayor on this additional language that you've added, or if you would like it to come back to council for review.
I think everybody's okay with that. Okay. All right. We have a motion and a second. Ms. Blankenship, could we get a roll call?
Yes. Councilmember Horgan.
Yes.
Councilmember Jenkins. Yes. Councilmember Robbins.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Roberts.
Yes.
Mayor Bass.
Yes.
That motion unanimously carries.
Great. All right. We are moving on now to item 17. Does anybody here would like a break before we move on to this next item? Urgent. Okay, so we will go ahead and come back here at 9:20. Oops. (9:20). We're going to go ahead and call this meeting back to order. Before we do this, it does look like we will definitely be going past 10 p.m. For us to be able to do that, we need a vote from council. And also, we have two other items. We're moving on right now to item 17, which is the collaborative BEAR process and protocol. And after that, we have two items, the ordinance amending the shared mobility device and our master fee schedule. Knowing that this item 17 is going to go for definitely past 10 p.m., both of those, the ordinance amending the shared mobility and the master fee schedule, could go on to our May 5th meeting. The thing is, with the master fee schedule, we will need to pass and adopt that, meaning that we can't really make changes on the 5th to the master fee schedule. However, we have we have discussed this at council, and I don't believe after those discussions there's really much need to make changes. We just need to understand that we won't be able to make changes because we do need to adopt that on the 5th.
Then can I ask a question?
Sure.
Just in relation to public communications about the swim team, the issues with the schedule and the fees. Those fees are in the master plan, as I understand. Is there any room for negotiating that agreement outside of the master fee schedule?
So the master fee schedule, the fees for the new multi-generational recreation and aquatic center were adopted by council last November based on the user fee study that was presented at that time. So those are the fees that are in the master fee schedule now and are proposed to continue. That center has been open for 3 days. We've gotten quite a bit of feedback about a variety of things, schedule-related things, fee-related things. Our Parks and Recreation staff has been diligently listening to all of that feedback, and I've talked with Mr. Stark. We are aware of the challenges that the swim club is facing and continuing to have those conversations with them. I think where we're at right now is taking in a lot of this input and evaluating perhaps some changes that we may want to incorporate down the road, but we're a little early for that since those fees were just adopted. But we are aware of the issue and plan to evaluate that and come back with any recommendations at a later date.
So would it be reasonable to say we could get through master fee if it's going to be just comment and a motion?
It won't be unanimous, but go ahead. Yeah.
So then, so we'll go ahead and take master fee after this and then put off ordinance amending the shared mobility to the 5th?
If we're still awake, we could do that.
Okay. All right. So then, first we'll need a motion to go ahead and move this meeting past 10 p.m.
I'll make the motion to move this meeting past 10 p.m.
I second.
Great. And Ms. Blankenship, can we get a roll call?
Yeah. Councilmember Jenkins? Yes. Councilmember Horgan?
Yes.
Councilmember Robbins? Councilmember Robbins, are you with us?
Yeah. All right, just give a minute to unmute.
You're okay with us going past 10?
Yes, yes.
Oh, you do not have a good connection, but I heard you say yes. Mayor Pro Tem Roberts?
Yes.
Mayor Bass?
Yes.
That motion unanimously carries.
Great. And then as far as moving off item 18, do we need a motion for that, or is that direction?
I'd say probably do a motion to continue it.
Okay.
Yeah, to the next
So if I
meeting.
could look for a motion to continue item 18 to the May 5th meeting?
Are we also continuing the item that we moved?
No.
The public hearing?
No, that's 15.
14?
We moved them.
Oh, yeah, we did. Okay, yeah.
Yep.
I'll make a motion to move item, it was 18
To the May 5th meeting.
to the May 5th meeting.
I second.
Great. Motion and a second, and a roll call, please.
Councilmember Horgan,
Yes.
Councilmember Jenkins, Councilmember Robbins.
Or it's just to move 18 and that's it?
Yep.
All right, yes.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Roberts.
Yes.
Mayor Bass.
Yes.
Okay, we move that item.
Great. All right. So with that, we are going to go ahead and move on to item 17. This is the collaborative bear process and protocol. And this will be our Chief of Police, Mr. Roberson, and Ms. Sarah Letton.
I'm Sarah Letton, Sustainability Coordinator, here co-presenting this item tonight with the Chief of Police, Jeff Robertson. The Chief invited me to join this effort after learning of my conservation biology and environmental science degrees. So I'm going to kick off this presentation and then hand it to the Chief once we get to describing police department actions. I'd also like to mention that Morgan Kilgore, Regional Manager with CDFW, is available on Zoom tonight. So if that comes up as somebody we'd like to defer to later, she is following on Zoom. So as support staff, I attended 2 4+ hour meetings organized and facilitated by the Chief after getting the following direction from Council on December 9th. To establish a collaborative response protocol group, including the City Police Department, Bear Groups, Department of Fish and Wildlife, South Tahoe Refuse, and homeowners associations, and other interested parties, and to report back to Council on the findings and/or draft of protocols. The 2 meetings included attendees from the following organizations: 2 staff from the city, 2 staff from CDFW, 2 from the Bear League, 1 from South Tahoe Refuse, 1 from Clean Tahoe, representatives from 6 HOAs, Leona Allen, who was suggested by name, and it is also worth noting that not everyone in town was represented, such as those people who do not live in HOAs, and also VHR management representatives. A summary of priorities and concerns across these different parties included the following. CDFW and the PD are primarily concerned with public safety. Public safety incidents are defined as one in which a bear makes physical contact with a person causing injury. The Bear League advocated for more refuge and non-lethal options into dealing with habituated bears and agreed that no bear should be euthanized other than a public safety bear. The group agreed that the Bear League provides very helpful functions to the community, such as immediate responses to reports involving bears where they are not supposed to be. And then HOAs expressed concern about damage to private property and suggested that costs often range between $2,000 to $10,000. Issues and challenges were also brought up during the meetings. Some people on social media have amplified tense situations, and a series of encounters here in town has led to the CDFW not feeling that their staff are safe doing their job here, which has effectively removed a main CDFW response from the list of options previously available to residents. Another challenge involved legal concerns brought up at these meetings. One of those is that proactive hazing authority has not been established in any official manner by CDFW to the Bear League or any other organization. Another legal issue is that one HOA board member had expressed concern regarding personal liability for failure to address known bear threat to safety or property. And in exploring why the PD does not commit their dispatch center to direct follow-up calls to the Bear League, the PD was concerned that such an action would create an appearance that the Bear League was acting as an agent of the government, which it cannot do unless a formal agreement is in place that defines the scope of services and provides oversight and accountability. The main area of agreement was that attractant management was paramount to not creating additional habituated bears. All stakeholders agreed that we can do more to educate about reducing attractants. Meeting attendees agreed that significant increases in fines could lead to better compliance with established ordinances and recommended let me repeat that. An increase in fine could lead to better compliance with established ordinances and recommended bear hygiene practices. And fines were suggested approaching those given in VHR violations. STR recognized that additional services could be provided, but at a cost. For example, off-site recycling cart cleaning is offered at $25. The idea of replacing every recycling cart with a bear-resistant model, such as the trash carts, was suggested, but most agreed that the price was too much for all ratepayers, coming in at around $5 million. The meetings tried to get a handle on the actual scope of the bear problem in our city, as in how many and what type of incidents are we dealing with? And do we have a way to track our progress on doing better or worse in our management, especially if we commit staff and financial resources? So when it comes to animals and trash data, STR and Clean Tahoe have quite good data and are willing to share the data, and both expressed a willingness to compile others' data. The PD and CDFW collect all the data that come to them, and that is available to share with partners as well. The Bear League, however, is a private nonprofit that collects important data, but does not share that data due to concerns about bears being identified and potentially recommended for lethal response by CDFW. They do not have to share data in the way that public institutions do, but they do hold data that are key to understanding the scope of the problem in our city. So council will not have a full picture of the problem when being asked to commit potential resources to a problem. That brings up the issue of dealing with habituated bears. CDFW is the legal steward of bears, and their protocols are based in science, and state law provides defined response categories. When management options have been exhausted and no relocation or placement option exists, euthanasia or lethal removal may occur after review and consideration. Law also allows the CDFW to issue depredation permits to homeowners whose safety or property is threatened. Since CDFW has a much reduced presence in our city now that they have concern for staff safety due to prior experiences, it is really helpful that the Bear League offers household level deterrence, immediate response teams, and prevention education. So at this point, I'd like to turn it over to the chief for his update and to discuss next steps. Thank you.
I feel like Sarah adequately covered kind of the background of the meeting, so I'm going to talk about where we're going, what each organization kind of has agreed to, and where we stand. So let me recap the origin of today's topic. Last August, the council requested that staff bring back an analysis of the city's authority over bear management and opportunities for policy advocacy. To address that request, staff brought back the December 9th, 2025 staff report that included a copy of the 2022 CDFW Black Bear Policy with its 2024 addendum. Additionally, a copy of the 2025 Black Bear Conservation and Management Plan for California was attached. Those two documents are attached then, as they are now, to provide a cursory review into the scope of CDFW's robust, comprehensive efforts in black bear management. As a courtesy at the December 9th, 2025 council meeting, CDFW's North Central Regional Manager, Morgan Kilgour, presented on CDFW's position, goals, and interests for the black bear management in Tahoe. And today she's on Zoom, so when we get done, if she's got any comments, let her interject. The initial work was done in January with outreach to various entities with whom we would engage in collaborative response protocol. The summary of that meeting was sent out to the individual council members as a status check and report out, and that letter is included as an attachment. That meeting was informative, but ultimately we learned that this was not a one and done program. The meeting summary sent to the council members was included as that refresher of that status of that work in the group standing. There were areas in which we agreed on, but there were still areas of contention, such as bear-wise city versus a bear sanctuary city, treatment of habituated bears for relocation, diversionary feeding, and euthanasia, or lethal removal. Finally, the last raw issue was the treatment of those who had cooperated with CDFW and hosted a bear trap on their property. Significantly, after the second meeting, a few positions had changed, the biggest being agency and community disparity regarding the need for and the use of lethal removal and euthanasia. there's work that needs to be done, we've identified, and that's where we're going today. So I'll recap where we're at. In the past, the police department, and this is the culmination of my concern for this, is the public safety perspective. So we handle bear calls as a public safety response. If we get a call for a bear in a house, we're going to go there and respond and try to get the bear out of the house to prevent injury to the bear, injury to people, et cetera. If there's a bear walking down the street and we get a call about it and we have time, we'll go observe it. If we can haze it back into the forest, we'll do that. So what we adopted since we started this process was that when somebody calls about a bear, our dispatcher makes an assessment of whether that bear is a public safety issue, and depending if it is not, then our dispatcher will provide the Bear League's phone number or CDFW's number, depending on what that caller asks for. The reason that we encourage people to call into our dispatch is we can be the central recording place of what the location is, of what the bear call is, what's the nature of the call, and we can catalog those. Attached to tonight's report is the 2025 bear call data. It's 300 and something of them. I also attached a map, kind of gives you an idea of where those locations land, but that's only part of the data that we're trying to collect here. So that's when we respond, it's from a public safety perspective. When CDFW is called, the response depends on the nature of the incident and the bear category involved. CDFW may assess the situation using hazing, review placement or relocation options, or issue a depredation permit if requested, and when policy and legal conditions are met. Notably, CDFW faces significant difficulty using traps in South Lake Tahoe at this time because of staff safety concerns. This withdrawal limits the tools available for habituated bears in South Lake Tahoe. To be clear, CDFW is not placing traps in South Lake Tahoe at this time. When the Bear League is called, we know that they respond out. We don't know how they prioritize those calls. We don't know what their operations are how that call works. We don't know what data they collect. But we do know that if it's a public safety issue, the Bear League will call the police department. We were working on a program where we could deconflict with the Bear League if they were going to respond out to a location. We wanted to make sure that the Bear League wasn't going to a location and a burglar alarm was going off and we were going to the same location, only 5 people dressed in the black Bear League hoodies with paintball guns. So we were trying to deconflict that. So that's deconfliction call since stopped. Regarding attractant management, we engaged the HOAs regarding some of the next steps that they will take. That includes a review of their CCRs for such things as outdoor pet feeding, barbecues, bird feeders, stuff like that. And considering how to identify the residents that are placing their trash improperly, discussing how much the cost, inconvenience, and damage residents are willing to tolerate in their HOAs before stronger action is needed. And the HOAs agreed to invite CDFW and or the Bear League to speak at their HOA meetings. So one of the conversations that we were having during those meetings was restructuring fees for animal and trash violations. Right now, the master fee schedule shows a $150 fine for a trash violation. The group at the meeting decided that it would be better to have it something higher. I think we had settled on, help me out, Sarah, 500 for the first offense?
200, residential 1,000, commercial
Right.
elevating to 500 and 2,500.
Okay. So although those are higher, they're still not on the order of what a VHR trash violation would be. So that's one of our strategies, is to engage the VHR groups to make sure that they understand that while the bears are in peril, so is their VHR permit. So one of the things that came up at our meetings was a bear liaison to support outreach, education, coordination, and response. That idea was floated during the CDFW presentation on December 9th, and there was general support for that demonstrated during the stakeholder meetings, however, nobody explicitly volunteered to fund the position. You've seen a letter that was presented by the Bear League at the last council meeting regarding a sterile immunocontraception project with the Oakland Zoo That letter was presented at our March meeting with the bear stakeholders. The City of South Lake Tahoe and the CDFW staff objected to how their involvement was characterized in this letter, as neither entity had been provided a chance to review the proposal or formally endorse it before the letter had been finalized. The Bear League at these meetings, the Bear League has also expressed interest in creating a sanctuary refuge approach for habituated bears. That idea didn't get there were many topics that didn't get fleshed out during these meetings because we just didn't have enough time. But that idea of a bear sanctuary or refuge didn't get discussed very deeply. CDFW will continue as it is, and they will continue to act under its existing legal authority, policies, and science-based procedures. CDFW remains the agency responsible for statewide bear management. It's important to note that CDFW is limited in its ability to respond due to a wide area of responsibility, 17 counties, staffing limitations, and staff safety concerns in our community, as noted above. These limitations have resulted in CDFW discontinuing its trap, tag, and haze program in South Lake Tahoe. So summarily, each group, I'm going to start with the police department. We're talking about being the repository and the distributor of data. We've already got a robust system for collecting data, scouring data, and reporting data. And I'll get to South Tahoe Refuse in a second. But we're also, anything that we collect is subject to a PRA, so we're just going to put it out. We don't have an objection to providing that data. We're also going to provide bear-wise messaging to South Lake Tahoe vacation home rental industry, which we've already started doing. I'll elaborate on that here in a second. And we've already discussed responding to violation of trash management codes. South Tahoe Refuse and Clean Tahoe are great partners. They will continue to contact the CSO division for enforcement when necessary. They're also educating, gathering data, and referring repeat offenders for code enforcement. They provide warnings and for animal and trash incidents, and they share their data with us. And they're gonna take Clean Tahoe's data for their response to animal and trash requests and collate it and provide it to us on a quarterly, either a quarterly or monthly basis. I just got the report and it was a quarterly, but we'll see if we can do something monthly. The Bear League will continue to advocate for the creation of refuge or sanctuary options for habituated conflict bears. They'll respond to community requests for assistance, including electric mats and wiring. They'll continue to haze bears, and they'll do bear evictions. And they'll call PD if necessary for public safety, and they've agreed that they'd be willing to reach out to VHR agents. The homeowners associations, like I said, like Sarah said, they're concerned about enforcing their CCNRs, one, because they just got their legs lopped off with a maximum $100 HOA fine. The other thing is that their management is concerned about the liability that comes to the board for knowing of a public safety concern and taking no action. That was expressed during the meeting. However, they'll do education on bears with their membership. A couple of the HOAs were looking into private security patrols to prevent overnight habituation of bears, because while we sleep, they roam. And they are going to seek the modification of traffic crash containers to assist with content denial for bears. One of the other things that came up was apparently I can't remember which HOA it was, but their CCNRs require the bear box to be further away from the curb, but STR has a conflict with that because they don't service bear boxes that are further away from the curb than that. So we're trying to bridge that gap and see if we can navigate that one. CDFW, they're going to request assistance from the PD anytime they come to town, and again, reinforcing that they're not putting traps up here. The wildlife liaison officer for hazing and eviction was discussed, and that role, again, would focus on education, coordination, and outreach with wildlife field response. I tried to do some research into the liaison model that was offered by CDFW at the December meeting. I couldn't find too many details on it, but they Siskiyou County funded a 0.75 FTE role to do that. And if we had that role, that would respond to bear calls, haze bears, evict bears, and follow through with the educational component of living in a city that sees significant bear-human interaction. The idea of a refuge or sanctuary for habituated bears had been real briefly discussed, but I just want to point out that long-term placement options for those bears are limited because of long lifespans, space needs, the stress and depression associated with captivity in adult bears. And that model would likely require a CDFW permission, property identification and acquisition, facilities development support, full-time staffing, medical costs, and other subsidization. Sarah talked about the cost of the carts, specifically the recycling carts. If we replace those with all the, bear-proof, bear-resistant carts, I think STR estimated at the December meeting would be about $5 million or $250 per customer. And that didn't receive a favorable review in our meeting attendees. We talked about the offsite cleaning. We talked about on-site cleaning, but we couldn't imagine what that would look like if you tipped over a trash can and sprayed it out in the gutter. But STR offers an off-site cleaning back at the facility for $25 per container. We had talked about that being a potential, something that the city could look at. If I do the math correctly, I think that works out to like $500,000 a month for cleaning. So maybe I didn't do the math right. So I just wanted to point out the impacts to police operations. If the city leadership supports policies that reduce or pause bear removal, pun not intended, the public will require an explanation of the associated costs they're expected to incur, whether that's ongoing or escalating property damage, needs for additional city staffing for mitigation programs, or the other mitigation things that we do with our utilities. The burden of response may eventually fall on the police department if we don't take care of the habituated conflict bears, in which the circumstances with the police department showing up to a public safety bear as the population continues to grow and doesn't diminish. That circumstance will be highly visible and probably a community-wide emotional impact. Again, attached to this report are several documents that I hope you had time to review. One of the ones that wasn't mentioned was the bear response flow chart. I just wanted to provide a graphic that kind of delineates how that works going from the police department to us or to the Bear League or to CDFW and how we, where we collect that data at. The black bear policy from 2022 is there. Black bear conservation and management plan is there. So is the CDFW presentation from December of 2025. I added the Bear League sterilization letter that was, I think that was handed off during public comment at the last meeting. And then finally, I included a spreadsheet of black bear management practices for 50 states. I think significant in this was that I was looking for states that had either gone with the immunocontraception or deviated from the final phase of not being able to resolve a habituated conflict bear, became something other than lethal removal. And when you look through that spreadsheet, and I checked every document that's there, I think it's probably upwards of 40 states directly address lethal removal. Sterilization wasn't mentioned as any of their final options. It was lethal removal. So I think where we're at is that while the state of the science lands nationwide on lethal removal of bears, our community has an issue with that. So I just wanted to provide those documents so you'd understand the depth to what this issue has been studied on a local level and as well as a perspective of the involved organizations. Missing are comments from the HOAs that weren't present, aren't present tonight, and unheard comments from other residents in the city representing people who land on both sides of the issue. The community is not unified in my assessment on a single set of values to adopt regarding habituated conflict bears. And I just want to reassure you that rather than sitting idly by waiting for council direction, we've taken some steps on making sure that our community is educated. So we've engaged STR and Clean Tahoe. They provided that statistical data that I mentioned. We wanted to provide that, that's providing continuity and consistency and warning and data transmission to the PD for collection. Their routing evaluation of trash violations on trash days, and they've provided us a map of what areas get evaluated or get picked up on what days so we can have our CSOs proactively look at that. One of the actors that it hadn't occurred to me back in December when we put up the first meeting was to engage the Lake Tahoe Wildlife. So I met with their new director, talked with them and one of their biologists. And then we pushed out some Living with Bear materials onto our VHR page on our website. We also reached out to the VHR platform, Airbnb, and they were willing to host a link on their ads to direct people to kind of our Living with Bears educational material so that we could push that out to the VHR platforms. And right now, we're working to engage with the VHR agents and owners to get that same information out there. Our focus is on preventing habituation. I, like most everybody else, don't want to see bears killed, but I ultimately recognize that that solution may have to be one that we go to at some point. And in that, I want to preserve the relationship with CDFW. So I just want to talk about some of the phases that we've, gone through and in what we've worked through since January. So prior to January, I'm going to call it phase one. We did our bear response protocol in a general order and aligned that with our Lexipol euthanasia policy. We had a CSO action plan that included early in CSOs to monitor the trash violations, residential, VHR and non-VHR, and the commercial, restaurant, hotel, and grocery store. We've had some citations issued to the grocery stores. We had, I think in the last couple of days, citations issued a couple other commercial locations. Our dispatch, they're going to continue to log the bear calls and provide agency numbers based on the caller's request for whatever they want to provide, or however the response that they wish for gets provided. As far as the back-end data, we're still compiling STR receptacle warnings and animal mess data, social media messaging on bear-wise materials. I'm going to work with the city PIO to get some of that stuff out in our in-house PIO. But it'll reinforce calling the police department with bear issues. We're going to work with the VHR agents to carry the message out to the renters, especially the renters in the VHRs, who we get to retrain every weekend. And like I mentioned, we have the platforms providing bear-wise material. So in phase two, I've pretty much covered phase one with all the other stuff. So phase two, the CDFW conflict specialist is going to assist us with developing a non-emergency call questionnaire to be shared with data sheet for all participants. We're going to develop a flyer to provide the police officers with, and the CSOs, the resident visitor education on bear calls, education, best practices, and we've already done the bear outreach material on trying to get that as a VHR acknowledgement. One platform said they could do like we checked that off, but we'll talk about that here in a second as far as amending our VHR code. And then phase three, the modification of the city code and the Bear League sharing statistics. And then phase four, I'm not sure that Ann's prepared to talk about this, but having the Bear League legislatively pursue the ability of CDFW to transfer stewardships of bears so that the Bear League can build a refuge or a sanctuary. No pressure, Ann. And phase five, we have yet to identify any additional actions. So here's what we're looking for today is some direction about amending the master fee schedule to increase fines for trash and provide wildlife access to food violations. Declare the South, whether they want us to declare the South Lake Tahoe a bear sanctuary city, a bear-wise community. And you can read the comment on that in the staff report. Considering establishing and funding a bear liaison position, which would conduct hazing, eviction, community education, and area denial efforts. And that bear liaison position would collaborate with CDFW and Bear League and maintain and report bear activity data. 4, formal correspondence to CDFW requesting their continuation with trap, tag, and haze in South Lake Tahoe. Consideration of relocation process for bears to avoid lethal removal. Formal correspondence with the Bear League requests their members not interfere with CDFW staff or equipment and data collection processes, including hazing, tagging, and trapping, and requesting data sharing with the city. Number 6, amend the VHR ordinance to include a requirement for property management and owners to provide bear-aware materials to their renters, acknowledgement of review, and agreement to abide by, perhaps in the good neighbor document.
Well, I'm going to tell you.
And then item 7, discuss with STR the feasibility of a pilot program for STR to provide regular trash and recycling container cleaning services, whether it's funded by customer ratepayers or city general fund, and it would also provide data collection to determine effectiveness. And then continuous city facilitation of discussions between CDFW, Bear League, and community partners regarding management of habituated bears. And that's all I have.
Well, thank you so much, Chief, for the very in-depth presentation. If we could, please hold the claps. All right. So with that,
Ask questions now then?
So, yeah, why don't we go ahead and ask questions right now of the police chief, since this is all fresh. So I will look to council. Who would like to go? Ms. Horgan's got her name up, so Ms. Horgan, go ahead.
One question is Clean Tahoe here? They're mentioned, somebody here from Clean Tahoe? Okay, just want to ask before I ask these questions. The fines, you mentioned that the violation fines of 200, 1,500 to 2,500. Can you remind me what they are for the VHRs?
1,000,
For the first violation?
yeah, 1,000 for the first one, and I can't remember what the next two escalations are.
Okay, that's fine, 1,000, it's significantly higher. Question about Bearwise communities, is that something that there's a fee to join or some sort of proof that you have to
As far as
demonstrate?
like a certification?
Yeah.
So the research that I did, and maybe Morgan can offer something on this, is that California doesn't offer Bearwise certification. I didn't find that anywhere, but if it does, then we could probably pursue that. But I was talking to a biologist, and they offered that our city was on track more than he had seen any other city, as far as some of the Bearwise stuff that we had putting out, as far as our proactivity on human-bear conflict.
Okay, and then I'm looking at the suggested motion. So with number 5, which is the VHR ordinance to require the materials, it sounds like that wouldn't be a difficult thing to implement. But I'm wondering also about the recycling containers, if it would be something that we could require if they don't have access to, I guess everybody has to have a bear box for vacation homes. So could we require those containers, the $250 containers for recycling that are bear proof? I guess that would be a question that I have.
So in the VHR ordinance, those are required for all VHRs that don't already have a bear box.
Okay.
They are not required
Thank
if
you.
there's a bear box, because I think the idea was the recycling could be stored in the bear box until it's time to put out
Yeah,
the cart.
that answers that question. The other thing about the burden of the recycling containers, I was wondering if that could be attached to a trash violation, that if you had a violation related to the recycling containers, could we pass the burden of that container on to the violation to say you're going to have to acquire one of these containers as part of this meeting the citation violation? I don't know, I guess that might be for discussion,
Well,
not.
that was actually something I found in another community, where if you had the first violation, you required to get a first violation that wasn't on a bear-resistant container, you required to get one.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent idea. And then, are there alternatives to lethal removal, like relocation? Has that been used in South Lake Tahoe?
I would rather have Morgan elaborate on that.
Okay.
Because that's a pretty complex issue, and there is a lot of consideration that goes into it before it escalates to that level. Morgan? Hang on, Morgan, we're having technical difficulties.
No, I had to unmute her.
Okay.
Go ahead, Morgan, you
Raised
can.
my hand so that she could find me,
Yeah,
hopefully.
I found you, go ahead.
So, okay, in the panic to figure out if I could unmute myself, the question is relocation. Is that
An option for problem bears?
So for habituated bears, what the science has definitively told us is that we're just moving up a habituated bear from one community to another. And even with collared bears, where we've tracked them after we've relocated them, we've actually found that they can make it back to their community in a relatively short amount of time and continue to cause disturbances. So relocation for habituated bears that have imprinted on human food as a source of food is not a successful outcome.
So Morgan, since there's a question kind of related to that, the idea of a bear sanctuary, I'm not sure that I fully understand what that would look like in our community, but I've been out to the Ark Wildlife Sanctuary where they do have California black bear that they've housed there. That was a rehabilitation bear.
So please, if you can't stop, I'm going to have to stop the meeting. Please. Hey, you know what? If you cannot stop these, I'm going to have to ask you to get removed from the chambers if you cannot stop interrupting the meeting. So I think we've got, let's continue the meeting.
I'm sorry,
Excuse
Morgan.
me.
So it was just a question about, so I looked a little bit online about permitting through CDFW for a rehabilitation center for a sanctuary, but it seemed like that would be only available as a bear that needs to be rehabilitated. Are there any models where habituated or problem bears have been located in some sort of wildlife sanctuary or bear sanctuary?
Well, we did in 2023 relocate a bear that I think you all knew as Hank the Tank, right? She ended up going to Colorado. That took special dispensation from the governor of Colorado. The state of Colorado only allows for one non-Colorado bear to enter the state per year. So it was not an insignificant effort. I don't think the department has a stance really on if Tahoe wanted to provide a bear sanctuary other than there is the requirements for a bear sanctuary for the square footage that a bear would need. Is it humane to put a wild animal in captivity that has been roaming free? And the permitting necessary to do that would be a significant undertaking. Now, if that's something South Lake Tahoe wanted to do, I'm not actually the right person for all of those permitting questions. That would go to our wildlife branch, but it would not be an insignificant undertaking. It would also require the care and maintenance of those animals.
Yeah, veterinary or medical service is something I noticed would be required.
And it's really not a long-term sustainable solution with the number of conflict bears if the source of the problem is not addressed.
Okay, I thank you for that. That's what I had come up in my own research, but I appreciate that. The last question I have, and maybe this is for city staff, is whether there's a possibility of the city funding a position for a bear liaison through another entity like Clean Tahoe, which would be funded through a gift of public funds?
Well, we can't make a gift of public funds, but if there were a public purpose for the...
No, could the city, rather than the city have an employee directly connected to the city, is there a mechanism then for the city to fund some sort of position through a nonprofit for the purposes of a bear liaison position? Just curious. I know that maybe I'm not saying it correctly.
So we could contract with a nonprofit to provide specified services, and then how the funding of that was arranged, that could be negotiated as part of that contract.
It's one of the items before us 3 is establishment of funding a city bear liaison position. So I was just asking, under that umbrella, would that have to be a city employee, or is there a mechanism for that employee to receive funds, maybe even look for grant funding through the city, but not as a member of the city, in order for that to be, no?
I don't see why we couldn't have a grant or a contract with a nonprofit. It would just be a matter of finding someone who wants to manage that function.
Councilmember Roberts does have his hand raised. Robbins, sorry.
Robbins says, okay, I'm going to go to him just at the end. Mr. Jenkins.
First, I want to compliment the chief and his staff for engaging. This is, I know, not an easy topic, and it involves multi-jurisdictional entities, our friends at the state, who themselves are facing their own fiscal issues, and then our local, the perennial helpers from the Bear League and others who are interested parties in this. So I want to compliment the engagement process, because the best solution is one where there's a cooperative solution among all parties. Information is shared with all parties, and it's shared in a format from a police standpoint that is usable, that's available. You know, if there's a public safety issue with a bear, I would think that comes first. If somebody's is injured or is violent or is going to kill somebody, hurt somebody, then that's I think the chief is saying that's important. So I want to thank all the parties for engaging on this, even if there's not total agreement. This comment about adding staff to have bear liaison, I'm having, and you know I've shared this with you, despite all the good work, this isn't a 7-day-a-week, 24-hour-a-day issue. This is an issue, it would seem. We've added a number of staff, you know, and I support the police department. We've added a number of staff. It's not a full-time job, I wouldn't think. But as an alternative, it would seem to me that why doesn't the California Division of Fish and Wildlife fund a position like they used to have up here? And that seems to be an option since they used to have it. I also should note that this whole idea that there's the only solution we have to habituated bears is to kill them troubles me. And I see that there's a bill in the legislature. It's SB 1135 that would it's called the California Wildfire Coexistence Act, and the bill would require the department, under appropriation by the legislature, to establish a wildlife coexistence technical advisory committee in this California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and that maybe some of these issues could be then evaluated, and how there could be an appropriate response. Isn't that something that might be helpful to us in our dealing with this, Chief?
It may be. I'd let Morgan comment more deeply on that. My reading of that, of SB 1135, is that one, wolf is in the title. There's no dedicated funding for it, and a lot of what's in that Senate bill is what CDFW does already. But if Morgan wants to elaborate.
Thank you for the opportunity. Because it is ongoing legislation, I actually will not be commenting on SB 1135. Okay. But if I could address Mr. Jenkins's assertion about the former staff member that we did have in Lake Tahoe, that was limited term funding that was tied to a one-time amount of funding that we were given to deal with drought. And that funding is no longer available. And I think everybody's aware of the state's budget crises right now. So I don't anticipate the department having a lot of extra funding available for positions.
No, when we're building billions of dollar rail to go to nowhere, I guess you're right. Yeah, I understand. And I understand your position. But early on, when we had our first conversation that I had not been invited back to, there was this question about, you need to tell us what you need to help us. And that the way we can help you is if we know what you need. You don't have to lobby for it. That's not your job. But let us do that. And that was a request made some months ago at a joint meeting that was a little bit interesting. It was one of our first meetings. And so if you need something, and we're then if you need something or a position or something up here, you need to let us know. The other thing though is that
Mr. Jenkins, just a reminder, just that we're in questions, so don't get too far into discussion. If you don't mind, just try to keep it at questions if you could.
Are you saying that that the California Division of Fish and Wildlife has exclusive authority, preemptive authority over all wildlife issues within the city limits. Is that the position that the department's taking, or that the staff is taking? Because I have information that's different than that. That they have exclusive jurisdiction, well, whoever wants to answer it, that they have exclusive jurisdiction to the preemption of all local authority to regulate this. Is that what's being said? Because I think I've sent you some information that says otherwise.
Right, I think when you talk about regulation, I think that's a broad spectrum. So the CDFW has exclusive authority over the bear, particularly when we're talking about something like permitting, hunting, depredation, taking, the concept of taking, they have that exclusive jurisdiction. Now, when we're talking about regulation, I think that there are things like it within the scope of what we're talking about as far as making sure that the attractants are taken care of, making sure that we've engaged everybody in kind of removing the things that habituate our bears. I think we have that regulatory authority. But as far as overall bear life, I'm going to say that the bear life is literally in the hands of CDFW.
So I would just, so you're aware that one city, at least in California, that happens to be on an island, has communicated recently with the California Division of Fish and Wildlife regarding the authority to not trap, kill, or entice certain types of animals in that city limits. And I'm not saying that's right or wrong. I'm just saying I think the approach you're taking is good. It's a collaborative approach. It has to have the agreement by all parties. Would you agree? And that there has to be the collaboration and a protocol for sharing information, because I want police solving criminal issues or safety issues. But if there are other issues, then maybe other parties can attend, like our volunteers that we have in the Bear League and otherwise to help us. Does that seem reasonable if we can come up with an appropriate protocol?
Right. I think that we've agreed on like we've agreed on the response to all the steps below the lethal removal, all the responses below the euthanasia. We've agreed on all that.
Oh, cool.
So we're there. There are some issues that we have to work out, and there's some trust issues. And like Ann and I talked about, she said that I can trust her a little bit more than she trusts me. But we're working through that stuff. We have good conversations and trying to work through all that stuff. Will we get to a point where I think we'll get to a point where we see each other's perspective, but still don't agree.
Great. Thank you, Chief. Mr. Roberts, any questions? Okay. Mr. Robbins online, questions, no discussion, just questions if you have them.
Yeah, my view on, or my hope for the outcome of these conversations was to head in the direction of something like a Stacks collaborative agreement where, we would respond to the community response to bear incidents would be, both, the public police force, but also the wildlife experts, the bear experts could respond in a joint way, much the same way the idea behind Stacks. If you have someone in a mental health crisis, it's not just a police response, it's a police and a mental health worker, form a collaborative response process, and that we would implement something akin to that, obviously not the same necessarily, but something along those lines. To do that obviously requires, the similar types of agreements. And I think it was mentioned, that in order for the Bear League to respond, there would have to be, an agreement in place between the city and the Bear League for them to provide that kind of, frontline response service in collaboration with the police department. Has there been any effort to, look at the Stacks system as a model for how we could respond to bear incidents in our community?
The effort pretty much sits in my office right now. When you talk about something like that, you usually have shared values and a shared vision. We don't, trying to keep CDFW as our last line of defense does not align with where the Bear League wants to be, and I'm sure Ann will talk about this later, but doesn't align with that. So that collaborative process, we don't share the same values or the same vision, and I think that makes a collaboration like that difficult.
Could you, yeah, I guess I would like some elaboration on where that fissure is and what that consists of.
Where that what is?
What that fissure.
Oh, the chasm, okay.
Yeah.
Great. Mr. Robbins, are there any other questions before we?
That was, elaborate on what that fissure is, please. What is that distinct, where, because, at least at a public facing level at these meetings, we all seem to be on roughly the same page, that we want to reduce habituation. We want to haze bears. We want to, improve enforcement for attractants, or to restrict attractants. And I think we all see depredation as like a very last thing that none of us want. So, those seem like, to me, like those are all the broad strokes, but what is the
unbridgeable chasm is the difference in philosophy over what the last resort for a conflict habituated bear is. That's really the unbridgeable chasm.
Great. All right, Mr. Robbins, if there's no other questions, I think we're going to go ahead and move this to public comment. Thank you, Chief.
Was the presentation by CDFW going to happen or no?
No,
That
I
was
just
just an
I just
attachment?
included it, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Ms.
Not be
Letton.
playing that.
With that, we're going to go ahead and open this item for public comment. Ms. Leona Allen.
Good morning. My name is Leona Allen. I'm a lifelong resident of El Dorado County in the Tahoe Basin. And let me begin by saying thank you to the City Council and Chief Robertson for asking me to participate in these coexistence efforts. I am honored to be a part of the process, and I am hopeful for the process. I also have to compliment the Chief on inviting the HOA leaders to attend. Their perspectives are very important, and their ability to quickly communicate with their entire neighborhood is a significant step in the right direction. I realize that we are at the beginning of this process and that it will take some time to catch up to the years of habituating black bears to our presence and our food. But I can't emphasize strongly enough that this cannot be a city-only effort. It is imperative for us to collaborate with all of our neighbors, especially El Dorado and Douglas counties, to make this endeavor successful. It's kind of like fire suppression, or correction, fire prevention. You may have perfect dispensable space in your yard, but if your neighbors don't, your house will probably burn down in the big fire. The good news is that we already have an entity that encompasses agencies from the entire Lake Tahoe Basin who manage land and wildlife issues, and that's the Tahoe Interagency Bear Team. It is my hope that the future of this program ends up in cooperation and collaboration with these absolute experts in the bear world. So what's our biggest challenge in this effort? It's human beings. We need to change human behavior through education, strong enforcement, and engineering. Bears will be bears, but it's up to us to be the wiser of the species. So I'll leave you with this. In Yosemite National Park, employees were attempting to come up with a bear-proof trash container that bears could not manipulate, but humans could access. It proved to be difficult because most people were unable to get into the trash cans. So one of the park rangers was quoted as saying, "There is considerable overlap between the intelligence of the smartest of bears and the dumbest of humans." Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. Anybody else in the room? Ms. Soderston.
So, Melissa Soderston, South Lake Tahoe. I am here speaking solely for myself. As always, I never represent any team or any group or any organization. I think that this process was pretty flawed from the start. I think that there was a lot of misrepresentation about what the Bear League was actually asking for, which was never a sanctuary city for bears. It was never for no bears to ever be euthanized. It was simply asking that people in our community be required to take care of every single mitigation technique that is out there before they are issued a depredation permit. That means things like securing all your trash properly or wiring your house. The ultimate solution, which is not that expensive, by the way, is a long-term solution which will keep both humans and bears out of your home. I don't understand how we got to this point from Mr. Asbury making some offhand comment about a sanctuary city, which we never brought up. I think that this entire process, this group that was brought together, Chief, you did a great job with your presentation. Miss Allen should never have been asked to be on the panel because unfortunately she works for CDFW and Fish and Wildlife, or the Forest Service. Her family directly profits from these agencies. She volunteers her time with them regularly out at Taylor Creek. So there is a clear conflict of interest with them collaborating outside of these meetings. All of their talking points come directly from CDFW, so it's really difficult for me to feel that this was a fair process when there were people who were stakeholders who were excluded from the meetings, who were told that to allow more people, more stakeholders in would just confuse the issue and make it too much of an issue. So to have her representing herself as some altruistic, uninvolved member of the community is pretty disappointing. I will say I think we're all on the same page. I think that going with the Bear-Wise City sounds great on paper, fairly new program, clearly supported by these people behind me. But we already have that here with the Bear League, tailored directly towards Lake Tahoe. We've seen with our littering, you can educate and educate and educate people. It just won't make a difference. We are always going to have new people here to educate. We have seen bear education materials directly on top of trash in recycling bins. It's a problem, and it is not going to be solved by killing bears. The more logging that we have, the more degradation of our environment. They're going to be here. They are simply trying to survive. And we're saying until a bear gets a bullet, the human should be getting every stick possible. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Soderson. Anybody else here in the room? Mr. Loberg.
Scott Loberg, South Lake Tahoe taxpayer. Thank you. My degrees are not in wildlife, so please bear with me. I do have some experience with wildlife and bears. One point is if we don't know from the testimony or speakers tonight where the problems lies. I mean, are the problems with residents? Are they problems with visitors, vacation owners? Where's the problems? You know, if the problem's with the vacation home owners, why not have the VHR patrols handle bears and take it off the hands of the police? And if they need help, they can call them. Where I worked, we had to educate the visitors on bears, and we give them a tag and they hang it from the rearview mirror. That way the bears know which ones are employees and which ones are visitors, so they knew which cars to go to. But you know, I worked on a camp where we chased a bear out of somebody's residence and out of camp and up a tree. I've had them in my garage where I used to live. I have had them tear the side of my trailer that I have parked in the driveway off. I've hit 5 deer in 4 different counties with 5 different vehicles. So I have some wildlife experience firsthand. If they're already going to call these problem bears, why not put cameras on so you know where they're at, and instead of just use the radio, and put shock collars so they can deter them from the area where they're going. Where I used to live, they took care of the problem bears, and the ones I've seen them euthanized, but I've seen they used to take them to one area and dump them off a cliff, and there's tons of skeletons from all those bears. But why not take the problem bears to the tribal land? They just got a big piece to the northwest of us, and they could harvest the bears in their native way. let's see, I've also been exposed to bear spray in a hazmat incident at work. It involved a response from several counties, and it took 10 hours. Wasn't pleasant. But I still think that the VHR patrol should be handling the bears. Thank you.
Mr. Oberg. Sure, Mr. Moser, or, yes, go, just state your name for the record.
2G Silch, South Lake Tahoe. Thank you for being here and listening to us tonight. First of all, to this last question that was asked, I hear it all the time. Locals here want to blame tourists and newcomers for our trash issues and the issues that are causing the bear-human bear conflict issues. That's simply untrue. It's locals. It is locals at apartment complexes and businesses with dumpsters. In 2022, we had the human bear conflict workshop right here in South Lake Tahoe at Harris. Every day, 300 of the greatest bear specialists from around the world had to see trash being taken out of the trash cans in the Harris parking lot that were not bear-proof. So again, locals and business owners, stop blaming the tourists for all of our problems. Now, as it comes to dealing with the bear issues, the human bear conflict issues of town, it has to be a scientific, data and fact-driven process. Data being very important. If you want to be a part of this collaborative effort, which I am not allowed to be, I was not asked to be on this, but I feel any member of this collaborative effort better be providing data to all the other entities involved. If you have one collaborative partner saying, well, we are not going to provide data because we're afraid what that partner is going to do with it, then I would suggest that that collaborative partner that's not willing to share data should not be a part of the collaboration. Because without that data, we are not doing anything fact-driven, scientifically based, and non-emotion based. If we're dealing with this issue through emotions, we're already behind the curve, and it's a waste of our time. A certain group has been in the South Lake Tahoe Basin for 30 years, and through their tenure, we've seen human bear conflicts almost grow exponentially. We've seen the black bear population density here within the Lake Tahoe Basin go almost exponentially. It's off the charts. So again, facts and data. And those who are not willing to provide data, as Leona Allen does, as I do quite often, those that are not willing to provide data should not be allowed in a collaborative process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Moser. Please hold the comments or I'm going to have to pause the meeting.
Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. Mr. Robbins, made a good point there about, dealing with it like the Stacks program. So why don't we just round up all the bears and put them at the bear's den? One solution too is first of all, I've had a bear proof, number of decks, in my neighborhood and for neighbors, and it was a 3 or 4 step process because they're strong. They rip things off, rip rebar out, and dig under and whatnot. So it's it's an ongoing process, and to try and stay one step ahead of them. The reward I got is now they sleep in my yard. So I got like 4 holes there right now. They come and sleep and stuff, but not breaking in the house. So that's the deal we have. One thing is with the blue bins last week, it was Blue Bin Day on Monday, and, a couple of them on my street there, bears got into it, knock over and dig everything out and stuff. So, picked it up, and because they're second homeowners and we're gone and stuff, and it's, it's a common thing and see that. So, they're smart. They know. If they see a blue lid, they know it's not locked by now, and they can, tip it over and get into it. And even if probably don't smell anything, excuse me, in there. So, maybe putting a, $6 or $8 latch on it, with a pin through it or so that just, refuse can just pull the pin out and open it up, or go out in the morning first, early before they come and do that. So, but during the week and the 2-week time in between, you can have it locked, rather than spending $250 for a new bin. So I think for $6 or $8, $10, you can solve that problem. I'd be willing to put it on mine if they allow it. So, yeah, it's a tough situation. A lot is, as Turkey just mentioned, is a lot is, motels, because I live in Lakeside Park and motels, and one behind a friend, I had to fix his fence. The bear busted through it 3 times, and because the motel just kept their dumpster open there, unlocked. And so when I confronted him about it, I says, lock it. It's got a pin on it to lock it. And he said, oh, our guests, they like to see the bears. And I said, well, then have your guests come fix the fence. I'm tired of replacing it. So, that is part of the mentality here and something you have to deal with. So it is, person by person, we all have to deal with it and find the solution, but it is keep stuff out that they like to eat or smell. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mosier. Anybody else in the room? Yes.
If you can not start the clock yet, she is legally deaf and having cochlear implant surgery next month. So if you guys don't talk to her, like really loud voice and whatever, she has a hard time hearing you. So I'm just here to pass that on if she doesn't hear what you say.
I haven't heard much of what's been going on this whole evening, unfortunately. I'm here to explain the difference. I have a lot of things I could talk about and would love to, but I know I'm limited on time. I'd like to explain the difference between a bear-safe sanctuary city and something like Bear-wise. They're not even like apples and oranges. They're comparing the two is more like bicycles and trampolines. It's totally different. And I know that was in the chief's report that we should decide on one or the other. Bearwise is equivalent to Bear Smart, which is the program Incline Village is active in. Literature is available with tips, do's and don'ts, good stuff indeed, but it hasn't done much to solve ongoing bear problems and never will. You simply can't educate those who refuse to be educated. Elevating South Lake Tahoe to a bear-safe sanctuary city would open doors to move far beyond simply educating. We are getting nowhere by doing the same thing over and over and consistently failing, then continuing to kill. We have to bump it up, and this is how. Bear-safe sanctuary status would give the bears some rights, which they deserve, and would bring all the residents to the same level of active bear proofing. Say you live in a neighborhood with 10 people. 9 of them are willing to do everything they can to keep the bears away, and one guy refuses, and all the responsible people pay the price because that guy is either feeding the bears or won't secure his trash, or he hangs bird feeders up all over, or he leaves his doors and windows open when he's not home, and so forth. He needs more than ignored ongoing education, and his neighbors need our help. Bears who threaten human life have crossed the line. They lose their rights, and no one will argue that. But bears shouldn't be executed for panicking when they are trapped and push a human out of their way to escape. However, a bear who aggressively swats at someone and harms them cannot be tolerated. I foresee a judging committee who determines together what the bear outcome for that bear should be. When it's the CDW alone who determines his fate, that's wrong. Being designated as a bear sanctuary city would also give us enhanced potential towards a plan. I'm going to run out of time, Cody. Can I just have one more extra minute?
Yeah, I can't. I'm so sorry, because I got to give everybody equal time.
I thought you said Bear League, if you're a group, you're supposed to get more time.
Just that we haven't, I've got to, I'm so sorry. We've got to keep it equal, but thank you so much for being here. All right. Anybody else here in the room? Mr. Messina.
Finished already, okay. Yeah, the chief covered so much territory, it's not even possible to address any of it, I don't think. I I have extensive, living on the edge of the Truckee Meadows here, I have extensive experience with bear problems. And as a result of that, I have, if there's anybody still watching this meeting, I have a website called thetahoebear.com, and that's the Tahoe Bear is one word, .com, and it has more accurate information on it than the Bear League's website, which is mostly fluff. I'm glad that some of this coming, I wish I had been invited to this meeting because I do have a lot of experience. I can't even tell you about all of it, but I'm glad they're finally realizing that part of the bear problem is overpopulation. And I've been an advocate for sterilization for a long time. These bears have 2 or 3 cubs constantly, which means the population is about doubling every 2 years. And automobiles are not going to kill that many of them. I also advocated bear collars to track all the bears so we can tell which ones are causing the problems, because the current system used by the CDF is terrible. If there's a problem, you report it, and maybe in a day or two a week, they might show up to take DNA samples. Then those DNA samples have to go to Sacramento for processing. That's another week. Then if they determine that this is a problem bear, it's another week or 2 before they get a bear trap out there. Meanwhile, that bear is 40 miles away. I mean, this is a ridiculous way of doing it. The only way they seem to capture the bears is by accident. That's the way they capture the problem bears. And I'm not anti-bear, but we need to remove those bears that are causing problems, doing damage, and particularly breaking into homes, because that's where it is most likely that there's going to be a conflict involving human injury or death. Sanctuary, that's a ridiculous idea. Bears are not pets to be put on display to attract tourists. The city is actually the worst possible environment for the bears. The Bear League should be doing everything they can to encourage the bears to leave the city to the wilderness where they belong and can live healthy, happy lives.
Thank you, Mr.
Well,
Messina.
cut off again.
All right, anybody else here in the room that would like to give public comment on this item? Okay, seeing none, we will go to Zoom.
Okay, I see we have several hands raised. First, we have Nicole Corrado.
Hello. Thank you for letting me speak. Yeah, I've been following this case, particularly Hope and Bounce. Everybody knows Hope and Bounce, the bears who are, act like Goldilocks. They sometimes go in houses, but really have not harmed anybody. And I agree with the Bear League that these bears, killing the bears is not going to solve anything. I think that term public safety bear is quite ridiculous. I typed the term public safety bear into ChatGPT, and it came up with a smiling cartoon bear that says public safety, holding a sign that says public safety bear says be safe, and it looks like Smokey the Bear. Anyway, it's quite entertaining. I think that instead of saying, categorizing bears and saying, well, this is a public safety bear, we're going to kill this one, that's not going to work, because it doesn't. Killing animals never solves the real issue. One of the biggest issues that has not even been brought up is rodenticide bait. Rodenticide bait is a huge bear attractant, and even if you ban the SCARs, the second generation anticoagulants, you still have other types of rodenticide, and those are still attractants because it's poison food. So everywhere you have garbage lying around, that's attracting the bears, but it's also attracting rodents, and people put out bait boxes which make the bears weaker because they're eating rodenticide, and it's just that's one of the biggest issues. But you can't kill your way out of a problem. So, I agree with having a sanctuary. I think that bear rehab should be allowed for bears of all ages. The province of Ontario has Bear With Us Bear Sanctuary, Mike McIntosh. He's the one who comes out for bear issues. They have the Ministry of Natural Resources and Mike McIntosh. Occasionally police, but the first response should not be police. The first response, there should be a 311 number rather than 911. Animal Services and the Bear League and a bear rehabilitation center that you could build should be the responders. But having the bears live at a sanctuary is just as ineffective as killing them, because it still does not remove the real problem, which is the attractants. Bears are urbanized. These are black bears. They're urban animals. I mean, I grew up in
All
Toronto,
right, thank you, Ms.
Canada,
Corrado.
next
Your
to-
time is up. Thank you for your comments. Next up, we have Ms. Heather Cade Bauer. Ms. Bauer?
Good evening, Mayor. Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. All right. My name is Heather K. Bauer, and I'm a resident of South Lake Tahoe. I speak to you tonight not only as a community member, but as someone who has spent over 35 years working professionally in bear habitat while working in Sequoia National Park and living in South Lake Tahoe. My relationship with these animals is deep rooted. I grew up with a father who was a bear hunter, a man who taught me to track, observe, and fundamentally respect the strength and intelligence of these species. That upbringing gave me an early education into the wildness of the bear, and it led me to living in their territory. Because of this lifelong immersion, I view our current bear issue with a specific lens. Bears do not break into our kitchens and our trash cans with vicious or bold intent. It is what they have. It is our failure as a human management. We are stripping these animals of their natural caution by leaving our neighborhoods unlocked. From both my standpoint, I urge the council to mandate bear-proof infrastructure. We must require everyone to respect our bears populating every part of our life. We need to teach our visitors how to work with them. We need zero tolerance policies with unsecured trash. We need to preserve the bear's integrity by regarding them as being highly intelligent creatures. In my years spent learning from my father, the important lessons I've learned is we show our bears respect by keeping our food to ourselves and ensuring that they have no reason to enter our living spaces. I ask the council to adopt a bear-wise framework to protect our citizens and the beautiful creatures that are black bears. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, next up we have Susan Siebert.
Hello, I'm Susan Seibert, and I'm talking to you as somebody who's had the opportunity to actually work with the Bear League with bears on my property. And I'm asking the council to not approve a city-funded or a city employee for liaison. I think there's a couple points. One, we up here in Tahoe have a long history of effectively working with nonprofits for many of our issues, including domestic violence, including getting people fed, including the concept of children at risk. I'd see no difference with the concept of working with an effective nonprofit, which the Bear League has proven that they are. My second point I'd like to make is that the point made by the chief in his very good report that 40 other states had adopted euthanasia, et cetera, et cetera. I think California has traditionally been ahead of the other states, and let's not look to the other states for solutions that we can come up with on our own. And third, I'd really like the council to emphasize with all of the parties involved that we need to be big adults here, and it really does need to be a collaborative bear process. And let's not talk about excluding anybody in this process of solving this problem. Thank you for the opportunity to address you guys.
Thank you. All right, next up we have Alejandra.
Hi, good evening. My name is Alejandra Buznego, and I'm a proud South Lake Tahoe resident, someone who chose this place for its absolutely incredible nature, its wildlife, and yes, its bears. They're part of what makes this community extraordinary, and they definitely belong here. I wanted to mention that the Bear League has personally been essential in helping my household coexist with bears responsibly, and I'm here to ask for your continued support of their work. It is simply unfair to not consider alternatives to lethal solutions when bears are so often drawn into conflict by irresponsible behavior, improperly stored trash, food left out by tourists who don't know better, or residents who don't follow the rules. The bears aren't the problem, the behavior that attracts them is, and killing them simply punishes the wrong party. That's why I urge this council to consider pilot programs like the Bear League is proposing, which for all we know could make South Lake Tahoe pioneer new ways for us to live with the bears in harmony. Thank you.
Thank you. No additional public comments, Mayor.
All right, great. So we will go ahead and bring this item back. So we've got basically 7 different solutions essentially that have been brought through the staff report, and I think we could go through item by item to look at those. Yeah, let's see. So just starting at number 1, to amend the master fee schedule to increase fines for trash and providing wildlife access to food violations. Where are we at on that? I'll start, I guess, Ms. Horgan.
Yeah, I think what has been proposed in the report of increasing the trash violations from 200 for first violation residential to 500 second, and 1,000 for commercial and 2,500 for second. I think I agree with that staff recommendation. I'd like to add, though, passing the burden of the locking recycling containers as a condition of meeting that citation requirement, if that's something we can add.
So if you're
First
saying
offense, sorry,
after
yeah.
somebody has a first
getting
offense,
tired.
they have to go to,
They would have to obtain one of these $250 locked recycling containers in order to also clear the fine.
okay.
On that point, Mr. Mayor, Mr.
Yeah,
Mayor,
go ahead.
So there's some determination that the person was negligent in placing improperly their trash. If there was some other reason, the fine wouldn't be, but there would be some review, some process, maybe.
Yeah, because
Gee,
it would
that's
have to be
interesting.
we're talking about the recycling container here.
Yeah.
So if it was just trash, it would be different. But if we could identify that it was the recycling container that wasn't properly
Oh, I see
handled.
what you're saying.
Yeah.
That should have gone into the trash, but instead they put it in the recycling, which is
Or-
not secured. That's what your point is. Yeah, well, that's fine.
I guess the only thing is I think that when you look at the recycling container, it's purely user error of somebody not either cleaning the recycling as they should, putting the pizza box in the recycling container when it should have gone in the
So
trash
then
container.
they should have a locking container.
Well, no, I mean, they should be fined and hopefully start to use the recycling as they should, right? Like, I mean, I don't know, I'm just saying, we're sending them back to be like, oh, you can keep making your user area because now you know what I'm saying? We're not correcting the behavior, we're just trying to say, put a lock on your, if you get what I'm saying.
If you have a dirty bathroom, you clean it, right? Most people would. So if you have a dirty recycling container, they should clean it. And if they don't clean it, then they're responsible for having I mean, is that fair? I mean,
I think if it's bad enough that people had got a fine and a citation for, failing to, for putting bear attractant materials in a recycling bin, in addition to the citation amount, I think a requirement that, since you're probably going to do this again anyway, you are required to get a bear locking recycling bin as well is completely reasonable.
Okay.
Rather than let this go to the problem repeating itself, So I would support that element entirely.
I don't know that we need to go through and make a motion for each different one, because we're gonna be here for a long time doing that. So let's go through these 7, and then with the direction that we come up with, we'll make one motion if that works. Because we gotta do roll call on each one of them.
Can we just say if we agree on all, Mr. Mayor? If with the ones we agree, maybe we have a consensus on what we agree on and what we don't agree on. And, do we agree on 1, 4, and 5, and 6? Or maybe some of us have a couple we don't agree on. And we could just say, well, we don't agree.
Ms. Riverwood, how would you prefer it?
There's also direction in each of these. I don't think we can just agree to them.
Yeah, these were put on here to seek direction from council, so if there's ones that clearly majority doesn't agree with, we can probably move quickly through them.
I don't understand what that.
So, okay. So, yeah, I think on number 1, we've got the consensus that we will move those fines up. We will ask for somebody to move into a locked recycling container. Number 2, declare South Lake Tahoe a bear sanctuary city or bear-wise community. Mr. Roberts.
I am not in favor of the sanctuary city. I think these bears can have used to roaming hundreds of miles as their place, and I think putting them into however large cage it might be is still a cage. Bear-wise community, though, I think that it will be consistent with a lot of the other direction of some of these other 7 items. So,
Okay.
I agree with that.
Ms. Organ, you agree? Mr. Jenkins.
I don't agree that the title of what this is should be done now. I think it might be something with further conversation with the party, so I don't agree with naming either. Sanctuary, based on what staff has said in the past, which is not reflected in the report, is it may imply other things also. And so I'm not in favor of
either one.
Of at this time, but maybe in the future, but not now.
Okay. Mr. Robbins, we're on this is the second recommendation here of sanctuary city or bear-wise community.
I lack a clear understanding of what it would mean to declare ourselves a bear sanctuary community, given that the city does not have authority to do CDFW's job. Like, that's not our deciding whether or not to kill bears is not a job that has been delineated to the city level. That's the state it's a state agency making those choices. So I'm not sure what it would mean. I'm also a little unclear. Is the idea that we would declare, I guess this is partially a question, are we declaring ourselves bear-wise, or is it like fire-wise where we strive to meet certain requirements that are established in some pamphlet somewhere, and when we meet them, we become a certified bear-wise community, like similar to, say, fire-wise? I think the latter makes sense. I'm just not sure what it means when we talk about declaring ourselves a bear-wise community. Can staff clarify that, please?
Yes, I will. So in being bear-wise, like I mentioned earlier, is that unless Morgan from CDFW can provide some clarification, I only found that bear-wise city certification existed in a few states, and California wasn't one of them. But that doesn't prevent us from going through that process. I think we've got a good start to it, and we could probably continue to lay that foundation.
What are the deltas from where we are now to what we would need to have to meet the not California bear-wise certification?
Unknown to this unit. I don't know right now.
So my suggestion would be to the rest of council that we provide direction to pursue that and return at a later date with information on what would be needed to accomplish that, since we don't have that at this late hour of the night.
I agree with that.
I agree with that too.
I think that's a process that makes sense, and we're going to need to know more of what's involved to go do that. it sounds like we don't have the information, but we should move forward with that.
Okay, I think there's consensus for that from what I'm seeing up here. Okay, all right, so we are gonna go ahead then and move on to, this is number 3, considering establishing and funding a bear liaison position here within the city. Who would like to start this one out? Mr. Jenkins.
I think we have resources available in staff. We've up-staffed tremendously. This is not a 24-hour, 7 days a week position. I don't at this time favor it. So that's I would like to see CDF, California Division of Fish and Wildlife, we could help them fund a position. I mean, not help them fund it, but help them get funds to fund it, since this is principally their job or primary. So that's where I'm coming from.
All right, Ms. Horgan.
I'm wondering, I kind of had asked questions about this before, because I also don't know that like a full position is something that necessarily this city or this council wants to undertake. But if there were some other mechanism, like I said, either we establish grants and those grants people can compete for grants in order to implement some strategies in the community for education, implementation, maybe data management, data tracking. I'm thinking there's lots of different projects that people could suggest and ask for funding from the city if we thought that they would be, a good use of resources. Other than that, I would like to see partnership with the nonprofit communities and continue discussions of those exact things: education, implementation, data tracking, data management. So I don't know that we need a separate position, but I'd like to see something established to bring players to the table to come up with ideas, and maybe we could find ways of funding those ideas.
Right, great. Mr. Roberts.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Ms. Horgan. But I also like what the chief has in the collaborative bear report, where it needs to, where B, it says collaborate with CDFW and Bear League. So I don't think we should be considering this position to be one or the other, either Bear League or the CDFW. It should be something that the city should be doing, or any other nonprofit. I think the collaboration needs to be instigated by the city at some level, and I think the chief's got a good team, a good start on that. So I think it's something we can maybe look at further down the road.
Okay. Sure, Mr. Jenkins.
I just think, as Council Member Robbins suggested, that this collaborative, or I think I interpreted, that this collaborative thing, we have already volunteers. We have historically volunteers in this community who are doing this work. And I don't want to lose sight of that fact that these people are doing this work, much of this work already. If we could only get a protocol in place that would allow them to do what they're already doing on their own time. And so that's what I want to be sure that that's part of any review, that we're looking at already what is being done and how it might be integrated into a process that works for all parties. The police department, the Bear League, interested, that they have a protocol that they can agree on. They share information equally between themselves. Let's let the volunteerism let's see if we can do that, because when we have bear problems in our neighborhood, you know who I primarily see first is a Bear League. Except for the trash from the full-time resident down the street who is a problem, which some people already know about.
All right. Yeah, I can go online to Mr. Robbins here. For me on this one, just because I'll go ahead before we go to Mr. Robbins, I definitely feel that funding a position within our city for something that we don't even have a full department over, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense when there are CDFW and some of these other things. I also think we have a lot of competing interest for the limited budget that we have, and so yeah, I'll leave it at that. Mr. Robbins, on this item, which is considering establishing and funding a city bear liaison position, what is your take for that?
I think it's something we should do. I think it's not a full-time job, certainly not a 24/7 job. But I think it would make sense to, we have a sustainability coordinator. We have, a position that is intended for the city's environmental sustainability. And I think managing our interactions with the bear population is certainly closely related to that type of work. And so I think that would make sense. And if I recall correctly, I think it was Ms. Letton who had some experience in this domain and background in that. I think it would make sense to fold elements of this work into that sustainability coordinator role. And then that would, I think it would slot in with that existing staff position that we have reasonably well. And then that could be something that could help us look for grants, look for coordinate with how other cities are dealing with this problem and identify areas of improvement based on what works in other places, much like we do with, the work on electrification and sustainability. And I think that's something that we can do with the existing staff resources that we have. Whether or not that, I don't think that necessarily requires significant new funding. It could be done, I think, as part of existing staffs that we have.
Okay.
So
what I'm hearing on item 3,
addition
which
to
is just
those,
asking, should we establish and fund a bear liaison position within the city, is no. I think I've heard three takes.
Let's look at in-house resources, what I hear Mr. Robbins saying.
Yeah, and I agree, and I wonder if our sustainability coordinator or that department could consider an intern or some other extension of their services.
Yeah, I think the direction that I'm hearing is not to create a new position, but to explore options with existing staffing or through a grant program where we're contracting. We can continue those conversations.
Great. All right, moving on to item number 4. This will be formal correspondence to CDFW. I will look to Mr. Jenkins. You got your light on.
I agree with 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So that's where.
We'll just leave it at that.
I mean, what is the foreign? I guess I also sat down and kind of wrote, like, what are we going to do with each of these? And just to say I'm okay with 4 doesn't work because it's foreign. It is looking for guidance on what the formal written correspondence would be. I wondered if we needed even to take action on number 4, since everybody's already at the table and having those conversations, unless specifically Mr. Jenkins wanted to write something to the CDFW about expectations or requests of them to extend their hours or time in our community.
I would like to see us support what they need to do the job that we would like to see done. I would like us to be a partner with them and do what we ask. I think an initial
So
meeting.
the foreign written correspondence would be asking for continued partnership and thanking them for their
Partner and maybe even communicate with the billets in the legislature to try to get that money to do that.
Mr. Roberts.
I again gonna go to the collaborative bear report from Chief. Number 4, number 5, formal correspondence to CDFW requesting continuation of trap tag haze program in South Lake Tahoe, consideration of relocation process for bears to avoid lethal removal, and then formal correspondence to Bear League requesting their members not interfere with CDFW staff and/or equipment in data collection processes, including hazing, tagging, and trapping, and requesting that data sharing with the city.
Okay, so we basically, you're bringing 4 and 5 together as one.
Yes.
As one thing.
That's what they did on the.
And I think all this is possible, Mr. Mayor, if there's just a little more work that needs to be done by the parties and some trust building between the parties. And I think it's all possible to have that protocol, because there's been a marvelous amount of work done. There's some more, as the chief identified, that needs to be done. And that trust building and sharing, I see that possible, because I think all people have good intentions here.
But I think we've heard, though, that there's pretty much agreement on, across the board, except on the euthanasia issue. Is that more or less accurate? And really, that is not something,
No,
I don't
we
think
don't-
we're
no,
gonna
we
get
don't
to
agree on
agreement on. So,
euthanasia.
I think, in a way, we're there, besides that one issue, from what I've heard. Okay. Okay, so looking at, Mr. Roberts brought 4 and 5 together. Is everybody in?
Four,
Well, but
no,
he-
4 and 5 from the report are already combined onto number 4 from the suggested action. They're already combined.
So, Mr. Roberts, do you agree with the language in the report from staff, and you're recommending that we
Adopt that, yes.
adopt that? And I would agree with that.
It's
In the
just-
report.
In the
it's
report,
the
it's
staff
2
report.
separate suggestions, but on the passing the motion was only number 4. They're combined
Yes.
together.
Correct.
Okay. So we have 2. Mr. Jenkins?
Yes, since,
Okay.
because, yes, yeah.
Okay, so we have 3. We have the 3 votes. Mr. Robbins, I don't know, I mean, you have any more comments on this? But we do have the 3 votes to go ahead and move that forward.
I'm generally indifferent to the letter writing campaign. I don't know that it is ultimately that fruitful, but if we want to do it, fine.
Nothing
Okay,
ventured, nothing
great.
gained.
All right, so with that, we'll go ahead and move on. This is number 6, to amend the VHR
Number
ordinance.
5.
The vacation home rental.
That's what I was, well, I guess from whatever I'm reading.
You're reading the report, yeah.
I'm reading the report, sorry.
Yeah.
So they're
Back
just
to the motion.
numbered differently. Excuse me.
Yeah, they're just numbered differently.
They're just numbered differently, so yes. We can call it number 5, amend the VHR ordinance to include a requirement for property managers.
Well, the problem is the HOAs are not informing us. As one party said today, part of the problem is not just the visitors, it's the homeowners and it's the renters who already are here. And so they need to cooperate and inform our police department, our code enforcement people when there's problems. And rather than, they need to do more. HOAs like my HOA, TKPOA, needs to do more to inform us when there's a problem. So that's, and I think on 5, there could be more positive language rather than not to interfere, that we encourage cooperation. I'd like to see a more positive frame, no criticism, just a more positive frame that that we all cooperate together rather than.
I concur. I would also like to see the letter for the Bear League, the way it's summarized in a few sentences in the staff report and in the section of the staff report about please don't interfere, should be framed in a positive way to request improved collaboration.
Thank you.
I concur with that. I hope there'd be consensus for that from council.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, okay, we have consensus with that. Great. And as far as amending the VHR ordinance, I don't think we need to open up the VHR ordinance until the next time we open it up, which is hopefully a little down the road then.
Mr. Mayor, I think they have the authority under the ordinance, if they see violations that exist, that they can cite them. And they can cite if they're trash violations or whatever. They have the authority already. And let's not assume that we have to write everything specifically. What is the intent of the ordinance? It's to properly manage. If the property is not properly being managed, then you cite them. If we need to amend it later, let's do that. But I don't think we need to.
Yeah, so the suggestion on this one was to make it a requirement to provide the bearware materials. And so then if that is not done, that would be a violation. Of course, VHR owners and renters can be cited already for trash violations, but this would require another step that they would have to provide the bearware materials to the renters.
Couldn't administratively that be done?
I would just note, as Chief Robertson included in his report, Police Department has already been reaching out to vacation rental property managers, property owners, the rental platforms, requesting that they provide this information to their tenants. The question here is whether the city council would want to include that as a requirement, similar to the acknowledgement of the good neighbor.
Let's see if this works, and let's not micromanage it. Let him, he sounds like the chief's already doing what he does very well generally, and that's to
agree.
manage
I would
this.
agree.
I'd like to see us require bear materials be handed out to people who don't visit this community at all, hardly ever, and aren't here over and over again. And this is the trash issues was one of the issues that led to Measure T in the first place. So we have a long history of demonstrable failure to enforce, and I think we should be requiring the VHR owners provide the tenants materials on how to properly coexist with bears.
If they violate it, but
But
Scott,
that's the fact. That's already at that point where, again, we're coming in after problems have been caused. We should be working to prevent them in the first
it
place.
sounds to me like the police department's already engaged in that process, and why don't we see if that works? They're already engaged. The HOAs have to do their part, and the managers of VHRs need to do their part.
Over a decade of experience of the VHRs not doing their part and not being good.
For many years, sir.
All right, so I think on that item, we're not going to open up and amend the VHR ordinance. We'll let the police department work with that.
yeah.
Great. Moving on to, it would be item 6, discuss with STR the feasibility of a pilot program for STR to provide regular trash and recycling container services.
Well, I got a quick question on that.
Sure, go ahead, Mr.
If they're
Roberts.
properly washing all their recyclables, why do they need to wash the container? Mine is not dirty yet.
That's right. That's exactly my point. If you're doing what you're supposed to be doing as a user, you should not have this problem. And if you do have the problem and you made a mistake, well, then you should fix the mistake by most likely just cleaning it out with your water hose. And I don't know why we need STR to come
Do
and
they
fulfill
provide
the-
that $25 service now? It's available if somebody would like to request
Yeah,
it.
all would
I
do it
believe
for
they can
25
bring
bucks.
it into STR, if I'm not mistaken, and STR for $25 would clean it. Is that?
Mayor, if you'd like.
Yes, please.
I believe there are representatives of South Tahoe Refuse here that perhaps could provide more
STR does a
information on
great
that,
job for
as
us.
well as some insight on the lockable recycle container requirements, since they are the ones that provide those containers. It might be helpful to get comment from Mr. Tillman.
Yes, he's saying we offer it. He doesn't really want to come up and speak, but he
Okay.
will just answer that
So we
question from
do
the
offer it
audience.
to,
And by the way, SDR does a hell of a good job for us in this community, the best that I've seen in all my career in municipalities as far as generally speaking and their courtesy and the services that they provide at a very reasonable cost comparatively with what other jurisdictions do.
all right, great. So I think we got that answered. And I think basically we don't need to discuss the feasibility. We're good to go. Thank you, Mr. Tillman. All right, last item, continuation of the facilities of discussion between CDFW, Bear League, and community partners regarding management of habituated
Absolutely.
bears.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Great
Okay.
job so far. We got a little ways to go. Great job.
So I'm seeing consensus on a continuation of the facilities. Okay. Does somebody want to make a motion with the direction that has been stated? I think that's the only part of the motion that needs to be made, I believe. You don't need to put it all
I
back.
think I
but-
have it. I would like to pass a motion regarding the collaborative bear process and protocol on, first, increasing fines for violations related to trash management, and with adding with the lockable recyclable container as a condition of meeting that violation if it was the recycling container involved. Number 2, designating the city as a bear-wise community, investigating that likelihood and moving forward with that. Number 3, we are not going to establish the bear liaison position, but continue to work with the community partners in possible internally, working internally with our sustainability coordinators and the current community partners We will like to see the formal written correspondence from City Council to the CDFW and Bear League requesting the actions in the staff report, desiring that those are positive, involve positive language. Amending, we are not going to open the vacation home rental. We are not going to do a pilot program with South Tahoe Refuse, and would like to do number 7, continuing the city facilitation of discussions between CDFW, Bear League, and the community partners.
I second that. Nicely done.
We have a motion and a second. I think the only question is going back to the containers on whether or not we're going to require the locking container on a recycled.
If they've had a violation.
If they've had a violation, because where I get caught up on that again is that you're requiring somebody to lock something, but really the problem is they're not using it correctly. And so now we're kind of saying, continue not using it correctly because we've made you lock it. Rather, we need to educate the user to not use the recycling container improperly. We're kind of saying, oh, since you use it improperly, just put a lock on it and keep using it improperly, which is not really, I think, the motive, right? We want to show people you've got to wash your stuff. You can't put pizza boxes in the wrong container. If you do, the next is $1,000 fine. And after that, you know what I'm saying? So I'm just a little, because you're kind of, I also think we're going to have to create a whole new program to go buy so many recycled locking bins.
Well, they're going to be required to buy the locking bin.
Well, you're going to have SDR create and make, you're going
If
to
I
have to
may
buy a whole
interject
new.
for just a
Sure.
moment, Jeff Tillman with STR does have some context for this, if you would like to hear it.
Jeff Tillman with South Tahoe Refuse. I understand what you're trying to get to with, getting them to get a bear-resistant recycling cart, but that doesn't train these people. The problem we have out there is people, the education's out there and they know what to do. If they're putting the wrong things in their recycling tote, finding them is the only way they're going to learn. If we give them a tote that's locked, they're going to put the contaminants in there. That's going to get into our loads, contaminate all the other recyclables. So it's got to be education. It's got to be fines. I'm not in favor of buying carts, with the fine money, because it's not educating the people.
Appreciate that. I just was getting at the staff report that is available, but at our cost, it wouldn't exist. But education and fines it is.
Okay, are we okay with that, the first and the second striking okay.
Just
Okay.
a motion.
I don't agree with that. I mean, yes, fines are a necessary thing as well. But this assumption, Cody, that you keep making that if you just educate people, they'll change their behavior. I don't think that's borne out by a lot of reality. I mean, I think you fine people also, and you require them to change the environment so that they can't make the same screw up again by requiring them to have a locking bin.
Thank you for your opinion. I think we have the 3 votes. The motion stands amended. We have a second. Staff, are you comfortable with where we are at? All right, great. We have a motion and a second. Ms.
Okay.
Blankenship, can we get a roll call?
Councilmember Horgan.
Yes.
Councilmember Jenkins. Yes. Councilmember Robbins.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Roberts.
Yes.
Mayor Bass.
Yes.
That motion unanimously carries.
Great. All right. So we are moving on to master fee schedule. It is 11:20. Master fee schedule didn't
Questions?
absolutely have to be taken today. We could move this on. Are we going to be here for, I don't know. I'm looking to council for this.
I say move it.
I say move it because I also have a TRPA meeting at 8 a.m.
We can continue this item to the May 5th meeting. However, we will need to have council action on the fee schedule on May 5th.
Okay. I think that's
Council
understood.
decides to take action on the fee schedule, but you're going to word it so we have discretion one way or the other to take action to approve increased fees, is what I hear you saying.
Great. Okay, so we're moving this item 15 to the May 5th meeting.
Because it's a public hearing, do we have to have a motion on it?
Yeah, please continue it to the date certain so that we don't have to redo the public notice. So do that by motion.
So make a motion for that if somebody could.
Make a motion.
I motion that we move agenda item number 15 to the May 5th
Second.
meeting.
Great. We have a motion and a second, and Ms. Blankenship?
Yep. Councilmember Horgan?
Yes.
Councilmember Jenkins? Councilmember Robbins?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Roberts?
Yes.
Mayor Bass?
Yes.
Thank you.
Unanimously carries. Thank you.
Great. All right, with that, we will move on to the final item. This is our agenda planning calendar. Mr. Overrood.
It's included in your packet.
Thank you. All right. With that, we are going to go ahead and move on to updates and announcements. Mrs. Stroud.
None from me, thanks.
Great. Mrs. Blankenship.
Yeah, just a note that on the APC in the packet, it's missing our special city council meeting on May 26th, which is our ethics and protocols, which we had to reschedule. I update it, but it wasn't in the packet like that, so just to let you know.
Thank you, Ms. Blankenship.
Mayor, if I may, I did want to request if we can move that from the 1 o'clock time slot to perhaps the 11 o'clock in the morning time slot.
Okay.
No conflicts.
Is that okay? I'm okay with that. All right, you got the.
Let me just check the council chambers.
It was which day?
It's already on your calendar. It's scheduled for May 26th. And you just wanted to start it earlier in the day?
Yeah, 11 o'clock, because some conflicts in the later part of the day.
Okay, everyone should have it on their calendars now. It's 11 o'clock, sure.
11 o'clock. All right, we've got that. Okay. And Mr. Overrood for updates and announcements.
I just want to thank the council members that attended the opening of the new recreation center on Saturday, and thank you to the mayor for speaking at that event. It was a great event, a lot of community there. Really want to thank all of our staff that has really been putting in a lot of extra effort to make that happen, and it's really amazing to see the smiles and the joy of people in there using that facility. So thank you.
Yes, great comments. Thank you so much. Okay. We are going to go ahead and move on to council member reports and comments, and I will start with Mr. Jenkins.
I just want to congratulate the city manager, all staff, all volunteers, the Recreation Commission, everyone for that tremendous community gathering at the new multi-generational facility. It was impressive. It was great work. It was great planning, and just thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Ms. Horgan.
A couple things from public communications, which seems like days ago. I also felt like it's a little disorienting when you're at the podium and there is no way to track your timing. Is that something that we can investigate? Some sort of clock or screen?
On the left-hand screen, when you're at the podium.
So,
I'm
Mr.
happy to
Robbins,
add a third timer that I run.
Just
Is
give
it
me
at
a
the
minute.
front?
Mr.
No,
Robbins.
it's on that side one, and I also have this red light, green light,
Oh,
yellow
okay,
light
that's
that
fair.
another mayor
That's fair.
made me
I
put
just
up
was
there,
circling back
so-
because I noticed several people looking.
Yeah, it's fine. I'll
frequently-
do whatever council wants, but.
And then is it true that it has to be the mayor for a proclamation? That was brought up by Angie Regan, that it's been done before, that it wasn't the mayor? Is that in
No,
protocols?
it can be done. I think it's really up to my discretion on that, and I can decide that on a case by case.
It doesn't.
Yeah,
I'm
I
just
think
asking.
before, if it was a particular council member's pet project that was bringing a protocol forward or proclamation forward, then they did it, but,
I appreciate that. And then, actually, just in gratitude, I several times today just felt very lucky to be part of this council, part of all of the city workings. And so I just want to thank the council again for appointing me to this position. I think it's important for you to know that I often think, I don't know how this happened, that I got lucky enough to be in this position, but I appreciate all of your faith in me, and I am enjoying participating with all of you.
Great. Thank you so much, Ms. Horgan. Mr. Roberts.
I would just check if Mr. Robbins wants to voice to bring back the CCA. I'll let him take that on.
Okay.
That's all.
Is that it
Just
for
a
you?
reminder, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, we just
no
have-
other comments? All right, Mr. Robbins.
Yeah, I'd like to do a pair of items. They can be the same item or back-to-back. I think back-to-back, doing them as back-to-back agenda items would be ideal. To do an update on CCA status for green energy acquisition, and I would like us to re-engage in the investigation of becoming a municipally owned utility provider. The concern from 3.5 years ago was that that would be an expense that would be financed through rate revenue bonds, and that might result in increased rates, but the rates have increased anyway. So I think that, which was the major concern, is now a moot point, and I think it's something we should look back into. And I don't think we stand a chance at realistically solving the energy reliability problem without having serious investigation into a muni. So I'd like to request a second to bring that back, and also a second to bring back an update CCA progress.
Mr. Mayor, I would be happy to second that if in that investigation that we look at what not only the cost, but what it takes, what other cities like Lodi, what it took to do that. And because it's an enormous task and it's an important one, but I agree with that would be an important thing to look at and evaluate against the cost and benefit. Yeah.
Great. All right. I think you got your seconds on those. Mr. Robbins, anything else that you would like for council member reports?
No, just that my friends had caught a whole bunch of crabs on the beach and were egging me on all night to come eat crabs with them. So,
all right. Well, you're almost to your crab dinner. So
almost my crab dinner.
All right. Let's see. With that, coming back to me, actually, we'll just call this meeting adjourned.
Wait, Mayor Bass, you went to Washington DC, and the city wants to know how we spent our money on your trip.
Great, thank you. Yes, I'm sorry about that. I was really ready to get out of here. I did. I went to Washington, D.C. That was over, trying to think right back to the dates. It was March 17th, 18th, 19th, I believe. I believe that was the dates. So this is for Team Tahoe, was the first reason that I went, which is a group of folks from the TRPA. We went there for the Santini-Burton Act, which is the reauthorization of funding that was created actually in 1980 to take property that is in the urban environment of Las Vegas and be able to acquire conservation property here within the Lake Tahoe Basin. They've acquired almost 16,000 acres of property in that amount of time. And there's about $280 million in that Santini-Burton Act that is only able to be used for acquisition, but is not able to be used to maintain those lands for fire prevention. Therefore, the Forest Service, who owns and is responsible to conserve these lands, has no money to be able to maintain them. So what we did there was to go and meet with multiple offices to really work at the modernization of this act. It is actually to modernize the language so that we can use the funds that are there to be able to be reused for reauthorization. What was really great, and when I went to this same project 2 years ago, is that I found out the National League of Cities is doing their conference at the same time. So what's great is we actually got kind of double the research, the money that we put out to go to DC, we were able to do two things. We were able to not only work with Team Tahoe, but also go to the National League of Cities. What that did is actually offered us the opportunity to have 2 different lobby days. I was able to lobby not only with Team Tahoe, but with the National League of Cities. So that actually got me a meeting with Josh Shapiro directly with the congressman, which a lot of times you don't meet directly with the congressman. That was through National League of Cities. I was also able to meet with the FCC on our issues of getting the programming out of Reno, and that we're constantly dealing with the affiliates out of Reno for ABC, NBC, CBS, where we should be getting those out of Sacramento so that we're able to see our own political issues and not political issues out of Nevada. I was able to meet with the State Department on the issues that Mr. Roberts has brought about how we can help our citizens actually get to a path through immigration. Wasn't able to get a whole lot of useful data from them besides they are who deals with that and not typically local governments. And then I was able to meet with Carolyn, who is from the California League of Cities, who was also at the National League of Cities, and go to their breakout sessions. So again, I think one of the greatest things about us being able to be a part of Team Tahoe, but also be a part of National League of Cities. We weren't members before 2 years ago, but there is a great, a lot of benefit that we can actually gain from being part of National League of Cities and the lobbying efforts that happen on the federal level. I would highly encourage the future mayors and our council to keep engaged with the National League of Cities. They don't only do this DC conference, they also do a conference usually somewhere else around the country. But again, I think it's a great progress, and I think that honestly getting both of those things done with one trip and one travel expense is a great benefit and a great thing for the city.
Congratulations, Mayor, on your efforts. A lot on a lot. Thank you.
Well, and I will say it was quite the whole Team Tahoe. I think every single person got delayed by a day or more. We were traveling through one of the biggest travel fiascos of our time with TSA and a lot of madness with the weather. And so my hat's off to my associates that also went through it to make it out there. So with that, I will call this meeting adjourned.